Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The member for Flynn with petitions.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the 35th report of the Petitions Committee for the 46th Parliament, together with 130 petitions and 232 ministerial responses to the petitions previously presented. Thank you. Watch your back. At the first presentation for 2022, we can see a large volume of petitions and ministerial responses to today reflect the break in the sitting period. The committee has been pleased to see the public continue engagement in petitioning, which continued over summer. Working with the House of Representatives social media team, we have used the break to continue our petitioning education and public engagement efforts. This has included sharing information on what is a petition and the rules around petitioning, advice on who can create and sign a petition, and suggestions to how to request action on issues of public concern. There has been continuing engagement with petitioning, as this is the only method of public to have a direct voice to Parliament. Petitions remain an important part of our democratic process. Mr Speaker, the committee has been pleased to see the ongoing engagement with petitioning continuing into the new year, with all Australian citizens and residents entitled to petition the House. We can see a diversity of issues and approaches to petitioning. For example, while some requests are advocated by individuals only, others make up a part of a more coordinated and wide-reaching campaign. Of note, there is no signature thresholds for petitioning. All are treated equally. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I look forward to updating the House on the work of the Petitions Committee in the future. Thank you.
I thank the member for Flynn. The Clerk.
Private Members' Business, Notice Number 1. Brisbane Airport Curfew and Demand Management Bill 2022.
The member for Melbourne has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Brisbane Airport Curfew and Demand Management Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose a curfew and related restrictions on aircraft movements at Brisbane Airport and for related purposes.
The member for Melbourne has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. The story being told right across Australia, from my electorate of Melbourne to the people of Sydney and Brisbane, is one of their lives being disrupted because of unfair and unsustainable aircraft noise. And that's why, following previous bills that I've introduced to this place to tackle the problems, I rise now to introduce the Brisbane Airport Curfew and Demand Management Bill 2022. Let me start by saying that this bill is the product of years of community campaigning by thousands of Brisbane residents, standing up to the Brisbane Airport Corporation. In particular, I'd like to commend the work of Max Chandler-Mather, the Greens candidate for Griffith, Stephen Bates, the Greens candidate for Brisbane, and the Brisbane Flight Path Community Alliance, who've led the way in fighting for a reduction in flight noise. The bill itself was produced after direct and detailed consultation with Brisbane community, and I want to thank everyone who engaged in that process. I had the chance to meet some of those residents at a community consultation meeting in the Brisbane suburb of Hawthorn in the electorate of Griffith. This is an incredibly well-informed and organised community. Their feedback over the course of this consultation process has improved this bill, and for that I thank them. Unsustainable flight noise has had a devastating impact on the people of Brisbane. A survey of 2,000 Brisbane residents last year found that 81% of respondents had their sleep disrupted as a result of flight noise. 68% of respondents suffered from mental distress, and 11% of respondents have been forced to seek medical help. Studies around the world have shown the terrible health impacts that come with prolonged exposure to high levels of noise and sleep disruption. And with international and domestic flight traffic beginning to return, this situation is only going to get worse. It's clear that the community was badly misled in the initial consultation for the new parallel runway at Brisbane Airport. This has been confirmed by two independent authorities, including the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman and the Brisbane Airport Advisory Committee recently established by the federal government. Both identified serious flaws with the consultation, but unfortunately neither have gone far enough in their recommendations. We need immediate action, as well as sustainable long-term solutions to unsustainable flight noise. This bill introduces a curfew from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and an hourly movement cap of 45 flights per hour at the Brisbane Airport. It also directs the Minister to instruct Air Services Australia to produce a long-term operating plan for Brisbane Airport that reduces flight noise, ensures more flights over Moreton Bay, and changes flight paths to ensure a fair distribution of air traffic over Brisbane. A 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew will ensure every Brisbane resident is able to get a good night's sleep without being exposed to unhealthy levels of flight noise. Meanwhile, a flight cap of 45 flights per hour would allow Brisbane Airport to return to pre-pandemic flight traffic while ensuring they don't grow unsustainably beyond that level. But of course, without a substantial change to flight paths and airport operations, a cap and curfew won't address many of the fundamental issues with Brisbane Airport. And that's why the Greens will also legislate to force the Transport and Infrastructure Minister to implement a long-term operating plan for Brisbane Airport. A long-term operating plan, Mr Speaker, will ensure that better consideration will be given to more flights taking off and arriving over Moreton Bay, a fair distribution of flight traffic over Brisbane that ensures that no group of residents is forced to bear the overwhelming majority of flights, and an overall reduction in flight noise for all Brisbane residents by prioritising flight routes that don't pass over residential areas. Now, these are reasonable and moderate measures that airports around the world have already adopted. And indeed, it's happening around Australia as well. Sydney Airport already has a long-term operating plan, a curfew and a cap on flights. The question, Mr Speaker, that both Liberal and Labor must answer is, if it's good enough for Sydney Airport, why isn't it good enough for Brisbane? Brisbane Airport Corporation has said previously it expected annual passenger traffic through its domestic and international terminals would more than double from 22 million in 2014 to 50 million by 2035. It also forecast that the number of annual individual flights would grow from 227,000 in 2019 to 360,000 by 2035 and 500,000 by 2045. That is completely unsustainable. in terms of local air and noise pollution, as well as carbon emissions that contribute to the climate crisis. Prior to the pandemic in 2018, the 4 major privately owned airport corporations, including Brisbane, made a combined profit of $757.6 million, up 9%. As we emerge from travel restrictions and begin to see more international travellers visiting Australia, we can expect similar profit levels to return. We must not let, though, the private corporations' relentless pursuit of profits get in the way of a better future for all of us. Let us be clear. This is ultimately about Brisbane Airport Corporation relentlessly pursuing profit at the expense of community. Like so many big corporations and billionaires, the rules are written in their favour, with little regard given to the community and the environment. It's no surprise that the Brisbane Airport Corporation has previously donated to the Labor Party, while as recently as 2018, Australian Airports Association, the chief lobby group for airport corporations, paid tens of thousands of dollars to each of Labor and Liberal for secret cash for access meetings. No wonder the major parties are so reluctant to hold the big airport corporations to account. This, ultimately, is a story of everyday people standing up to the power of a big corporation, and the Greens will always stand with people in that fight. Now, I said, Mr Speaker, earlier that this is a story that is happening right around the country, and it is. This bill will apply to Brisbane Airport, but I previously introduced bills with respect to Melbourne. Now, the electorate that I represent is, as some people would know, some distance from the airport. And some might ask, how is it that airport noise has become an issue in the inner city of Melbourne? Well, the answer is the same as the problem that sought to be addressed by this bill with respect to Brisbane. It's a story being told right around the country. As our cities have grown and as air travel has grown, no one has paid attention to what that means for people living under areas of flight paths that aren't immediately adjacent to the airport. There's a whole set of rules in place for people who are near airports, but for people even further afield, as well as the people who are living next to airports, the law has not kept up with the rise in traffic. And as a result, in Melbourne, we see 2 things. We see that point has been changed where all the planes have to gather and turn around before they loop over the city and come in and land on the runway. And as a result, places like East Melbourne, you can look up at certain times of day and see plane after plane after plane going. And we've also got the issue in Melbourne of people coming in to clock up their training hours, or perhaps for some joy flights, coming in and doing loops around the MCG, which for the people who live near it turns into unsustainable and unfair aircraft noise with low-level, low-flying planes all the time. No one has paid attention to it, and it's the same in Brisbane. Over the years, the number of flights has increased and flight paths have been changed, and they're going over people's houses, and there is nothing in the law to protect them. And instead of taking on the big corporations and government entities that have the chance to regulate it, Labor and Liberal are captured by these very same organisations and refuse to stand up on behalf of residents. This bill is about getting a better balance, and it's about saying people who live in our cities have the right to live in peace and to have their amenity protected. And this is getting to the point where in Melbourne, as well as in Sydney, but now in Brisbane, where it is affecting people's health. It is not just a question of not being able to go outside in your own home because of intensive aircraft noise, it is affecting people's health. We need to do something about it, and this bill will do that.
Is the motion seconded?
Speaker, I second the bill moved by the member for Melbourne and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Clark. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The Debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 2. Renewable Energy Electricity Amendment Cheaper Home Batteries Bill 2022.
The member for Indi has the call.
I present.
The member for Indi has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present the Renewable Energy Electricity Amendment Cheaper Home Batteries Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Renewable Energy Electricity Act 2000 and for related purposes.
The member for Indi has the call.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, in my electorate of Indi, getting a cheap and reliable supply of electricity to every household is a real challenge. In the bushfires, communities like Corryong got completely cut off from electricity when the power lines to Wodonga were burned down. In towns on the edge of the grid, like Euroa and Mansfield, it's common to experience power surges that damage appliances and have total blackouts. And we know that many households, especially in the regions, struggle to pay their power bills. Wodonga is in the top 30 postcodes for the state for forced electricity disconnections.
Shame.
In fact, regional areas make up to 40% of forced disconnections in Victoria, even though we make up only 25% of the population. Other towns in Indi, like Cudgewa and Marysville, also rank among the top postcodes for disconnection rates. This bill tackles some of these challenges by making home batteries cheaper for all Australians. Because having a battery in your home means lower power bills. It means taking back control from power companies over your power usage. And it means that when the power fails, your battery kicks in and keeps the lights on. But right now, batteries are too expensive. They're out of reach for most Australians, and my bill will help fix that. At the federal level, the Small-Scale Renewable Energy Scheme, introduced by the Howard government, has been key to accelerating the deployment of rooftop solar and driving down the price. My bill builds on this Howard government framework and updates it for the 2020s. In short, my bill adds home batteries as eligible technology to create certificates under the scheme. This means that when you install a home battery, you earn certificates which you can then on-sell to electricity retailers who are required to purchase them. The effect of this is my bill will drive down the installation cost of a home battery. Right now, Mr. Speaker, a 13.5 kilowatt-hour Tesla Powerwall 2 might set you back around $15,000 all in, and that's just way too much for most Australian households to even consider. My bill would drive down that price by around $3,000. Under my bill, as under the existing scheme, the precise amount you will save depends on how big your battery is and how you use it. But the fundamental point here is this: to unlock massive savings for Australian households, to bring power security to regional households, and to accelerate our transition to renewable energy, we do need to make home batteries cheaper. The government has an existing policy mechanism that could do this, and my bill will get it done. We know that when we make it easier for Australians to go renewable, they jump at the chance. Around a third of Australian homes have rooftop solar, the highest uptake in the world bar none. But the number with batteries is less than 1%. And we know that the next step in the renewable energy boom is building storage. Batteries soak up that extra renewable energy when it's cheap and plentiful and smooth out our grid at night when we need it. And the savings for households are huge. Energy entrepreneur Saul Griffith, who just today released his book for Australian households to save money by going electric. His analysis shows that a fully electric household would save around $5,000 a year in petrol costs, power bills, heating bills. That's a massive economic windfall that's sitting here, right for the taking. And we know that getting batteries into Australians' homes is the biggest barrier to capturing those savings. I'm grateful for Saul's work, which has been instrumental in shaping this bill. And I'm looking forward to hosting him this Friday in Wodonga to show him how Indi is leading the nation in the renewable energy boom. In the 2000s, the Howard government saw a role for government in driving solar power. In the 2020s, it's clear there is a role for government in making batteries more accessible to Australian households. And we know how to do this. This bill will get it done. Now, I know that if we were to really unlock the potential of home batteries, we also have to invest in our workforce. Right now, too many solar installers, especially in regional areas, struggle with the long wait times to get an inspector out to certify the safety of home battery installations. And because installers can't get rebates until they get that safety certificate, we need more safety inspectors. That means we need to invest in more skills in regional areas. We need to be training up more sparkies and electrical engineers in regional centres to take up the jobs that we desperately need people to fill. Recently, Mr Speaker, I met with Alistair Neely, who runs the small business Elect Solar in Wangaratta. Alistair has built his business from the ground up, and he trained in the local Wangaratta TAFE. He told me that if we could introduce incentives for home batteries, like I'm doing with this bill, it would be a boon for his business, if he could get the workforce. And even if we make batteries cheaper, we still need to put them in reach of the people who would benefit most from them. And that's why I'm calling for the government to introduce a new program of no-interest loans for low-income households to purchase solar and battery installations. Now that would be a game-changer for slashing power bills. I'm also pleased to have worked with ACOS on this draft legislation, and ACOS have put forward their own amendment which would provide additional rebates to low-income people for the costs of power. And that's something this House really should debate. Mr Speaker, in my electorate of Indi, there have been 42,000 installations of solar panels, heat pumps and solar hot water systems that have been supported through the existing scheme. That's tens of thousands of households who are benefiting from cheaper, cleaner power in Indi alone. Expert analysis by Green Energy Markets suggests this bill could drive the instalment of up to 2 million batteries by 2030. And that would be the equivalent of 6 Hazelwood power stations worth of capacity into Australian homes, bringing cheaper, more secure power to millions and acting as a massive electric sponge, soaking up excess daytime solar and balancing the grid. We need to do for home batteries what we did for solar panels. Put them in the reach of millions of Australians so people can take those practical, sensible steps to not only tackle climate change, but to make the smart economic choice for their families. This bill would get that done.
Is the motion seconded? The member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I second the motion. And I'm delighted to be able to say that the Cheaper Home Battery Bill 2022 is a win-win policy. In short, this bill will amend the Renewable Electricity Act to make home battery installations eligible for small-scale technology certificates under the Small-Scale Renewable Energy Scheme. The SRES has been the centre of the dramatic growth in renewable generation over the last decade. Over 3 million solar panels have been installed in homes across Australia as a result. 30% of households now have solar. By 2030, it will be 50%. In Warringah, there have been over 6,356 solar connections, making up more than 37,300 kilowatts of power. Each of the 3 councils also have programs to improve uptake of solar. This work is strongly supported by Zero Emissions Sydney North and many others. But we must turn our attention to home battery installations. The effect of this legislation will be to subsidise home batteries, improving the economics and increasing the uptake. Because this scheme is over 15 years, the bill will send a positive, long-term investment signal to project developers and investors. It will reduce market volatility, particularly in the middle of the day, and it will support more investment in renewable energy. Why do we want batteries? to reduce every person's power bills for households. This will provide important grid services. It's incredibly important that we do this. We only have 33,000 batteries were installed last year, but it could easily be compounded over time as the economics improve. We know we need to bring the price of batteries down. It's projected already to drop by 58% by 2030, and we anticipate 500,000 home batteries by 2030, and much more if this bill passes. With this demand, there's an opportunity to create a substantial industry in Australia. So the question for the government is, are you fair dinkum in wanting to actually deliver net zero? Are you fair dinkum in wanting to lower the power prices for households? Because if you are, then this is the bill you will support. By processing battery materials to the advanced manufacture of them, we could add $7.4 billion to the economy and 35,000 jobs. So these are the solutions that the government should be focusing on, and I strongly commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3. Telecommunications legislation amendment, Faster Internet for Regional Australia Bill 2022.
The member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Faster Internet for Regional Australia Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to telecommunications and for related purposes.
The member for Indi has the call.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's a pleasure to introduce the Faster Internet for Regional Australia Bill to the Parliament. The purpose of this bill is simple: to ensure all regional Australians have access to fast, high-quality and reliable internet at the same standard our city cousins enjoy. This should be a simple principle that we can all get behind in this place, but unfortunately, to date, it is not. Everywhere I travel in Indi, constituents tell me about their challenges with phone coverage and internet connection. 2 weeks ago, in Violet Town, I met with small business owners who've had to turn away customers because their EFTPOS machines can't connect to wireless broadband signals. In Wangaratta, I speak to young families fighting slow home internet speeds every day just because mum and dad are trying to work from home while the kids do remote learning. In Wodonga, I hear about the tree changers who've had to wait months to get connected to the NBN when they're used to same-day connections for utilities down in Melbourne. And in bushfire-prone communities in the Upper Murray, like Corryong and Walwa, or down around Marysville, I hear from residents who are fearful of phone, power and internet lines going down in an emergency again, leaving them stranded to fend for themselves. Mr Speaker, it doesn't matter whether you live in Brighton or Benalla, or Woolloomooloo or Wodonga. Access to fast, high-quality and reliable internet should be the same all across the nation. If passed, this bill would establish ambitious standards that NBN and other companies who own and operate broadband infrastructure must meet or face financial penalties. Right now, the government wants to give NBN a free pass when it comes to the quality of service it delivers to the regions. In terms of internet speeds, for example, the government has said NBN only needs to deliver super-fast download speeds of 25 megabits per second once a day. Once per day? It could be 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. for 5 minutes or 5 seconds. That's how low the government is setting the bar for the NBN, and that's not good enough for me, and it sure as heck isn't good enough for my constituents. 25 megabits per second supports up to 5 devices, be it an iPhone or an iPad. If one person is streaming iView on HD on one device, speeds will be snail pace on other devices. Heck, we've all been there. Mum and Dad are streaming the news in the living room, and it takes the kids longer to finish their homework in the study. Or a cafe manager is in the back office talking on Zoom to its coffee bean supplier. The FPOS machine out the front keeps dropping out. That is just not good enough from this government. Under my bill, NBN will have to serve up to a minimum of 25 megabits per second at all times of the day on average. Just last week, a constituent of mine in Tagaty told me how she sends her work mails after hours because the network is just too slow during the day. Now, that is simply absurd in our modern age, and it's hurting our regional economies. This bill also establishes minimum wait times for new NBN connections and fault rectifications in the regions. And this government wants to give NBN a free pass on this too. Right now, the government wants to let NBN take up to 19 business days, essentially a whole calendar month, to connect some new homes or small businesses in the regions, even if it's close to a fixed-line facility. All small business owners know that the first 12 months of a new local start-up are the hardest. A month delay in connection to the NBN is the last thing an accounting business relying on cloud-based software or a beauty salon setting up a new online booking system needs when it's getting up and running. Mr Deputy Speaker, in the cities, most new connections are same day, and if it needs to be connected to a fixed-line facility, it can usually be done within a few days. We deserve the same in the regions. And the same goes for fixing network dropouts. The government wants to mandate a one-day wait time for network faults to be rectified in the cities, but up to 3 days in the regions and remote areas. The impact of a 72-hour outage on a small business balance sheet is immense. You'd think the government could see that and would act on that. People are usually shocked to learn that no internet standards like those I've proposed in this bill exist right now. All we have is a general expectation that these companies, including NBN, will be incentivised to build and maintain high-quality broadband infrastructure on the basis that it makes solid and sustainable commercial sense. What this means is that in regional electorates like mine, where there is no competition, there is no incentive for NBN to continue providing a high level of service over time as the government moves to privatise NBN. If we don't introduce a bill like this, regional Australians will simply have to get what they're given when it comes to internet speed, connection time and fixing faults. And that's not on. Over a year ago, the government published draft internet connectivity standards which would entrench, not solve, the telecommunications divide between the cities and the regions. We've seen zero progress on those draft standards since, and I highly doubt we will before the next election. What's worse is that the government intends to establish those standards via regulation, and that means internet standards would be at the total discretion of the minister, not enshrined and protected in law like this bill does. And that doesn't sound like adequate protection to me, especially under a government which said the NBN rollout was complete when it wasn't, and is trying to force cash-strapped local councils in the regions to foot the bill for the rest of the build. If we can legislate and protect employment and education standards, then we can legislate and protect internet standards. This bill has broad in-principle support from peak bodies across the nation, from the National Farmers Federation to the Small Business Council of Australia and the Australian Communications Consumer Action Group. And here's what the NFF had to say. Current telco service guarantees and service performance are not up to standard, and change is needed to reflect the needs of consumers and businesses. The value of the tax dollars of Australians in the bush has no lesser value than that of city dwellers. Not only is this unjust, the ramifications of drawn-out repair times are potentially life-threatening. If Australia is going to continue the transformation to a digital economy in the regions, statutory infrastructure providers like the NBN need to provide an environment to support that transformation. Well, I couldn't agree more. And regional business leaders and entrepreneurs also back the bill. One of them is the inspirational Joe Palmer, the founder and CEO of Pointer Remote, which empowers city-based employers to hire talent remotely in the regions. This is what Joe says. For those who do not have access to a strong, reliable connection, they are excluded from participating in the workforce remotely. The faster and more equitable access to a strong, reliable connection secured through the Faster Internet for Regional Australians Bill, we can access work, pay tax and stimulate the economy at a community level with major flow-on effects for national GDP. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, according to Matt Farlett, the CEO of the Australian Centre for Rural Entrepreneurship based in Beechworth, he says, "This bill respects the enormous challenges rural job innovators already face to create new business and industry opportunities. Rural communities do not need to be further hobbled and deserve a sporting chance in a global marketplace by having a reliable telco infrastructure that is currently taken for granted by people in metropolitan areas." Again, I couldn't agree more. It's clear that the government has backed away when it comes to holding telcos to account in the regions. We deserve communications excellence at all times, just like the cities. The bill does this, and I commend it to the House.
Order. Is the motion seconded?
The motion is seconded, Mr Speaker, and I reserve my right to speak.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4. Social Media Protecting Australians from Censorship Bill 2022.
Order. I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I present the Social Media Protecting Australians from Censorship Bill 2022 and explanatory memorandum. Thank you.
And I call the clerk.
First reading.
Order. Sorry, point of order.
The motion by the honourable member for Dawson, I will be seconding it.
Okay, so
I
you're
don't know
a little
whether
bit
I advise
premature.
that now or later.
You're a little bit premature. You'll need to second the motion after the member for Dawson has spoken. I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act about social media services and for related purposes.
And I call the member for Dawson.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Mr Deputy Speaker, firstly, can I thank the member for Kennedy for his enthusiasm in seconding it? Can I thank more so the member for Wide Bay, who has seconded the notice of motion and is also here in the hope that he will be the one rising to second it. Thank Senator Matt Canavan for his work on this issue, and the Nationals Backbench Policy Committee, who have been deliberating on this issue for some time. This bill really seeks to reinforce one of our commitments to civil and political rights through the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, particularly refer to Article 19, which states that everyone shall have the right to hold opinions without interference. Without interference. It also states that everyone shall have the right to freedom of expression, and that this right shall include freedom to seek, receive and impart information and ideas of all kinds, regardless of frontiers, either orally, in writing or in print, in the form of art or through any other media of his choice or her choice. Now, what we find today is that we have a grave problem with foreign social media services. We're talking about big tech. We're talking about outfits like Facebook, outfits like Twitter, outfits like Google and YouTube, outfits like Instagram, outfits like WeChat, outfits like TikTok, which have become notoriously censorious of political discourse. In fact, and it's probably the biggest example, the then leader of the free world, the former President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, was taken down off a fair few of these platforms, particularly Facebook and Twitter. And that was much to the delight of the left, across the world, but there was one person who was left-leaning. He didn't like Donald Trump at all. He was one of the early investors in Twitter, US venture capitalist Fred Wilson, who said this, and I think it behoves all of those who delighted in the former president being removed from social media to listen to these words. Fred Wilson said, "I think it is problematic that Twitter has this much power. Not only are they silencing Trump, they are taking away his tens of millions of followers and they are prohibiting all of his followers from seeing his tweets. We should be careful what we wish for. This is a slippery slope we are headed down. This should be a warning sign to everyone in DC, the senators, the representatives, the folks leaving the White House and the folks entering it. He who kills the king becomes the king." Repeat those words from Fred Wilson. He who kills the king becomes the king. We have now so much power invested in this big tech oligarchy. In fact, the American Civil Liberties Union, not known for their like for President Trump or their like for right-wing political views, their senior legislative counsel, Kate Ruan, said this: "It should concern everyone when companies like Facebook and Twitter wield unchecked power to remove people from platforms that have become indispensable for the speech of billions." And that's where we're at. These platforms now form the public square. They form the place where ideas are debated, where ideas are put forward, where discussion ensues. We have these big tech oligarchies controlling that space where political and philosophical and ideological, cultural and social discourse goes on all around the world, including in this nation. We've had a member of parliament in this place, in fact at least two of them, who have been removed, cancelled from these big tech outfits, one of which is my friend the member for Hughes. Whatever you think of his views, he is an elected member of parliament. He wasn't saying anything that was illegal, either on Facebook or on YouTube. He had a video of a speech given to this place removed from YouTube. Further than that, he had his entire profile taken down of Facebook and of Instagram. I can refer to the member for Cook, the Prime Minister, who had his posts removed from WeChat. Now, they were not particularly unlawful. They weren't particularly egregious. They were just simply putting forward the views of the Australian government to people of Chinese ethnicity in this country. But he was taken off WeChat. We had a foreign social media service, ostensibly controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, silencing the Prime Minister of this country in his own country. If that does not ring alarm bells, I do not know what does in this place. The 1688 Bill of Rights, something that all parliamentarians should read up on, because it really did establish modern democracy and Westminster democracy that we are part of in this place. And that said in that Bill of Rights that the freedom of speech and debates or proceedings in Parliament ought not to be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. And yet we have big tech that can actually take down parliamentary proceedings, debates or videos of debates, or I guess even quotes from debates off their platforms that they don't like. It extends from members of Parliament to media organisations. Sky News had many videos removed from YouTube, not for illegal things, again, but because it breached what these big tech outfits call their community standards. There's another term for community standards. It's called editorial guidelines, but these outfits pretend that they're not publishers. And by the fact that they call them community guidelines rather than editorial guidelines, gets them away with it and gets them out of facing defamation. They can't have it both ways. You can't be editors that are chopping and changing the content on their platforms and not be liable for things that are said on those platforms. But what I would prefer is that simply free speech was let to run unabated on these platforms, except for, of course, illegal speech or defamatory content. The fact is, foreign social media services are interfering in the political discourse in this country. I have outlined that already. We have gone in this parliament and protected big news media against foreign social media services, or at least we've put the money of big tech into the pockets of big news corporations in this country, but we have done nothing to protect the little people out there. My bill seeks to do that. It seeks to do that in two respects. It gives a terminology of protected persons, which really do form the pillar of democracy, the pillars of democracy in this country. It says that there should be no censorship against lawful content from politicians, political candidates, political parties, journalists and news organisations. At the same time, it would provide recourse for people who are censored for their philosophical discourse on social media, allow them a pathway to go to the Australian Communications and Media Authority to adjudicate whether it was right for that censorship to occur. And if it doesn't, in both instances, there would be fines of over $1 million against these big tech outfits. This is very important. And if I could close with a large quote from Joel Kotkin, it explains everything. Read the book, The Coming of Neo-Feudalism. It says, not satisfied with controlling information pipelines, the tech oligarchs have been moving to shape content as well. Controllers like those at Facebook and Twitter seek to curate content on their sites or even eliminate views they find objectionable, which tend to be conservative views, according to former employees. Algorithms intended to screen out hate groups often spread a wider net, notes one observer, since the programmers have trouble distinguishing between hate groups and those who might simply express views that conflict with the dominant culture of Silicon Valley. That managers of social media platforms aim to control content is not merely the perception of conservatives. Over 70% of Americans believe that social media platforms censor political views, according to a recent Pew study. With their quasi-monopoly status, Facebook and Google don't worry about competing with anyone, as the tech entrepreneur Peter Thiel observes, so they can indulge their own prejudices to a greater extent than the businesses that might be concerned about alienating customers. With their tightening control over media content, their tech elite are now situated to exert a cultural predominance that is unprecedented in the modern era. It recalls the cultural influence of the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages, but with more advanced technology. This bill is important. It provides for no less than safeguarding of Australian democracy against the big tech oligarchy that threaten to remake the world, including our country, in their own woke image. We need to act before it's too late.
Order. Is the motion seconded? The member for Kennedy.
Yeah, excuse the backwards and forwards. It's the only time ever in my history in Parliament.
Order. Is the motion seconded?
Yes.
If it's not seconded, it will lapse.
Yes, I am seconding it, but I want to explain that I haven't had time to read what I am seconding. Right?
Order.
I'm
going
entitled to say that.
Maybe save your reputation, member for Kennedy. The time for debate has elapsed. The motion's been seconded. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 5. Moratorium on new coal, gas and oil bill 2022.
And I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the moratorium on new coal, gas and oil bill 2022 in the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose a moratorium on new coal, gas and oil projects and for related purposes.
And if I can just, before calling the member for Melbourne, remind members that if they're not speaking, they should continue to wear their masks. I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. I'm going to make this as simple as I possibly can. The Liberal National Government and the Labor opposition climate target is for net zero emissions by 2050. I think that's too late. The science says that's too late, but that's their targets. The Liberal and Labor targets are for net zero emissions by 2050. The scientists that we pay to advise us on this as well as the undisputed authority, according to governments, on global energy system, the International Energy Agency, has said last year that to reach net zero by 2050, not one single new coal, oil or gas project can be built. Not one. Yet on the government's official register, there are 114 new coal and gas projects in the pipeline. 114. Enough to more than double, or containing double, the amount of Australia's emissions. There's 2.5 times Australia's emissions every year locked up in these projects that Liberal and Labor want to develop. So either the government and opposition agree on achieving net zero by 2050, or they believe in advancing these 114 projects, even one of which, the bigger ones, could blow our climate targets. Maths and physics don't let you believe in both. So which is it? Net zero or new coal and gas? Physics and biochemistry says we can either have farming or we can have more coal and gas, but we can't have both. So which is it? The mining and burning of coal and gas are the leading causes of the climate crisis. So if you don't have a plan for coal and gas and you want to open up more coal and gas mines, then you don't have a plan to keep Australia safe from a climate breakdown. The Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, Fatih Birol, said last year, and I quote, "If governments are serious about the climate crisis, there can be no new investments in oil, gas and coal from now, from this year." And he continued, "More and more countries are coming up with net zero commitments, which is very good, but I see a huge and growing gap between the rhetoric and the reality." And he is right. In Australia, with our 114 new projects backed by Labor and Liberal, this gap between rhetoric and reality is as long as the Great Dividing Range. The International Energy Agency's research on why we cannot afford any new coal, oil or gas opened up makes intuitive sense. It's what our scientists are telling us too. It's what the United Nations are telling us too. You have to stop pouring petrol on the fire before you can start putting it out. Keeping coal and gas in the ground is the very first thing a government would do if they were serious about treating global heating like the climate emergency that it is. And that is why this bill is being introduced today, to put a pause on the approval of new coal and gas projects. Existing projects in operation will be untouched by this legislation, and we can deal with them later. And although the Greens' policy remains for the rapid phase-out of coal and gas on the path to net zero by 2035, this temporary freeze on advancing these 114 projects through the pipeline should be a circuit breaker that everyone could agree on. We need this pause to help develop the policies that the Australian government can take to the next UN climate conference. The Greens will be working every day from now until May to kick this rotten government out. But we need to make sure that next parliament we don't keep up opening up new coal and gas projects. One project, the Beetaloo Basin that Labor and Liberal both want to open up, will increase Australia's pollution by up to 13% just on its own. Now, with the bipartisan commitment that is in place to opening up these new coal and gas projects, it is only through the voices of third parties in this place, like the Greens, having power, that we are going to see the action the science requires, which means a moratorium on opening up new coal, oil and gas projects. And then Australia can join in the push that other countries are leading. The United States, the United Kingdom, the European Union are all leading a global push to stop the additional pollution from coal and gas and tackle the climate crisis. Over 100 countries, representing 70% of the global economy, have signed up to the methane pledge that US President Joe Biden was pushing at the climate summit, to knock 0.2 degrees off a potential future temperature rise from this one pledge alone. But Australia didn't sign up to that pledge at the climate summit, and the opposition said that they wouldn't sign up to it either because of the power of the big gas corporations, which are trying to fudge the fact that gas is as dirty as coal when you take into account the potent damage of methane. The UN chief, Antonio Guterres, also pushed the No New Coal pledge, where countries from the developed and developing world have signed up to no new coal projects. And as the campaign made clear, I quote, "Moving away from coal is not a death knell for industrialisation, but rather a much better opportunity for green jobs." This bill will enable a moratorium on new coal, gas and oil projects. It's a pretty reasonable proposition. It's not even about existing coal and gas projects. We're just saying don't open up new ones. This has the support of people in this country right across the political spectrum. People do not want us opening up new coal, oil and gas projects. We can have discussions in this place about what to do about existing ones, how to get out of it and support coal communities and workers through the transition. But everyone should be able to agree not to open up new ones. We are in a climate crisis. We've been told that we've got a few years to tackle this, otherwise the window closes. And if that window closes, climate change becomes a runaway chain reaction. And our kids and our grandkids live in a country where Australia heats by over 3 degrees in their lifetimes, where farming in the Murray-Darling Basin is going to become nigh on impossible in many parts of it, where whole cities will become uninhabitable during our kids' lifetimes, where droughts become a regular occurrence, as do bushfires. That is what is at stake. And this parliament, this government and this opposition cannot be the ones who stand by and listen to that science and pretend to accept it and then go and open up new coal and gas projects. And it makes sense not just if we care about our kids, and it makes sense not just from a climate point of view, but from an economic one too. Global capital is quickly fleeing emissions-intensive projects. These coal and gas projects need to run for 3 or 4 decades to be profitable. There will be no customers for coal and gas in 3 or 4 decades. These assets will be stranded, and the communities they leave abandoned will collapse and be forced to disperse. Every single coal and gas project from here on in is going to have great difficulty in securing finance because banks and insurers are exposed to great reputational risk, matched only by the degree of great financial risk. People don't want to be the customers of climate-denying institutions. Young, smart talent don't want to go and work for climate-denying institutions. And that's why, increasingly, through a form of corporate socialism that I know the member for Goldstein loves and boosts every time he comes here, it is the public that is now having to put their hands in their pockets and give money to these big tax-dodging corporations to go and open up new coal and gas fields because the banks won't touch them with a barge pole. So the member for Goldstein comes in here and says, well, let's have the public. Member for Goldstein comes in here and says, let's have the public subsidise these big tax-dodging corporations in a form of corporate welfare that most people are astounded even exists. And I repeat the point that I made at the start, in conclusion. We'll have differences of views about how quickly we should get out of existing coal and gas, but everyone can surely agree that we shouldn't open up new coal and gas projects. No one should be able to refuse this, and it's what the Australian people want.
Order. Is the motion seconded? Member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, I second the bill moved by the member for Melbourne and reserve my right to speak.
Order. The question is that this bill now be read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the next day of sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6, Commonwealth Electoral Amendment, Cleaning Up Political Donations Bill 2022.
And I call the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Cleaning Up Political Donations Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918 and for related purposes.
I call the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Deputy Speaker, Australians' trust in politicians and the political process is at an all-time low, and for good reason, because due to this country's weak political donation laws, voters don't even know who they're voting for. Indeed, millions of dollars in political donations remain undisclosed each year, and Australians are routinely left in the dark about who's bankrolling their current and prospective elected representatives. Deputy Speaker, to restore this dwindling trust, we urgently need significant reform, starting today with a deep overhaul of our political donations framework. We also need an independent Federal Integrity Commission with teeth, more comprehensive media freedom laws and better protections for whistleblowers. This is what the community demands, and it should be something that receives bipartisan support. Deputy Speaker, the current disclosure threshold for political donations is $14,500, and obviously that is way too high. Moreover, the current legislation also doesn't require donors to disclose if they donate just below the threshold multiple times. So in practice, this means, for example, that a mining company can donate $14,499 multiple times without the public ever knowing about it. Indeed, a report released this month by the Centre for Public Integrity showed that almost 30%, or $1.38 billion, of donations received by the major parties since 1998 came from unknown sources. The recent figures released by the Australian Electoral Commission paint a similar picture, because in the last financial year alone, more than $68 million of unexplained money flooded into the political parties, making up almost 40% of all of their donations. And making matters worse is that donation disclosures are only required once a year, meaning that up to 19 months can pass between a political entity receiving a donation and the public becoming aware of the donation. Deputy Speaker, how on earth is the community expected to make informed decisions at the ballot box if they have no idea who is bankrolling candidates and parties? They can't. I would add, Deputy Speaker, that the situation is even worse in Tasmania, where we also have to endure the weakest state political donation laws in the country. Indeed, despite promises from the Tasmanian Liberal government to legislate for stronger transparency in political donations, both the Liberal and Labor parties went to the Tasmanian election last year backed by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, of dark money. Indeed, in the last financial year, the Tasmanian branch of the Liberal Party only disclosed the source of $260,000 out of $3.4 million, a startling 7.6%. The Tasmanian branch of the Labor Party was not much better, only disclosing where 15.5% of where its funding came from. Which brings me to the bill before the House today, Deputy Speaker, that would strengthen the transparency and accountability of political donations, starting with the lowering of the disclosure threshold to $1,000 and requiring aggregation so that multiple donations received from the same donor must be disclosed if the sum of all donations meet the threshold. The bill also requires real-time reporting of donations to the AEC, and in particular that political entities must provide a return to the AEC within 2 business days of receiving a donation over $1,000. The AEC is then required to publish this on their website as soon as reasonably practical, which is not a new concept, Deputy Speaker, because several states have already require real-time reporting of donations. Indeed, if we debated this bill right now and it received bipartisan support, we could see such disclosure at the upcoming federal election. Deputy Speaker, surely voters have a right to know who's bankrolled a candidate or party before casting their vote, because the reality is that government policy is shaped by political donations. In other words, when someone hands over many tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in donations, it comes with an expectation of a return on that investment. And very often in Australia, these days, the return on such investments is pretty good, to say the least. Not irrelevant is that Pratt Industries donated a thumping $1.3 million to the Liberal Party during the last financial year, and afterwards the company was awarded a $10 million grant from the federal government from the Bushfire Recovery Fund. Make of that what you will. Moreover, donations from certain industrial sectors continue to severely impact policy and decision-making. For instance, I've no doubt that the reluctance of both major parties to implement meaningful gambling reform is a direct result of the huge money that they receive from that industry. Why, in the last financial year alone, the Coalition received over $540,000 from pro-gambling stakeholders and Labor $516,000. And again, this is just the money we know about. It's also hardly surprising, Deputy Speaker, that fossil fuel companies backing large gas projects across Australia gave nearly $1 million in political donations to the three major parties last financial year, a fact that came to light the same week the opposition committed to opening a new taxpayer-funded gas-fired power station, a policy opposed by energy experts across the board. Deputy Speaker, politicians should be serving their communities, but instead they're bending over backwards to please the big donors. And big money in politics is a huge problem. Indeed, the Centre for Public Integrity reported that just 10 donors accounted for more than $4.2 million, or 23% of all political donations in the last financial year. And that's why this bill implements a cap of $50,000 on the total amount any one donor can donate during an electoral cycle. Deputy Speaker, the bill also places a cap on the total amount that candidates and parties can spend on election campaigns, because parliamentarians should be elected on their policies, their values, and what it is they can offer their community. Instead, our current system facilitates elections based on who has the biggest war chest. Australians would remember that Clive Palmer spent an absurd $80 million on the last federal election, and it's been reported that he intends to surpass this at this year's election. This blatant threat to attempt to buy the outcome of an election is something that all of us should be taking very seriously. Moreover, politicians and parties should not be accepting donations from sectors whose business causes direct harm to Australians. That's why my bill prohibits donations from fossil fuel entities, gambling companies, liquor companies and the tobacco industry. It also increases the penalties for corporations who breach electoral laws. And finally, Deputy Speaker, my bill expands the definition of a gift to include any expenditure which benefits a party, such as the Love Your Local campaign we saw from the poker machine industry during the 2018 Tasmanian state election. It also captures money spent to attend political fundraisers and functions to minimise payment for access to politicians. In closing, Deputy Speaker, I urge all members to support this bill because the community is crying out for reform, and it's way beyond time politicians focused on the public interest, not their self-interest. I would also like to acknowledge my member of staff, Millie von Stiglitz, for the remarkable job she's done preparing what is quite a complex bill. In my remaining time, Deputy Speaker, I invite the member for Indi, who is seconding the bill, to comment on the bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I second this bill and commend the member for Clark for its introduction. As an independent, transparency and integrity are at the heart of what drives me and the people who put me here. Political access and influence should never be for sale. I'm proud to disclose the names and amount of every single donation I receive above $1,000 every financial quarter. That includes smaller, cumulative donations from the same person that together total over $1,000. I'm also committed to disclosing the names of anyone who cumulatively donates more than the Australian Electoral Commission threshold of $14,500 within 5 business days. This bill would hold us all to a similar standard. The publication of AEC returns earlier this month show how urgently we need to reform political donations laws. Recent analysis from the Centre for Public Integrity found that over $1 billion in financial contributions, or about 35% of all donations going to the major parties, came from unknown sources in the last 2 decades. What's more concerning is that Australians will have to go to the ballot box none the wiser on what donations the major parties have received since they filed their returns. I thank the member for Clark again for his leadership, and I commend this bill to the House.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned. The resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 7, Defence Honours and Awards. Motion by the member from Bowman.
And I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the motion relating to Defence Honours and Awards in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In this motion today, I wish to note, acknowledge, thank and urge. I want to note the very important decision from Defence Honours and Awards Tribunal, January 25, making a recommendation to government relating to recognition of the fallen, those who make the ultimate sacrifice, those who are injured and wounded in service. Of course, I want to acknowledge the significant 25-year campaign by Kay and Kerry Daines of Alexandra Hills in my electorate, who since 1996, June 12 to be precise, have campaigned for 25 years for the result that was released by the Tribunal January 25. Of course, I wish to thank every veteran family that made a submission and every veteran family who were part of these discussions. 260 of them in 2021, and of those, 70 made verbal submissions to this inquiry. And I urge my government and every future government to do everything possible to bring this proposal to fruition. Deputy Speaker, I won't pass your notice that 25 years is a very long time, and it does reflect the reverence and importance Australia holds in its honours and awards. And while those 25 years have been incredibly frustrating for those who campaigned, I joined this campaign in 2008 when a former coalition colleague and a former Assistant Minister for Defence said to me, as he retired and completed his term, if there's one thing you should continue doing, it is this fight for recognition. And I want to make very clear what this is. We are proposing that, in line with other Western economies and allied nations, that there is a tangible form of recognition for the next of kin of those who have served in active service and made either the ultimate sacrifice, been injured or wounded, both physically and emotionally. And when we talk about these matters, this is not in any way to disparage the current system, but to recognise historically that there was a time when a Mother's Medal was sent to the next of kin as listed in the enlistment papers of a service personnel, and that finished in September 1945. From that period of imperial medals to that point, we then moved to Australian medals, and it's this scope that this tribunal has considered. And the recommendations, if you'll forgive me as I attempt to distill them, was that we should look at a medal directly for the next of kin and for anyone who is identified as next of kin, potentially more than one person. And a next of kin medal is worn on the left by the genuine next of kin, while the veteran or the family members' medals, as everyone would know, is worn on the right. But the additional question is, can the medal order of wear clearly and tangibly demonstrate that this sacrifice has been made? And at the moment, the medals represent the service given by the individual, but it doesn't recognise the sacrifice. And this comes in many different terms. And while you may think that a clasp, which for those that are not initiated in these matters, often it's a horizontal bar that appears on the cloth part of the medal, very, very tiny in some cases, but very, very noticeable and of extraordinary importance to those who understand the medal order of wear. The point of this clasp is to make it possible that when those medals are worn in perpetuity by family, that at a single glance one can see not only the service but the sacrifice. And if you think about being at an RSL, Deputy Speaker, and approaching the families of veterans, with one single glance the proposal is that one can see that the sacrifice has been made, and an appropriate way of engaging or entering in a conversation with that family becomes all the more possible. And that's important because if we look at the number of Australians who have fallen and injured or wounded, the numbers are extraordinary. Look, keep in mind that the recommendation again goes back to September 1945. Few of us in this place or beyond these walls would know that 98.4% of Australia's fallen fell before that date. They currently have imperial awards for which the tribunal is unable to make a recommendation. And it surprises me that there wasn't some recommendation to this effect. While it cannot formally be done, additional work can be done by this place to ensure that there is continuity back to 1885, when the first person fell in the service of this country in the Sudan. And if we think about the historical tale of Australia, from Sudan to the Boer War, to the trenches of World War I, to Beersheba, to the Rats of Tobruk, to Kokoda, to all of the places, World War I's Western Front, the World War II service in the air and on water, on land, that so many of these great historical battles are not currently able to be recognised with this Class Ball medal if we go ahead purely with this recommendation. So it's a two-part recommendation today in this motion. First of all, that we urge government and, in fact, the entire community to look at the recommendations from January 25 and continue to be part of this consultation process. But it's also important to recognise that with 98% of our fallen holding imperial awards, that this may require an approach from this nation to Her Majesty for permission to include a clasp so that we can treat all medals equally back to the first fallen. And I think that's incredibly important, that we don't have clasps only for 1945 going forward. Many have expressed views on the Mother's Medal. Sadly, as I understand, they were sent in the post office to be collected by next of kin. And while that would seem incredibly hard-hearted and distant for us now, that shows the reality of how things were at the time. So many families didn't appreciate the Mother's Medal as much as they should. But one would also agree that if we can start the medal from that moment forward, there is no duplication, but it is the clasp that is important, because that sits on the medals themselves. So in this two-part recommendation in this motion, it's for everyone, not just this parliament, not just the veteran community. Remember, many of them made recommendations that may have differed quite significantly from what was recommended. We would ask those veterans to continue conversations in RSLs, service personnel all around the country, on bases, here and overseas, because this is a very important step, but incredibly important to finally capture, in a tangible sense, the full service and sacrifice of our service personnel. I'm utterly delighted that finally we have reached this stage, but it is not the end of the journey. There is still potentially 12 to 18 months of further conversation if and when this is to proceed. It would be incomplete of me not to make a passing observation that through the 15 years I've been involved in this campaign and the 25 years since Kay and Kerry Daines picked up this challenge, 50,000 people filling out petitions, that there was a decision to develop a pin for the three arms of the armed forces in place of the medal. This was an important step, but only halfway there, and these pins have been presented. But I'm disappointed that in many cases these pins may well have been an effort to stymie the ultimate campaign for appropriate medal recognition. These are strong words that I make today in this motion, but we worked extremely hard with chiefs of the Defence Force over this time with varying levels of success. And these pins began being presented internally by Defence without notifying the government of the day. And I think that's incredibly disappointing that it was done by press release, and only that I stumbled upon an inbox press release in the Minister's office where was I able to notify the Prime Minister that these pins were being presented without the Prime Minister being aware. That was fixed within 1 hour, and the Prime Minister that day presented the pin. This wasn't the greatest day in the history of this story, but ultimately I think the right thing happened, and by supporting the recommendations of this report, allowing continued veteran contribution, I once again thank Kay and Kerry Daines and quote Kerry in particular, a 42-year Special Air Services Regiment veteran, who said, "I'm delighted with this recommendation from the Tribunal. I feel that we are very close now to a tangible result." And he, like all of us here, would thank every veteran family who, within most painful of memories and service in many cases, have made sure that historically not only service but sacrifice is appropriately recognised. Thank you.
Order. Is the motion seconded? Member.
Deputy.
And are you reserving your right? The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to support this motion and the sentiment behind it. Recently, the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal recommended the creation of a new class of medals and clasps, which recognise the loss suffered by families of Australian Defence Force personnel killed or seriously wounded as a result of their service. This followed a referral of the matter to the Tribunal in January last year by the former Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel. In its report on the inquiry, the Tribunal noted that Australia, through the Order of Australia and the Australian Defence Honours and Award System, already recognises the service of ADF members. In addition, Australia recognises the wounding, injury or death of such members in a variety of essential ways, for example through healthcare, income support, compensation, family support, service, bereavement, pins and memorials. However, the inquiry considered that none of these consequences of service are reflected in the present medallic forms of recognition. None expressly convey the gratitude of the nation for individual sacrifice, and none provided a suitably solemn and individual emblem of that gratitude. The Tribunal therefore recommended it is timely, if not incumbent, for Australia to initiate such an expression of its gratitude to members and their families. This would provide a tangible and readily recognisable expression of national gratitude for the sacrifice of ADF members killed or suffering a serious wound, injury or disease in or as a result of their service, and that of their families. It would do so in a way that allows existing defence honours and awards to be better tell the story of that service. Importantly, this motion recognises the strong advocacy of former Special Air Service Regiment Warrant Officer Kerry Daines and his wife, Dr Kay Daines, including through a petition that attracted around 45,000 signatures. Mr Daines launched this campaign several years ago following the tragic Black Hawk helicopter collision during an Army training exercise in Townsville in 1996, which resulted tragically in the death of 18 soldiers. He's made the point that telling a story is important to our nation, and our existing defence honours and award systems tell the story of where our personnel served and for how long. But for those killed in service, both overseas and at home, in response to emergencies, conflict and disasters, we do not officially personalise their sacrifice and conclude their record of service. Mr Daines therefore proposed a clasp of on these individuals' campaign or service medals, which would complete the story of personal service and sacrifice. After all, there are precedents overseas, as the member for Bowman said, and we should recognise them. Australian soldiers have argued there should be something similar for ADF personnel or wounded in action to the Purple Heart. But we should also recognise the families for their service and sacrifice. And I want to acknowledge also the advocacy of my colleague, the member for Solomon, on this issue, and thank him very much, because alongside the member for Bowman, he has been a strong advocate for Special Forces and Afghanistan veterans, as well as for veterans' mental health and for victims of abuse in the ADF. And thank you, Luke, for the work you've done. They, of course, those advocates and Labor, urge the government to stand up on behalf and for ADF personnel and their families. The government has not always done this, and first in the response to the Brereton War Crimes Report, which had a terrible effect on the mental health of our current and former personnel, and secondly, tragically, the Morrison government had to be dragged kicking and screaming to the Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide. We know that many defence personnel have medically been discharged, have suffered mental health issues, and in some cases have tragically taken their lives. And I will encourage everyone to cooperate with the Royal Commission. I note that the Sydney hearings are happening today, and I will encourage veterans and their families to engage with the Royal Commission. Some sort of recognition of the impact of service and the sufferings of war would play a therapeutic role for veterans and their families by a decision which I ask the government to take up on the recommendation of the Tribunal. I want to take this opportunity to thank the many veterans and their families for the sacrifice and the submissions that they've also made. I noticed that the Awards Tribunal saw hundreds of submissions, and individuals, 220 individuals and groups have made submissions to that inquiry. I urge the government to not procrastinate, to engage consultatively, accept the advice of the umpire and do the right thing by these veterans and their families.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Braddon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Inscribed in the wall of our war memorial are the words, "No greater love has any man than to lay down his life for a friend." And they're very solemn words, and they strike to the heart of every veteran and every person that's ever served, or everyone that's ever lost somebody as a result of that service. And I want to today acknowledge all the young Australians who worked the courage to finally go into a recruiting office and to raise their hand and to swear by oath or affirmation that they'll put their life on the line for the defence of their country. They raise their right hand and they swear an oath to Australia, its people, its government, its Queen, her heirs and successors according to law. So help me God. And once that solemn pledge has been made, then that young Australian's life changes. And it changes in a very profound way. Veterans and those who are serving will understand exactly what I mean. And I don't have the words, Deputy Speaker, to articulate the degree of soul-searching that goes prior to making that decision to make that pledge. We then take them to their recruit training establishments at Kapuka, at Cerberus or Edinburgh, at the Australian Defence Force Academy or the Royal Military College. And there we teach them, we ingrain in them, we inculcate in them very deeply, very solemnly, that their importance as an individual is secondary to that of the team. And the person on their right and their left is the person that they should make the ultimate sacrifice for, and they would in an instant give their life for that person on their right or their left. Many ask why, and the answer is simple. It's because that person on your right or your left would give their life for you. This is further inculcated, further strengthened and reinforced as we take them through initial employment training and then they finally march into their unit. And upon marching into a battalion, they see the battle honours that that unit has received, and they feel and they smell and they taste the legends of generations that have gone before them. And they understand the importance of the person on their right or their left. We then take them and put them in harm's way as a nation. We send them to the most dangerous places on the planet, and there they're required to engage the enemy in whatever means that might look like. But ultimately, they're willing to put their life on the line for their mate, for their unit, for their country and for their mission. But, Deputy Speaker, then the funerals come as a result of that. And I've spoken in this place before what it means, and those that have attended a military funeral will understand the significance and the solemn feel that portrays to everybody that's involved. One particular funeral that I'll never forget until the day I die is when, at the conclusion of that funeral, I was required to pass the Australian national flag to a next of kin, as is the tradition. And, Deputy Speaker, I'll never forget the look in that mother's eyes as she took that flag. And in this place of words, I'm lost for the words that describes what I felt that day. I wanted to bring that young bloke back. I wanted to hug her. I wanted to have the words that would ease her pain. And I didn't. I felt guilty that me, as part of the leadership team, had taken her son away. I still feel guilty. I still feel inadequate. I still feel as if there were words that I should have said that I couldn't, and I'm sure that there are many people in my position that want to say those words and can't. Let this remind people of those words that can't be said. Let this remind people of the tears that we shed in private. Let this remind people of the ultimate sacrifice that is paid in defending our nation and its people. And if we can do nothing else, for those that make that sacrifice, we can do this. We can remember them. And we must never forget them, lest we forget.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for Bowman for bringing this forward. He approached me some time ago, years ago, about this issue. Must be said in a typically weird way, but nevertheless, I thought it was something that was very worthwhile supporting, and got behind it and have been advocating since. And I thank the member for Blair for his acknowledgement of that. Before I get into the substance of this motion, I just want to make a quick comment about the service at the War Memorial, the last post ceremony that we have at the start of each parliamentary year. I was frankly disgusted at the level of turnout from politicians, federal members in this place. You know, there would have been 15, 16, 17 federal representatives, MPs and senators. There should be 4 ranks of members of parliament and senators, people who represent Australians at that one service that kicks off the parliamentary year. 1 hour of your time to acknowledge all those that have laid down their lives for our country before you get on with the rest of the year and the politics and the carry-on. We do important work here, yes, but to give up 1 hour at that last post-ceremony to say, for this calendar year and our efforts in the parliament, we will remember those that gave their lives for our freedom. And what it'll also do when members in this place stand at that last post-ceremony and look up at the tens of thousands of names of those that have gone before us, it'll remind you to not be so flippant about war. Remind you that war is a serious business and is paid for in the blood of patriotic men and women of this country. So when you launch on a pre-election megaphone diplomacy, talking tough, just remember that this country will always stand up for its values and its principles. We won't take a backward step, but needless and careless actions and flippant references to war should be thought about deeply, and that last post-ceremony gives all honourable members the opportunity to reflect. I also want to acknowledge the work of Kerry and Kay Danes in bringing this motion, or bringing the work that led to the inquiry, rather, forward. I served with Kerry for a short time in Timor-Leste, a great man who's done a lot, as is his wife, Kay, and I work closely with her to try and get the interpreters of Australian veterans out and some of the embassy security guards out in that shambolic withdrawal from Afghanistan. They're good people, as is Andrew Sloan, who does a mountain of work to assist veterans every day. He did a lot of work on this campaign that led to the inquiry that's now given us some recommendations. I want to acknowledge and thank Ray and Pam Palmer, who lost their son Scotty, Territory, born and bred, and he was lost in Afghanistan with the commandos. And Ray and Pam have been a big supporter of this push to get recognition, some sort of medallic recognition of those that are either been killed or in service or injured or wounded in service. It's an important, it's an important recognition, medallic recognition. As Ray often says, his son's name's up at on the War Memorial walls, but it would be nice to have his son's medal set accurately reflect the totality of his service and of his sacrifice. So I encourage the widest possible consultation about the recommendations. The ball's now in the government's court to do that work, and I wish them well in arriving at a good conclusion. As the member for Blair added, the Royal Commission is in Sydney and holding hearings, and my thoughts, prayers and solidarity are with all involved in that program.
I thank the member for Solomon. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for a later hour. I call the clerk.
Private members of business. Notice number 8, education, skills and training. Motion by the member for Dunkley.
I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to education, skills and training in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. The Universal Declaration on Human Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights recognise that everyone has the right to education. The Convention on the Rights of the Child provides that the education of a child shall be directed to the development of the child's personality, talents and mental and physical abilities to their fullest potential. And as the general comment on the International Covenant on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights notes, education is both a human right in itself and an indispensable means of realising other human rights. Education is the primary vehicle by which economically and socially marginalised adults and children can lift themselves out of poverty and obtain the means to participate fully in their communities. Education is also one of the best financial investments states can make. And importantly, as the comment notes, a well-educated, enlightened and active mind able to wander freely and widely is one of the joys and rewards of human existence. We know in this country that simply providing access to education, simply saying there's a school or a TAFE or a training facility or a university is not enough. We need to do more to make sure that children and students not only can afford to go and get training and education and higher education, but that they are engaged and connected in that education and training. And that is particularly important when it comes to schooling. Not all students learn in the same way. Not all students engage in the same way. But all students, all children, have a right to a quality basic education. The move under the previous federal Labor government towards needs-based or Gonski funding was an important move towards acknowledging this, and an important ambition towards more fairer funding and provision of education. But we know there is so much more to be done. There was more to be done before the last 2 years, where the impact of the pandemic and necessary shutdowns and remote learning impacted children. It impacted their education, some of their socialisation and, in too many cases, mental health. There was more to be done before that, and there is so much more to be done now as a consequence of health measures that were necessary, also impacting on education. A 2019 publication produced by Save the Children called Future Directions on Hands-on Learning, Keeping Young People Connected to Education and Building Capacity for Future Success, noted that there should be a greater focus on engagement at school through developing a positive learning disposition. Engagement is defined as not just turning up, but also a student's connection with learning. It's a proven game-changer education. It can help improve social mobility and mitigate inequality of opportunity, particularly for young people who experience disadvantage. Engaging all Australian children in their learning journey is a key. And in 2019, Save the Children, which has taken over running of a program that comes from my electorate, that comes from Frankston, called Hands-on Learning, called on the federal government and other governments to make this engagement a priority in 2019 and into the next decade. And that call just has so much more power now. But nothing has been done in response to that call. Governments need to make engagement in learning and access to learning a priority. What is hands-on learning? It's a practical school program that builds on wellbeing, engagement and attendance by creating opportunities for students to discover their talents and experience success through significant and authentic hands-on projects. It was piloted at Frankston High School in 1999 by Russell Kerr OAM as a response to too many years witnessing struggling students with different learning styles, written off prematurely and not given the opportunity to realise their potential. It's in 100 schools now, and 95% of students that engage go on to stay in education, get a job or get an apprenticeship. It's a top 100 global collection finish education, not-for-profit program. It should be funded to go from 100 schools to about 300 schools across this country. I've seen firsthand at Frankston High School, Elizabeth Murdoch, Mount Eliza College, Patterson River Secondary College, across my electorate, how great it is for children, their families and the community, and I call on the federal government to fund hands-on learning.
I thank the member for Dunkley. Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Seconded, and I have my right to speak.
I thank the member for Jagga Jagga. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise obviously to speak against the motion today, and I'd like to pick up where the member for Dunkley left off, and that is particularly on apprenticeships, because this motion is yet another example of how Labor will disregard the facts in order to try and fit their political narrative. We see them do it time and time again. And nowhere more evident is it than in this motion when it comes to apprenticeships, because this government has long been a very keen supporter of apprenticeships. We understand that it's a vital part of education and skills training out there in the community, and it's also a recognition that we understand, unlike the Labor Party, that it's not the government that is creating jobs in Australia. It is Australian businesses. It's Australian businesses out there, and we need supportive policies that will help Australian businesses to grow their workplaces and to grow job opportunities, especially when it comes to apprenticeships. So I had a look at the member for Dunkley's own electorate, because I thought, well, this motion must be driven from some place. So how bad is it on the ground there in Dunkley that the member is so concerned, particularly about apprenticeships as she was talking? And in fact, I had a look, Madam Deputy Speaker, and in Dunkley, training apprenticeships are up 41% since Labor was last in office. Up 41% in the member's own electorate. So such is her disgust that she's come in and moved this motion. If we can only assume that if we were to go back to a Labor government, as she would wish, that we would see those apprenticeships fall again, because that is the policies of her party, of which she is a part, whereas under the coalition government, there are 41% more apprenticeships in her own electorate for young people in the area of Dunkley than there was when Labor left office last time. And it's part and parcel of our government's Job Trainer Fund, a $2 billion investment in skills, supporting over 463,000 low-fee or no-fee courses in areas of skill shortages through TAFEs and registered training organisations. Now, we are on track, Madam Deputy Speaker, to make our target of almost 500,000 job-ready, skilled-up apprentices ready to take on the career of their choice. Let me just say again, 500,000 young Australians who are going to be skilled up, ready to take on their job because of the apprenticeships provided by the Morrison government. And our extended Job Trainer Fund, as outlined in the budget, any Australian can enrol in aged care, digital skills, disability care or childcare qualifications can access a job trainer place, regardless of their age, employment status or prior qualifications. Now, not only are we supercharging the economy to provide for more job seekers, but we are actively investing in the industries of the future to ensure that we don't have skills gaps when it comes to priority workforces. So, in digital skills, in aged care and disability care and childcare qualification in particular, because we want young Australians to be able to pursue their dreams and to pursue a job in their chosen field, but we particularly as well want to make sure that as they complete their skills, there are those important jobs for them to go into, and in those industries where we might face skill shortages in the future, this presents an opportunity not only to provide them with the training that they need, but also to make sure that those industries are catered for as well. So, while Labor, again, would like to come in this place and talk down these important initiatives and to talk down the state of the economy and to talk down the skills training initiatives, what we see is over 500,000 Australians who are going to be job-ready because of the Job Trainer Fund, and in fact an increase of 40% in the member's own electorate who is moving this motion for political purposes. I also want to speak quickly as well about out-of-pocket costs of childcare, encouraging greater workforce participation as the economy comes back and recovers. This is particularly important for families and young families in my electorate of Ryan. Since we came into government, there are over 280,000 more kids in childcare than before as a result of making childcare more affordable and accessible. Now, this is every family's own choice to make, but we want to make sure as a government that if they wish to get back, if parents wish to get back into the workforce and to access childcare, that the places are there and that the places are both accessible and affordable for them to take up that option to re-enter the workforce. So again, we will continue with these practical measures, not the political grandstanding of those opposite, to make sure that we get Australians in apprenticeships and we reduce the cost of living for Australian families.
I thank the member for Ryan. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my friend, the member for Dunkley, for bringing this important motion to the House today. And in fact, there's probably never been a more important time for a motion like this that looks at our education sector, which has had such a difficult time during this pandemic, whether it be early learning, whether it be school, primary school and secondary school, or tertiary education. And I am so grateful to all the staff, the students and the families and the advocates for education in my electorate who have taken the time throughout the pandemic and now to share their experiences with me, because they know we need to do so much better in this country. They know that education really is our future, and at the moment we are not hitting it as we should. So, Deputy Speaker, a couple of weeks ago I had the pleasure of visiting Natasha and her team at the Eltham Childcare Cooperative in my electorate. Natasha and her team can only be described as absolute troopers. Highly intelligent, very caring troopers who have just soldiered through this pandemic, making sure that our youngest children are cared for and supported. But like early educators across Jagga Jagga, Natasha and her team are feeling let down, they're feeling like they have been abandoned, and they are tired of having to adapt, often on short notice, to changing conditions of the pandemic, all the while trying to continue to provide the high-quality education that gives our children the best start to their learning journey. These early educators, Natasha and her team, all the early educators across our country, they deserve so much better recognition, support and pay for what they do, but they're not getting it from this government. Our families deserve so much better as well. Again, the pandemic has revealed to us just how important early education is, both for children and for parents. And parents are telling me that they find the early learning system difficult to navigate. Childcare fees are too expensive. And in fact, we're still in a situation where for many parents, and particularly for many women, if they choose to go back to work for more than a couple of days, they're in a losing position. They actually spend more on childcare than they earn in their wages. I'm proud to be part of a Labor team that knows that this current situation can't continue, that we're putting front and centre our plan for more affordable childcare. That's a plan I am really proud of, that 97% of families will see cheaper childcare under a Labor government and no family will be worse off. We take early learning seriously and we want to provide that real support to early educators and to families alike. Deputy Speaker, as the member for Dunkley noted, when we talk about education, we also have to consider that not all students respond to traditional school programs, and we do need to have the flexibility that recognises this and supports students to find something that works for them. And in my electorate, Open House in Macleod does a great job helping young people of secondary school age to unlock employment opportunities through hands-on work in crafts, mechanics, engineering and woodwork. And I know that this program from Open House has seen great success. Graduates from the program have gone on to apprenticeships or other forms of full-time work. I'm proud to have been able to support Open House through the Stronger Communities program, but programs like this deserve more support and are really important to our country. In my community, we also know the value of TAFE as a key part of our education sector. We know how important it is to have courses and training available to people in our local area, and we're lucky to have two wonderful Melbourne Polytechnic campuses at Greensborough and at Heidelberg West. But we also know what Liberals think of TAFE. When the Liberals were last in power in Victoria, they cut TAFE funding so much that the Greensborough TAFE shut down. It was only with a Labor government back in place that the Greensborough TAFE was reopened to ensure that people in Melbourne's northeast, in my electorate, had a local provider of skills and training. On this side of the House, Labor knows the value of TAFE, and that's why a federal Labor government will provide 465,000 free TAFE places nationwide. This is a massive investment, and I am very much looking forward to what it will mean for people in my electorate, for young people who have been dealt a really severe blow through this pandemic, to be able to get on track, to be able to get the skills, the learning opportunities, the skills that take them through their future and lead to secure, well-paid jobs. And building on our commitment to skills and training, an Albanese government will ensure that at least 1 in 10 employees for major government projects are apprentices, trainees or cadets. This is a commitment that will see tens of thousands of Australian workers given the training to set them up for their future. Education is so important. A Labor government will back it at every level.
I thank the member for Jagga. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Nichols.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to commend the member for Dunkley for putting this motion on the books today, and it's a great opportunity to talk about a range of educational settings within my electorate. Firstly, in relation to TAFE College and TAFE training, we have an amazing TAFE college based around Shepparton in the Goulburn Valley, so Go TAFE. It is wonderful, but it needs to have an enormous amount of money spent on the facility. We need potentially $100 million spent on Go TAFE when it's 5 or 6 different campuses, because the Victorian State Government has simply stopped spending money on our Shepparton campus. So when you go inside and have a look at the motor mechanic, you'll find trucks there that they simply cannot get the bonnet off because they don't have enough headroom. They have other vehicles. When you're learning how to be a mechanic, you need to have access to the electronics that enables you to dial in to Berlin, and Berlin will then tell you what's wrong with the car. That's the modern mechanic. Well, you can't get that sort of training in Shepparton because the state government won't invest in the TAFE college to give them the world-class, the world-leading, not even world-leading, just basic training to be a mechanic. So we need a state government that stops talking about the rubbish and starts supplying some of the funding that they need so that these TAFE colleges have the correct facilities. And we all know that apprentices right now are at an all-time high, and all of those apprentices getting half their wages paid by the federal government. So again, the Victorian state government can talk this rubbish up. However, it's the coalition that is helping them at every way. And right now we have the Shepparton Secondary College that is also a member of Hands-On Learning, but it also is a school, one giant school that the Victorian State Government has built for Shepparton, so you only have one choice where to send your child to a government school in Shepparton, that is to the one secondary school. And certainly the thoughts are that potentially that school would need a trade school arm to it, and potentially a smaller campus associated with it to deal with those children that would do better in a smaller setting, rather than having a kid come from a very small primary school in the regions and be forced to go to a school with 2,500 students. So potentially we might need a slightly different, nuanced approach. And as we all know, when it's talked about why Greensborough TAFE had to shut down, we also again know that the truth behind that is that the state Labor government at the time they privatised registered training organisations and made the TAFE colleges ridiculously too expensive. So effectively it's their own policies that actually lead to these outcomes. However, the second part of the member for Dunkley's motion goes towards hands-on learning, and I want to really congratulate the people behind this amazing educational facility. Running many schools. In Victoria we have 98 schools that have hands-on learning. In Queensland we have 10 schools, New South Wales has 8 schools, and Tasmania has 14 schools that have adopted hands-on learning. In Shepparton we have Gowrie Street Primary School along with the Greater Shepparton City Secondary College. But in Echuca Primary, we have Echuca Primary, the Twin Rivers School, we have River City Christian College and also St Joseph's. And Nathalia also has, at their primary school, also has hands-on learning. The opportunity for those kids who are struggling academically, the opportunity to go and learn in a different fashion, to be able to effectively, often it means going out to a shed at the back of the school, learning how to work in a team, learning how to make things, using their hands, being tutored by potentially tradies, sometimes retired tradies. But it's just this opportunity for these kids to develop this self-esteem, to work in a team, to build that esteem for them so that they can effectively take that new learning, this new structure, and get that confidence that they need. So whilst the setting for hands-on learning may be in some other building out the back, it is just this, it's a front for this opportunity to develop these skills within the individuals in a different way to sitting in the classroom and learning the way that 70 or 80% of the students learn. This is a different way of learning, but it's just as critical, it's just as important, and the outcomes are stunning. So I would urge our government, our ministers, to look at this as a way of continuing to grow hands-on learning. Victoria is obviously doing a great job, but maybe some of the other states could pick up the running with hands-on learning.
I thank the member for Nichols. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Dobell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion moved by the member for Dunkley and commend her for bringing this to the attention of the House. All Australians, wherever they grow up, deserve the best shot at education, skills and the training opportunities that we have to offer. My late dad was a builder, an engineer and a TAFE teacher, and he often called TAFE the elevator in life, and training was what gave him a chance that no one else in his family had had. But unfortunately, this isn't the reality for many young Australians, including people in the community I represent on the Central Coast of New South Wales. The Central Coast is one region, that's how locals talk about it, our community, and that's how it should be treated by this government. But it's not, and this is especially true when it comes to education and training. Deputy Speaker, over the past 8 years of the Morrison government has cut more than $3 billion from vocational education and training. This has made it harder for people in my community to take up a trade, to get a traineeship and to lead and to get the skills that they need, and it's led to a growing skills crisis across the coast. Young people tell me the courses they need are only available outside the coast at Tyers Hill near Newcastle or Ryde near Sydney, and that the cost of travel on top of course fees makes it hard to finish their training. After close to a decade of funding cuts, there are now 231 fewer apprentices in Dobell. That's close to a 10% drop, and it's impacting people looking for work and employers trying to recruit. Late last year I held a manufacturing roundtable where I heard from local businesses about the challenges they were facing. Most of them said that there were jobs available, but there was a shortage of skilled workers to fill them. Businesses like the Ball Group, which has a strong history of manufacturing on the Central Coast. Grant from Borg told me they currently have 75 apprentices across 10 different trades, but they're struggling to fill positions in certain trades, like industrial painting, fitting and machining and other metal trades. Deputy Speaker, if locals in my community had access to quality, affordable training close to home, businesses like the Board Group would be able to fill those positions and young people would be able to gain the skills that they need for a steady job and a good career, which would boost local jobs and our local economy. People on the north end of the coast are also being prevented from accessing the education and training they deserve because of where they live. Just recently, the government announced the next round of its Commonwealth Scholarships program for young Australians, designed to help people take up a trade or an apprenticeship. These scholarships are available to people in a few hand-picked regions across the country, including Gosford in New South Wales, just south of my electorate. But the north end of the coast has been completely excluded from this program. As I've said before, the Central Coast is one region, and young workers in my community could use a scholarship like this to upskill and find more secure work. They shouldn't be left behind just because they live 40 minutes north of Gosford. It's unfair. Young people living outside big cities have always struggled to get a fair shot at training and employment opportunities, and that's only been heightened during the pandemic. At the peak of COVID, when work was scarce, there were high numbers of young people looking for work on the north end of the coast, so it makes no sense to exclude them from this program. And I asked the Prime Minister why. Why are young people on the north end of the Central Coast being overlooked and left behind again and again by this government? Every young person, wherever they're born, wherever they live, wherever they grow up, deserves a fair shot at quality education and training that's close to home and affordable, that will provide them with the skills they need for a steady career and a good future. That's why Labor has planned for free TAFE. Under Labor, we'll provide 465,000 free TAFE places to Australians studying in areas where there is a skills shortage. Only last week I heard from the Society of Hospital Pharmacists of Australia about the lack of training opportunity for pharmacy technicians, essential workers on the front line of the pandemic, critical to supply, distribution and manufacture of life-saving medicines, and working in COVID vaccination clinics without ready access to the training they need. This training would support and encourage people to join industries in need of more workers and create jobs in regional communities like mine on the Central Coast of New South Wales, in industries like trade and construction, energy and manufacturing. We have a plan to add 10,000 apprenticeships in the energy sector. Under Labor's plan, we'll encourage businesses to take on more apprentices in the new energy sector by providing $100 million in funding. Only recently, with a member for McMahon, I visited a business, Twin Lakes Air and Solar at Toukley. Mitch rang me this morning from Twin Lakes. They install air conditioning, solar panels and batteries up and down the coast and land big contracts in Sydney and Newcastle. Businesses like Twin Lakes that have refrigeration apprentices have the potential to drive jobs and growth and make the coast and other regions outside of big cities powerhouses of renewable energy. Labor's Powering Australia plan will make that a reality. But under this government, under the Morrison government, under this Prime Minister, local businesses and local job seekers are being left behind.
The has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for a later hour. The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion in relation to statements on the anniversary of the national apology to the stolen generations.
Is leave granted?
Leave granted.
I thank the Manager of Opposition
Thank you,
Business.
Mr Speaker. I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent 1, the Prime Minister making a statement in relation to the anniversary of the national apology to the stolen generations and speaking for 10 minutes, 2, the Leader of the Opposition speaking in reply for 10 minutes, 3, the Minister for Indigenous Australians and Member for Barton speaking for 10 minutes each, and 4, any variation to this arrangement be made only by a motion moved by a Minister.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We gather to mark the 14th anniversary of the apology to Australia's Indigenous peoples. And we do that, as we always do here, on Ngunnawal land. We pay respect to the Ngunnawal people and to all Indigenous peoples of this continent, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We honour them, their elders, past, present and emerging. And today around Australia and indeed at sea and elsewhere, Indigenous Australians are serving in the Australian Defence Forces, keeping us safe. And I thank them, along with all who serve and all those who are veterans, for their service. I give my respects to the Minister for Indigenous Australians and the Shadow Minister for Indigenous Australians. Future generations of Australians will visit this building and they'll see their portraits. But we have a different privilege, one that allows us to say that we serve with them. And we also recognise Senator Dodson, Senator McCarthy, Senator Thorpe and Senator Lambie. Mr Speaker, we are on a journey to make peace with our past. And it's a difficult journey, and it is an important one, to draw together the past, the present and future so we can truly be one and free. We belong to a story. From time immemorial, a continent that contends with us all, and the work of building a strong, sovereign and vibrant democracy that gives us all a voice. But we don't seek to sugarcoat this story. We don't turn aside from the injustices, contentions and abrasions. That's what successful liberal democracies do. We must remember if we are to shape the future, and to do so wisely. So as we do this at this time every year, we remember the stolen generations, children taken from their parents. I say it again, children taken from their parents. No parent, no child could fail to understand the devastation of that, regardless of whatever their background is. Children taken from their parents. Families and communities torn apart again and again and again. With that trauma, disconnection and unquenching pain came a national shame and a deep wound. Separated from country, from kinship, from family, from language, from identity, becoming even strangers to themselves. 14 years have passed since we had said sorry here in this place. Sorry for the cold laws that broke apart families. Sorry for the brutalities that were masked even under the guise of protection and even compassion. Sorry for believing that Indigenous people were not capable of stewarding their own lives. Sorry for the failure to respect, to understand, to appreciate. Sorry for the lives damaged and destroyed. So on this day, and every year since, we are right to remind ourselves of times past, not to reignite the coals of pain or to bring division where there are the beginnings of healing, but to be mindful of the lessons learned, to turn again from the great Australian silence and towards each other, and to again say, we are sorry. And as I said when I spoke in support of the original motion here in this place on the other side of the chamber 14 years ago, sorry can never be given without any expectation of forgiveness, but there can be hope. I said an apology involves standing in the middle ground, exposed, vulnerable, and seeking forgiveness. Forgiveness is never earned or deserved. It can never be justified on the simple weighing of hurts and grievance. Such measures will never rationally tip the balance in favour of forgiveness. Forgiveness transcends all of that. It's an act of grace, it's an act of courage, and it is a gift that only those who have been wounded, damaged and destroyed can offer. I also said 14 years ago, sorry is not the hardest word to say. The hardest is I forgive you. But I do know that such a path of forgiveness does lead to healing. It does open up a new opportunity. It does offer up release from the bondage of pain and suffering that no simple apology on its own can achieve. And nor do I believe that such forgiveness is a corporate matter. It can only begin with the individual. And forgiveness does not mean forgetting, nor does it mean that there are not consequences for actions and the need for redress and restitution. This is a hard conversation. I know that Danny Abdullah, who together with his wife Layla, knows a lot about loss and grief. And they have begun this conversation with Indigenous community leaders through the I Forgive You Foundation that he has established in memory of their children Anthony, Angelina and Sienna, and their niece Angelique. Out of great tragedy and loss, there can rise hope. And I wish them all the very best for these conversations. Mr Speaker, our journey, though, continues. If the apology itself was a milestone in that journey, each anniversary has been a yardstick of how far we have travelled since. Up until last year, the process of closing the gap with its targets and measures was how we judged that distance. It was a process born of sincere resolve and intentions, with no lack of money or will or work. But because of a misguided faith in telling over listening, our targets were unmet, our ambitions unfulfilled, partnership not achieved. So last year we shifted course, and together with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, in particular the Coalition of Peaks led by Pat Turner, we made a new national agreement, a new partnership, a genuine partnership to drive change. And so we now have a shared plan in place, one that does not just address the very real and actions and responsibilities of the Commonwealth Government, but also those of state and territory governments as well. If we are to ever close the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians, it will be because we must work together as equal partners if we're ever to close that gap. That's the journey we're on now, and progress is being made. 93% of Indigenous children are now enrolled in early childhood education. That is an increase from 77% in 2016. And in just the last 3 years, 23,000 Commonwealth contracts have been awarded to Indigenous businesses. Businesses like the ones we celebrated with members of this chamber only last Friday night at the annual Ethnic Business Awards. Like Ben Sharba from Alice Springs, who turned his life around by getting out of prison, getting into a job, getting into a trade, and now running his own specialised welding and engineering business in the Territory and providing these same very opportunities to other Indigenous Australians. Ben is an inspiration. And he was joined by Ray Pratt from DICE, who won this year's award, who leads a successful energy and electrical engineering business, powering up remote communities in the Territory. And there's Leah Cameron from Murrawa Law in far north Queensland, where she's generating social impact for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And then there's James Curran from Moak Water and Energy, constructing pipelines across Queensland, Western Australia and the Northern Territory. Indigenous-owned and run businesses getting the job done on closing the gap. Part of that journey, though, also includes redress for the wrongs of the past. Early last year, I met with the Healing Foundation and survivors of the stolen generations, and I promised then that I would look at the very important issues of redress. In August last year, I was very pleased to keep this promise and announce a $378.6 million package for a financial and wellbeing redress scheme for Living Stolen Generations members who were removed as children from their families in the Northern Territory and the Australian Capital Territory prior to their respective self-government and the Jervis Bay Territory. Mr Speaker, in normal times we look up to the glass galleries above us and see school children from across Australia. They come to Canberra to learn about the country and their place in it, to learn our story, to visit the Parliament and learn about our freedoms, the War Memorial to learn about the price of those freedoms, the High Court to understand we're a country of laws, the rule of law, and Questacon and the various galleries to speak to their imagination. But nowhere have we told the story of the heritage and history of this continent's Indigenous people in a way that it should be done. So in January, the government committed to establishing a new cultural precinct in the heart of the parliamentary triangle to be called Nurra. Nurra is a word in many languages. It means country, it means home, and it means belonging. Nurra, among the instruments and institutions of modern Australia, will be a home for Indigenous belonging, experience, knowledge and value in the heart of our nation. As well, it will be a promised resting place in the very heart of our nation's capital for our oldest stories. The proposal is put forward by AATSIS that they have consulted on and continue to consult on, has been adopted in its entirety by the government, including the budget that they have sought for it. This is another important step in our journey. It'll tell stories long after all of us who are here have long departed, and it'll speak to generations and generations, as the War Memorial has to so many younger generations now, It will tell those stories in truth and honesty, in compassion, in love, in patriotism, in pride for our country. There are many more steps still, Mr Speaker. To this end, we continue the work of the Indigenous Voice co-design to ensure it is truly a voice owned by Indigenous Australians from the ground up, relevant to local communities, connected to local communities, not from the top down. Mr Speaker, this anniversary will always be a day of poignant reflection, and I look forward to the contributions of the Leader of the Opposition and the Minister for Indigenous Australians and the Shadow Minister for Indigenous Australians. A poignant reflection that can give birth to hope as well. Hope for a reconciled nation, its people at one with their past and with each other, and open to shaping their future together. That is what we continue to work for, and that is what we pledge ourselves to do so once again.
I thank the Prime Minister. I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
I begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people and pay my respect to their elders past, present and emerging, and also recommit on behalf of the Australian Labor Party to the implementation of the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full. I pay tribute to Indigenous Affairs Minister Ken Wyatt, whose own mother was part of the Stolen Generations, and to my friend Senator Patrick Dodson, who's here with us today, who, as a boy, hid in the long grass of Katherine, watching as the welfare officers and police took away his mates. I also pay tribute to our Shadow Minister, Linda Burney, to Senator Malarndirri McCarthy, to Senator Jackie Lambie, Senator Lydia Thorpe and Senator Dorinda Cox. I welcome members of the Stolen Generations who have joined us here or are watching. We are humbled by your presence. The effects of those removals, that theft, still linger. That's why an apology had to be made, and just as importantly, accepted. As we were reminded last week, it takes great courage to come and face the institution that has failed you, and failed you profoundly. That was the case 14 years ago when members of the Stolen Generations came to Parliament House to witness the apology. It was an apology they had waited so long to hear. It was an apology that had been promised to them after years of resistance and rejection, even by some on the day itself. Even in that unifying moment for our country, there were some who turned their backs. But overwhelmingly, it was a unifying moment. What shines in our shared memory is the determination, the grace, the guts of those members of the Stolen Generation who were here for the apology. Kevin Rudd would later recall the fear among them as they entered through the Prime Minister's courtyard, and yet they came. That is courage. It was the first order of business of the new government. It remains my proudest moment as a parliamentarian, and as the Leader of the House, I was proud to be put in place the practical arrangements necessary on that day. The speech which Prime Minister Rudd gave was a seismic act of catharsis. He turned an important page for all of us, as he said. We today take this first step by acknowledging the past and laying claim to a future that embraces all Australians. When he uttered the words, "I am sorry," on behalf of our nation was lifted up. We cannot look to our future without reflecting on the past, because until a nation acknowledges the full truth of its history, it will be burdened by its unspoken weight. We must acknowledge the wrongs, learn from them, and look for ways of healing. Truth-telling can be confronting, but it need not be grounds for conflict. It should be seen as the first step of finding grounds for resolution and moving forward as one. As Mick Dodson put it, I know of no Indigenous person who told their story to the inquiry who wanted non-Indigenous Australians to feel guilty. They just wanted people to know the truth. A powerful statement from a great Australian. We should come to this process not armed for battle, but with our arms open, our minds open, our hearts open. But we must also keep our eyes open. Until last year, this anniversary was also when we assessed the Closing the Gap report, the annual catalogue of the chasms that still divide Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australia. Those chasms remind us that speeches that do not lead to action are a hollow, bitter undertaking. They remind us that we must all do better, every one of us. The apology will always hold its special place in our national story, but as the start of a new chapter, we have it within us to write that chapter. In an act of profound generosity and grace, we have been given the Uluru Statement from the Heart, a patiently extended hand waiting for us to take it and go further as a nation. But now we should feel within our own hearts the insistent rhythm of Uluru's three generous requests: voice, truth, treaty. Labor is committed to all three. The voice to Parliament enshrined in our Constitution, truth, without which we can never be all that we can as a nation, and treaty, emerging from the Makarrata Commission, which Labor will establish. The apology faced the past, bringing us to the end of one journey and the beginning of a new one. Closing the Gap shows us the present and underlines the urgency of taking the next steps. And the Uluru Statement shows us a fairer and a better future that is within our reach, a better future that encompasses all Australians. My good friend, the Shadow Minister for Indigenous Affairs, will speak shortly about the road ahead and how we can all walk it together.
I give the call to the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Mr Speaker, I begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people on whose land we gather today, and I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. I also acknowledge my Indigenous parliamentary colleagues, the Honourable Member for Barton Linda Burney, Senator Patrick Dodson, Senator Malarndirri McCarthy, Senator Thorpe, Senator Lambie and Senator Cox. We are few, but our numbers are growing, and work we do here matters enormously. And I acknowledge the members and families of the stolen generations across this nation, no matter where they are. Yesterday marked the 14th anniversary of the formal apology to the stolen generation, offered by the then Prime Minister, Mr Kevin Rudd, on behalf of the Australian Government. As a child of a mother of the stolen generation, to hear our government acknowledge the tremendous wrongs committed against our people was profound. The apology stopped the nation and asked all Australians to imagine what that feeling of loss and collectively affirm that what happened should never happen again. Together, we said sorry, and we are still sorry. The significance of being an Indigenous man delivering a ministerial statement in the National Parliament to honour that apology 14 years later is not lost on me. My Indigenous colleagues and I are testament of the enduring strength and resilience of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, of 65,000 years of culture, of 65,000 years of survival. While the acknowledgement of wrongdoing can ease some suffering, it will never remove it. Today, those who were taken and their descendants are rebuilding. They are having families of their own. preserving and continuing culture, and protecting and nurturing country. They seek to repair the irreplaceable loss of love, community, culture, language and identity that was brought about through the actions of the policies which created the stolen generations. I will always continue to tell my story and my mother's, the story of how she spent years in Roland's Mission near Bunbury in Western Australia, how she and her 9 brothers and sisters were taken from their parents and split between 3 different missions, hundreds of miles apart. It's a story I've heard from other survivors. Over the past 2 weeks, I've visited the Northern Territory, Tasmania and New South Wales, and I've been humbled to connect with survivors of the stolen generation. I sat with them and listened. Yesterday, on the anniversary of the apology, I shared breakfast up in Newcastle with survivors of the Kinchler Boys' Home. Number 11, Lester Marr. Number 12, Roger Jarrett. Number 28, Richard Campbell. Number 36, Michael Welsh. Known only by number in the boys' home, their identity and culture was torn away. We yarned and we shared our truths. The truth about what happened at Kinchler. The trauma experienced is for some unspeakable. For others, telling their story continues to be an important part of their healing. This is truth-telling. It's personal, raw, within living memory. It's a truth that we should never forget. That's why truth-telling is so vital. The Territory's Stolen Generations Redress Scheme, which will begin on the 1st of March, will be significant for Indigenous Australians removed from the Northern Territory, the Australian Capital Territory and Jervis Bay. As well as the financial payments, the support package includes wellbeing support to ensure it is delivered in a survivor-focused, trauma-informed and culturally sensitive way. This morning I announced that through this scheme, survivors will have access to free legal advice and free financial counselling from independent support services. The scheme will be guided by an external advisory body, co-chaired by the Healing Foundation and the nation's Indigenous Australians Agency, and comprising of Stolen Generations representatives and organisations and trauma specialists. I met the board this morning, and I know they will guide the implementation of this scheme with great dignity and respect for our people. Together with the schemes run by the state, it will be part of our national journey towards healing and reconciliation. The Territory's Stolen Generations Redress Scheme is one way that we ensure the national apology delivered 14 years ago is not mere symbolism. Powerful words must be followed by practical action. The stolen generations lost their childhoods, their connections to family, country and culture. We cannot give back lost childhoods. Today, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are being empowered to help shape and make decisions that matter in their lives. It acknowledges that governments don't always know what's best and that our strength lies in our people. A strength that is the bedrock of the oldest continuous living culture on this planet. Throughout my time in this place as Minister for Indigenous Australians, I am most proud of our efforts to empower Indigenous Australians. Be it through the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, the development of an Indigenous voice, or the National Roadmap for Indigenous Skills, Jobs and Wealth Creation, I have set out to change the way Indigenous Australians work with their governments, not just here in Canberra, but in every corner of our nation. We see this permeate through other states and territories. Last Friday, I met with the New South Premier, Dominic Perrottet, and like our Prime Minister, he has committed his government to taking meaningful steps, a balance of powerful symbolic measures, backed by practical action that makes a real difference to people's lives. Freeing the Aboriginal flag and flying it atop of the Harbour Bridge. Building Yarra, the new cultural precinct in Canberra. Removing barriers to economic development on Indigenous land, unlocking its potential. Creating jobs and closing the gap. Indigenous Australians are, and must be, equal partners sharing and driving decision-making about the plans that affect us. By doing so, we can realise our aspirations, the aspirations we hold for ourselves and for our children and for our communities, for their health and growth, their education, employment, economic independence and their flourishing cultural well-being. But for the stolen generations, there is still more to be done. As I've travelled the country over the past 2 weeks, I've heard similar stories of stolen generation survivors still disconnected from their culture, from their land and from their people. Through no fault of their own, these people and subsequently their descendants were removed. Culture interrupted and families disrupted. And when they returned to country, returned to their culture, often without any proof of their removal, they've been subject to questions from our own mob about who they are and what their heritage is and what place they have in the local community. We need to accept that sense of place for some people may be from where they were born, or from where they were taken from, or where they were taken to, or now where they have chosen to put their roots in the ground since. Everyone has a place. Everyone has a home. It may be of our choosing, it may not be. The task is for us, no matter their place, is to bring them home. Welcome them home. Yesterday, Lester, or number 11, shared with me his journey, his loss of identity and place, and how it affected him, his children and grandchildren. About when he reconnected with his family after years away, he was told he spoke funny, and how he found it hard to rebuild his family structure. He's still on that journey. His family is still on that journey. And we need to do more to help Lester and those survivors like him. Our organisations need to support them, not shun them. Our people need to support them. We need to include more than exclude. Celebrate, not denigrate nor question, but rather than push down. And we need to embrace them, give them love and welcome them home. Turning to Parliament, there is great power in this place, this institution. And over the years, decades and generations to come, it must be used for good. Our people must be empowered to engage with the Parliament and with government and to follow in the footsteps of Neville Bonner, as I and my Indigenous colleagues have done. In federal Parliament, state and territory parliaments and local governments, we must work together and in partnership. This Parliament said sorry 14 years ago, and since that day we have strived to meet those words with actions. We will not always get it right, but the more we listen, the more we engage, the more we appreciate, the better our actions and outcomes will be. Many more of our people will leave their songlines here. Future generations will be in this place and they will bring their voice to the Cabinet. Their experiences, knowledge and understanding will continue to contribute and guide this great nation and its people. When we walk together, we have limitless potential. When we are one, we are strong. So again, I acknowledge all those who are still with us from the stolen generations, their families and all Indigenous Australians who aspire to a better future and better opportunities. Your survival makes us remember. Your strength makes us better. I thank the House.
I give the call to the Minister, or the Shadow Minister for Indigenous Australians, the member for Barton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I acknowledge this Parliament sits and I give this speech on the lands of the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri peoples, and I honour the ongoing contribution of their elders, past and present, to the world's oldest continuing culture. I thank the Prime Minister, the Minister and my friend, the Leader of the Opposition, for their words today. And I recognise my dear friends, Senator McCarthy and Senator Dodson, watching on. We are here to remember that speech given by Prime Minister Kevin Rudd. I know there are many Australians who remember that day with absolute clarity. I certainly do. The way it felt, the way it made them think about our country and its future. It was not only a document or speech to Parliament, it was a cultural moment shared by this country. It was, of course, also a speech in a place and time. It was a day of great ceremony. First Nations leaders and members of the stolen generation from around the country were here. In the galleries, on those chairs near the door, but there were no First Nations people seated among the members in that Parliament. There was no First Nations member to give a speech to mark the first or second. It wasn't until the member for Haslock arrived in 2010, more than a century after Federation, with his story and the story of his mother, that there was a First Nations member in this place, of course, after Senator Bonner in the other place. It would take another election for Nova Peris to join the Senate as the First Nations' first woman ever elected to our Parliament. We should never leave it unstated just how long the reconciliation journey has been in our country. The apology was not the work of one person only. It was not the sentence that ends the story. It was a way marker in a century of work, a marker that shows how far we have come, that showed us what we can achieve and how much further we have to travel. William Cooper, Pearl Gibbs, Jack Patton, William Ferguson, Aunty Marge Tucker and others, leaders that got us to the day of mourning, erected a marker proud and tall. They weren't acknowledged as citizens at that time in this country, and they had to seek permission from the Board of Protectors to exercise their basic human rights. But they got that marker up anyway. Charles Perkins and other freedom riders laid down another marker as they showed what ongoing discrimination was. That was not a thing overseas, it was in fact here in our own country. With other leaders like Faith Bandler and Jessie Street, the light they shone on their path helped us find our way together, to voting yes in the '67 referendum on counting Aboriginal people in the census. Sometimes, Mr Speaker, the big markers are set by a country. Other times, it's for people and an umbrella. That's how Michael Anderson, the late Billy Craigie, the late Bertie Williams and the late Tony Corey founded the Tent Embassy. 50 years later, only Michael survives, but the Tent Embassy and its message remain. 30 years ago, in a park in Redfern, Paul Keating understood the power of truth in our reconciliation journey. I was there. And crucially, that is a journey of imagination. Sometimes people find fiction is the entry to the imagination. In my inaugural speech in the New South Wales Parliament, I spoke about the message of To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. And the message was putting on yourself in someone else's shoes, as the Minister has told us about today. The member for Grainless spoke about Senator Dodson hiding in the long grass, watching as the welfare officers took away his mates. Put yourself in the shoes of that little boy, not just in that moment, but in the earlier moments of his life that meant he knew he needed to run and hide, and the girl that helped choose Senator Dodson in the first place. Imagine what it was like for those who had nowhere to run. Put yourself in the shoes of a 3-year-old, wrapped in the love of a large family, to have that love ripped away, to put yourself in the shoes of parents loving, caring and now grieving. As Paul Keating said in that speech, these things could happen because of failure to imagine these things being done to us. Australia likes to think it is better at imagining now, and in some ways it is. Sometimes, to imagine what living in a remote community is like, with 15, 20 people in a 3-bedroom house, what that's like, of not having enough RATs tests to go around, when local services are failing because there aren't any staff to step up when those on the front line have to isolate, and when less than half of the community is vaccinated. Every day I hold my breath and hope, because that failure could mean the end for far too many who carry our culture and language. Our elders are our libraries, they are our internet, and they cannot be replaced. The Bringing Them Home report shone a clear and unwavering light on truths that had been kept in the dark for too long. The truths it spoke were not things past, they were truths embodied in living people. John Howard did not see this as a moment for change. He saw the moment for change bringing them home demanded as something to be weathered, not grasped. Determination is a great quality in a leader, but stubbornness is not. 350,000 people walked across the Sydney Harbour Bridge. 300,000 marched in Melbourne. Australia was ready to set another marker down and march on together on our reconciliation journey. We had to hold our breath and wait because the Prime Minister would not let us breathe, was determined to hold us back. It wasn't until we chose a government and a leader that knew ignoring our past, ignoring the lived reality of so many was not an option, that the country exhaled, that we could take the next steps in our journey of reconciliation. In 2008, we had a government and a leader which could see the world wearing another's shoes, and I was really interested in hearing, Prime Minister, that you spoke in that debate. Australia chose a government that could imagine, as Paul Keating said, "It seems to me that if we can imagine the injustice, we can imagine its opposite." And so Kevin Rudd apologised to the silent generations for the hurt our country did to us, our families, and to our nation's soul. Last year I spoke about Marnie Mae Robinson, how we fell into each other's arms in the foyer of the Parliament. She was carrying a photograph of her mother, an 8-year-old girl, and she said, "Linda, I brought Mummy with me today." The apology gave us closing the gap, our national acknowledgement that structural change is necessary, and the Prime Minister spoke about that today, and our national commitment to achieve that change. The apology recognised that a moment of change demands we step confidently forward together. It was a speech of truth that set us free to exhale. But it's what we do with that freedom that matters, as my friend, the leader of the Labor Party, said. The next steps of walking together are up to us. Another moment of change is here. The Uluru Statement is clear and points us to our next steps. Voice, treaty and truth are all within our stride if we want to take them. Now is not the moment to rest. Now is the moment to stride on. The time is here to give First Nations people our voice in the decisions made about us. Do we think a government could leave First Nations culture exposed to COVID? No. Would First Nations people be forced by overcrowding to isolate in tents and sheds? Will we still suffer the ongoing epidemic of suicide amongst our young people? A Labor government will not force this country to hold its breath again. We will move on a referendum to get the voice established in the Constitution. We will establish the Makarrata Commission for Treaty and Truth. These steps in the Uluru Statement are fundamental, necessary and urgent. But they are not radical. They do not arrive out of the blue. They are not a storm to be weathered. They are the next steps in our reconciliation journey, a journey over a century long, a journey Aboriginal people started on decades before we were counted as citizens. The apology recognised the journey we have taken. It recognised how far we have to go. It is up to us as a parliament, as a people, to resolutely take the next steps and lay down our own marker. We can do this. We must.
I thank all members for their contributions and the dignified way in which this debate has been debated, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move that further statements on the anniversary of the national apology to the stolen generations be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
Is leave granted?
Leave granted, and thanks to the government for going through this procedure.
The question is that the motion moved by the Leader of the House be... Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move that further statements on the anniversary of the national apology to the stolen generations be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Assistant Minister for Road Safety and Freight Transport is looking to make a statement.
So the 2021 Regional Telecommunications Review, a step in change in demand.
I thank the Assistant Minister. I have received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment or requests. Corporations Amendment, Meetings and Documents Bill of 2021, Appropriation Coronavirus Response Bill No. 1 of 2021-22 without requests, Appropriation Coronavirus Response Bill No. 2 of 2021-2022 and Treasury Laws Amendment Enhancing Superannuation Outcomes for Australians and Helping Australian Businesses Invest Bill of 2021. The Manager... I have received a message from the Senate transmitting a resolution agreed to by the Senate relating to a proposed joint select committee on parliamentary standards. Copies of the message have been placed on the table for the information of honourable members. I do not propose to read its terms, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in this resolution. And I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that the message be considered immediately.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Assistant Minister.
I move that the House concur in a resolution of the Senate relating to the establishment of a joint select committee on parliamentary standards, and that the message be sent to the Senate equating it from this resolution.
The question is that the motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I have some more. I've received messages from the Senate informing the House of the appointment of senators to certain joint committees. As the list of appointments is a lengthy one, I do not propose to read the list to the House. Details will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections and referendums in respect of electoral communication and expenditure of foreign campaigners and offences and for related purposes, and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections and referendums in respect of electoral communication and expenditure of foreign campaigners and offences and for related purposes.
The Assistant Minister.
I move that the second reading be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
The question is that the motion moved by the Assistant Minister be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections, referendums and broadcasting in respect of authorising matter and for related purposes, and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections, referendums and broadcasting in respect of authorising matter and for related purposes.
The Assistant Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that the second reading be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections in respect of the enfranchisement of persons in self-isolation or quarantine due to COVID-19 and for related purposes, and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections in respect of the enfranchisement of persons in self-isolation or quarantine due to COVID-19 and for related purposes.
The Assistant Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that the second reading be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion. That the House 1 notes A, the Prime Minister has refused to listen to calls to make rapid antigen tests free and accessible through the Medicare system for all Australians. B, this means workers on modest wages have been forced to pay for their own tests simply to be able to go to work, resulting in an effective pay cut for those workers. C, more than 150,000 Australians have signed this ACTU petition calling for rapid antigen tests to be made free and accessible. D, the government should listen to these Australians, act now to make rapid antigen tests free and accessible through the Medicare system to take pressure off family budgets, protect workers and get our economy moving again, and 2, agrees that this petition may be tabled immediately by the Manager of Opposition Business.
Just before I give the Assistant Minister the call. Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
Leave is not granted. The Manager of Opposition Business.
Shame. The building of suspense made me think we were going to get there. I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Manager of Opposition Business from moving the following motion immediately. That the House 1 notes A, the Prime Minister has refused to listen to calls to make rapid antigen tests free and accessible through the Medicare system for all Australians. B, this means that workers on modest wages have been forced to pay for their own tests simply to be able to go to work, resulting in an effective pay cut for those workers. C, more than 150,000 Australians have signed this ACTU petition calling for rapid antigen tests to be made free and accessible. D, the government should listen to these Australians, act now to make rapid antigen tests free and accessible through the Medicare system to take pressure off family budgets, protect workers and get our economy moving again. And 2, agrees that this petition may be tabled immediately by the Manager of Opposition Business. Don't pretend you're supporting frontline workers when you're making them pay for their own tests. Modest wages having to pay just to go to work.
Seat. The Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. The Assistant Minister.
I move that the member be no longer heard, Mr Speaker.
The question is that the Manager of Opposition Business be no further heard. All those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. So you're going to let her... Are you going to let her speak? Yeah, you just got to like that. That's right. You should let her speak. I'm going to leave this at the start, just in case we win the vote. Claire, you're in. He's going to let you speak. He's going to let you speak.
Yeah, thank you.
Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the manager of opposition business be no further heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 62, noes 58. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. Is the motion seconded? The member for Hotham.
Speaker, this incompetent government must listen to the Australian people and make rapid antigen
The member
tests
for
free
Hotham will
today.
resume her seat. The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I move the member be no longer heard.
The question is the member for Hotham be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Maybe at this point of time they got concerned with rats.
What time?
Not the ones that can pick up the name.
Order. Lock the doors. The question is that the member for Hotham be no further heard. Members must remain in their seats unless they are changing their vote or they did not vote in the previous division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 62, noes 59, and therefore the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the motion moved by the Manager of Opposition Business to suspend standing orders be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Order. I appoint the same tellers as in the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they are leaving the chamber or they did not vote in the previous division or they are changing their vote, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 62, noes 59. Therefore, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. And I give the call to the member for Casey. Members leaving the chamber could do so quickly and quietly, please. I might just get the member for Casey just to hold off for 1 moment, please. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
No, not a point of order. I just seek leave to table the petitions. They've rejected the substance of the motion, but the motion also sought to table the petitions, and I'd seek leave.
Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
Leave is granted. The member for Casey has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 29th Annual Meeting of the Asia-Pacific Parliamentary Forum held virtually in Seoul, Republic of Korea, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? The member for Isaacs. Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
The member for Casey has the call.
Mr Speaker, the Asia-Pacific Parliamentary Forum, the APPF, brings together members of parliaments from throughout the Asia-Pacific region each year. Delegates discuss matters of interest and importance to the region and adopt formal resolutions across agenda topics. Australia has been an active participant in the APPF since its establishment in 1993, and this most recent meeting of the APPF was no exception. Along with myself as delegation leader, Australia was represented at APPF 29 by the members for Lawler, Lindsay and Morton, and Senator Van in the other place. The meetings of APPF 29 took place in November and December 2021. While the forum was hosted by the Republic of Korea, the continued spread of COVID-19 variants across the world saw the meeting take place virtually for the first time in APPF history. The overarching theme for APPF 29 was the role of parliaments in strengthening resilience in the post-COVID-19 era. The agenda for the APPF covered political and security matters, economic and trade matters and regional cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region. The APPF meeting of women parliamentarians was another important item on the agenda. Australia participated in each of these sessions and prepared draft resolutions on the following topics: identifying ways to ensure a gender-sensitive crisis response after the COVID-19 pandemic, strengthening multilateralism and addressing issues based on rules, accelerating the digital economy and enhancing productivity, and role of parliaments in balancing disease control, economy and human rights, and ideas for interparliamentary cooperation. The Australian delegation worked closely with other delegates to negotiate and, where possible, combine the proposed resolutions on each topic into a single version. At the final plenary session, a total of 13 resolutions and a joint communique were adopted. Mr Deputy Speaker, during the opening session of APPF 29, I announced I would be stepping down from my role as President of the APPF. It's been an honour and a privilege to serve as President since 2020, and I know the APPF will continue to be a vital institution for our region. I want to also take this opportunity to thank member nations for electing me to this office, and in particular thank my friend and colleague from the Japanese Diet, Hirofumi Nakasone, for nominating me for the presidency. Subsequent to my announcement, the APPF Executive Committee agreed to changes to the role of President, with the functions of this role being transferred to the annual meeting chair. These changes will ensure the APPF is in a strong position to continue to provide our region with an important platform for years to come. I would like to thank the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea for their successful delivery of the first virtual APPF. I would especially like to thank my fellow Australian delegates for their contributions to APPF 29 in representing and promoting Australia's interests and contributing to the working groups and plenary sessions. The virtual meetings were held at a busy time of the year for members, and my colleagues' contribution to the APPF reinforces the importance of the APPF to our region. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member for Casey, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Courts and Tribunals Legislation Amendment 2021.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill, and I move that this bill be now read a second time.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and call the Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The government is committed to ensuring the ongoing improvement of Australia's federal courts and tribunals. It's with pleasure that I introduce the Courts and Tribunals Legislation Amendment 2021 Measures No. 1 Bill of 2021 into the House. This bill primarily seeks to improve the administration of the federal courts and the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, the AAT. The bill does not introduce fundamental changes to the way our legal system operates. Rather, it represents some incremental changes that will streamline, clarify existing processes in the federal courts and in the AAT. In particular, this bill amends the A New Tax System Family Assistance Administration Act of 1999, the Administrative Appeals Tribunal Act of 1975, the Admiralty Act 1988, the Child Support Registration and Collection Act 1989, the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1962, the Family Law Act 1975, the Federal Circuit Court Act 1999, the Federal Circuit and Family Court Act 2021, the Federal Court of Australia Act 1976, the Foreign States Immunities Act 1985, the Judiciary Act 1903, the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, the Paid Parental Leave Act 2010, and the Social Security Administration Act 1999. The bill will also repeal the Nauru High Court Appeals Act of 1976. Deputy Speaker, the government aims to make merits review through the AAT accessible, fair, just, economical, informal and quick. To this end, this bill will amend the Administrative Appeals Tribunal Act, the A New Tax System Family Assistance Administration Act, the Child Support Registration and Collection Act, the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act, the Paid Parental Leave Act, the Social Security Administration Act and the Student Assistance Act to streamline and harmonise the practices and processes of divisions within the AAT. Amendments to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal Act will also address minor technical and administrative issues within the existing Act. Amendments to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal Act will require consequential amendments to the Commonwealth Electoral Act. The bill will also make minor and technical amendments to the Judiciary Act, which will amend inconsistencies in terminology between the Judiciary Act and the High Court rules, and to prescribe forms by practice direction rather than retaining them in the High Court rules. The bill makes minor amendments to the Federal Court of Australia Act, the Federal Circuit Court of Australia Act, the Family Law Act and the Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia Act to clarify that hearings conducted remotely using video conferencing technology are exercised in open court. The bill also amends the Judiciary Act to clarify that a court shall be taken to be exercising federal jurisdiction in a proceeding in the state or territory in which the proceedings commenced. These amendments are appropriate to remove any doubt as to the validity of hearings across the federal courts being undertaken remotely, particularly since the broader use of remote hearings since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. The bill makes amendments to the Foreign States Immunities Act 1985. Under international law, foreign states are entitled to immunity from the jurisdiction of the courts of other countries in certain circumstances. In Australia, this immunity is governed by the FSI Act. These amendments clarify that the application of the FSI Act to ex parte proceedings following the High Court's consideration of the issue in Firebird Global Master Fund 2 Limited versus the Republic of Nauru in 2015. In Firebird, the court held that the provision in the FSI Act relating to judgments in default of appearance does not apply to ex parte proceedings. The bill clarifies the application of the FSI Act to ex parte proceedings to ensure that foreign states are afforded appropriate procedural immunities and reduces the risk that an Australian court could register a foreign judgment against a foreign state in circumstances where Australia is obliged to afford that foreign state immunity under international law. Further, the bill similarly extends these procedural protections to proceedings relating to the recognition or enforcement of a foreign award against a foreign state pursuant to the International Arbitration Act 1974. This bill will also clarify that the Admiralty Rules 1988 are rules of court and apply certain provisions of the Legislation Act 2003 so as to exempt the rules from sunsetting, but require that they be registered and published. This aligns the treatment of the Admiralty Rules with the rules of the federal courts. The bill would also repeal the Nauru High Court Appeals Act. The Nauru High Court Appeals Act was enacted to give effect to the agreement between the Australian Government and the Government of the Republic of Nauru for appeals to the High Court of Australia from certain classes of decisions of the Supreme Court of Nauru. This agreement was terminated on the 13th of March 2018, while still providing for appeals and applications for leave instituted before the date the agreement was terminated to be heard. All relevant appeals and applications for leave instituted before the agreement's termination have now concluded. Accordingly, it is appropriate for the Nauru High Court Appeals Act to now be repealed. The introduction of this bill represents the government's enduring commitment to ensuring that our legal system is fit for purpose. Deputy Speaker, in particular, the bill will improve the efficiency and operation of our federal courts and the AAT. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister and I call the Shadow Attorney-General.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Labor supports this bill. The bill would make a number of largely administrative amendments to various Acts of Parliament relating to federal courts and tribunals. There were three aspects of the original bill that Labor did not support and which we amended successfully in the Senate. To her credit, the Attorney-General and her office worked constructively and in good faith with me and my office in relation to Labor's concerns. In the interest of getting this bill through the Parliament, the government agreed to two of Labor's amendments, and despite the government's opposition, Labor's third amendment also succeeded in the Senate. I understand that the government has taken the sensible and pragmatic view to now accept that amendment too, and I'd like to thank the Attorney-General for that. The first aspect of the bill we did not support related to the role of the Governor-General in the appointments process for members of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. Currently, a person may not be appointed as a Deputy President or as a member of the Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the Governor-General, the person has special knowledge or skills relevant to the duties of a Deputy President or member. The original version of the bill would not have changed the fact that appointments would still be made by the Governor-General, but it would have amended the Administrative Appeals Tribunal Act to require the Minister, as opposed to the Governor-General, to form an opinion as to whether a person has special knowledge or skills relevant to the duties of a Deputy President or member. While this change was unlikely to have any significant practical impact on the appointments process for tribunal members, the government failed to make the case for why such a change was necessary or desirable. And given the Morrison government's shameful record of appointing almost 80 Liberal Party associates and former Liberal Party politicians, staffers and donors as members to the tribunal, Labor senators refused to support an amendment which, even just at the level of perception, further undermined the independence of the appointment process. Senator Watt moved an amendment to remove that aspect from the original bill in the Senate, and that amendment was successful despite the government's opposition. By way of further context, it is difficult to overstate the damage that the Morrison government has done to public confidence in and the integrity of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. The Liberals have handed at least 79 jobs on the Administrative Appeals Tribunal to Liberal mates. That's at least 79 former Liberal Party staffers, failed Liberal Party candidates and Liberal Party donors and members who've been given secure and very highly remunerated jobs on the tribunal, and for many of them, their only qualification seemed to be a Liberal Party membership card. Full-time members of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal are paid between about $200,000 and $500,000 a year, and it's basically impossible for them to lose their jobs even if they never turn up for work or are incompetent when they do turn up. Based on data provided by the Tribunal, we know that some full-time members, people who are receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in salary, have been doing no work. We know that many other full-time members have been doing very little work. finalising fewer than 25 applications a year. We also know that, as a result of potentially unlawful remuneration policies adopted by the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, many part-time members of the Tribunal are being paid tens of thousands of dollars more than full-time equivalents. The Auditor-General looked into this, and the Tribunal has undertaken to update its remuneration policies. The poor record of a small number of Tribunal members undermines the excellent work of many great members of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, some of whom are former Liberal Party parliamentarians or staffers. And let me be clear, membership of a political party is not a disqualification for appointment to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. The issue is that the Morrison government has treated membership of the Liberal Party as the only qualification for appointment. How else can one explain the appointment of a man like Anthony Barry, a former Liberal Party media advisor turned big tobacco lobbyist who reportedly boasted about dropping out of law school and who continued to work as a lobbyist long after he was appointed to the tribunal? Or the appointment of John Griffin, another senior Liberal Party-aligned lobbyist who continued to advise the Liberal Party on, and I quote, state and federal election campaigns as a senior political strategist and campaign advisor while he was a member of the tribunal. It became so bad that former High Court Judge Ian Callanan, who was handpicked by the former Attorney-General to conduct a review of the tribunal, felt the need to recommend that all future appointments be made on the basis of merit. You would hardly think you needed to recommend that, but former High Court Judge Ian Callanan, in his review of this tribunal, said that that needed to be done. As I've said before, it saddens me greatly to see the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, a great innovation in Australian administrative review processes. It saddens me to see the Administrative Appeals Tribunal diminished in this way by this rotten government. Every year, tens of thousands of Australians rely on the tribunal to conduct an independent review of decisions by Commonwealth ministers and public servants, decisions that can have major and sometimes life-altering impacts on people's lives. Aged pensioners, NDIS participants, veterans. This government cares more about the interests of their little circle of mates than about those Australians. For the Morrison government, the Administrative Appeals Tribunal is there to serve the interests of the Liberal Party and its mates, not the interests of Australians. Turning back to the bill, the second aspect of the original bill we did not support in the Senate was the extension of the same protections and immunities to Immigration Assessment Authority reviewers as are currently provided to High Court judges and members of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. Labor has long held concerns about the so-called fast-track assessment process under the Immigration Assessment Authority. That process is neither fast nor fair, and this parliament should not endorse any measure which, even implicitly, suggests that the fast-track process is somehow the equivalent of, or even similar to, a normal judicial or tribunal process. Senator Watt moved an amendment to remove that part of the bill, and that amendment was successful. I note that in the interests of getting this bill through the parliament, the government agreed to support that amendment. Finally, Labor senators opposed the amendment to the Federal Court of Australia Act 1976 to allow the Federal Court, in the exercise of its appellate jurisdiction, to provide short-form reasons rather than detailed judgments where a decision dismissing an appeal does not raise any questions of general principle. That aspect of the bill was criticised by the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, the Josephite Justice Office and the Law Institute of Victoria on the basis that it would disadvantage unrepresented applicants, including those seeking review of refugee decisions. We share those concerns, and so Senator Watt moved an amendment in the Senate to remove that aspect of the bill. In the interests of getting this bill through the parliament, the government agreed to support that amendment in the Senate. So, with Labor's amendments having passed the Senate, what we are left with is a good bill which makes useful, largely administrative and long overdue amendments to various acts of parliament relating to federal courts and tribunals. I can only imagine how many months and years, or at least this bill, or at least a version of it, sat in the former Attorney-General's to-do pile gathering dust under the long ignored respected work report, the exposure draft of the Commonwealth Integrity Commission Bill, departmental briefs on the 9 or so judicial vacancies on federal courts. The list of urgent unfinished business under the former Attorney-General was a long one. At risk of damning the current Attorney-General with faint praise, I give her credit for bringing this simple but worthwhile bill forward to the Parliament, and I commend the bill in its amended form to the House, and I move the second reading amendment which has been circulated in my name in these terms, that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words, whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading. The House 1 notes that the current government has appointed at least 79 former Liberal Party politicians, failed Liberal Party candidates and former Liberal Party staffers to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, and B, used the tribunal to serve the interests of the Liberal Party and its mates rather than the interests of the Australian people, and C, in doing so, brought the tribunal into disrepute, and 2, calls on the government to implement a merit-based selection process for tribunal members.
Hear, hear. The original question was that the bill be now... Is the amendment seconded?
Seconded, Deputy Speaker.
The amendment was seconded. The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Isaacs has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. The member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Blaxland.
I rise to farewell my old friend Bert Collins. Bert was 105. He would have turned 106 next month. He was a lover and a fighter. Bert loved ballroom dancing and he was good at it, won plenty of tournaments. He loved making music boxes. He made one for my little boy Jack. He loved talking. Boy, did he have the gift of the gab. And he loved Peggy, the woman he waltzed around the dance floor. But he was also a fighter. He fought in the Pacific in World War II. He fought and he beat cancer. When he was 101, he was diagnosed with stage 4 metastatic melanoma. He was put on a trial drug and he beat it. And he fought for ordinary people. He was a union rep at Farmers Department Store, what later became known as Myers. He was a member of the SDA for 90 years. And until yesterday morning at 1:30, he was the oldest living member of the Australian Labor Party. 2 weeks ago, Bert fell over at home chasing cockroaches around the house. He was rushed to hospital, but he never recovered. Yesterday I got a call from Bert's great RSL mate Jim Wrigley that Bert had gone. Jim also told me that he went over to Bert's house and in the corner where he fell over were 2 dead cockroaches. They don't make them like Bert Collins anymore. Rest in peace, old friend.
I call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today is an important day for this parliament as we reflect on the 14th anniversary of the apology to the stolen generation, and I commend the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, and particularly my friends, the member for Hasluck and Barton, for their speeches. I also want to commend a decision made recently by the New South Wales Premier to move to permanently fly the Aboriginal flag on the Sydney Harbour Bridge. This is something I've strongly supported, particularly after it was raised with me very passionately by an Indigenous student from Hunters Hills High School in my electorate. This decision recognises the significant role that our Indigenous peoples have played in our nation's past, our present and our future, and the role of those communities, particularly in the Sydney region. I also want to reflect on the fact that, of course, Sydney Harbour Bridge itself was the site of that incredible march of 250,000 people in the year 2000 in support of the cause of reconciliation, a march I was happy to join at that time. I was reminded recently of how far we have come when I saw a post from the current principal of St Aloysius College in Kirribilli, Mark Tannock. He told the story that the then headmaster, the late Father Tony Smith, decided to fly the Aboriginal flag for the 1988 bicentenary. It quickly occasioned a visit by the police to warn him that radicals had taken over the school flagpole. The school is proud that the flag continues to fly today. It is an important decision and I congratulate the Premier on making this a permanent reminder of reconciliation.
I call the member for Canberra.
Deputy Speaker,
Lifeline Canberra's biggest fundraising event is its annual book fair. It is loved by Canberrans and attracts over 50,000 people each year. Volunteers work all year to make it happen, and I was able to see some of these hard-working volunteers in action when I visited their busy warehouse late last year. It was set to celebrate its 50th book fair this past weekend, but unfortunately was forced to cancel the event on the weekend over safety concerns relating to protesters at Epic on Friday, including the destruction of fencing. For more than 50 years, Lifeline Canberra has provided telephone support for people in crisis. Lifeline is the benchmark for suicide prevention and mental health advocacy. We lose one Canberran every week to suicide, and Lifeline Canberra is vital in keeping this awful statistic from being higher. This crisis support has never been more important than during this pandemic, with family and social support structures torn apart through lockdown and border closures. Nationally, Lifeline receives a new call every 30 seconds and received over 1 million calls last year alone. The book fair had set a fundraising target of $1 million over the three-day book fair. Lifeline Canberra's annual running cost is $4 million, so this book fair is crucial. I urge Canberrans to continue to get behind Lifeline's important work, especially in light of the book fair being cancelled this year.
I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On this day 80 years ago, the SS Vina Brooke was fleeing the fall of Singapore. The little boat was overflowing with 181 passengers, mainly women and children. 65 passengers were Australian nurses. The SS Vina Brooke was clearly not a Navy boat, and yet, on Valentine's Day 1942, 80 years ago today, 9 Japanese planes bombed the vessel 30 times in 5 minutes, killing many passengers and sinking the ship. 12 Australian nurses never made it to shore. Of the 53 nurses who did make it to Indonesia's Bangka Island, 21 would live just another 2 days before they were marched into the sea and machine-gunned to death by Japanese troops on Raji Beach. We know this because one nurse, South Australian sister Vivian Bullwinkle, survived and told the story of the extraordinary bravery of her colleagues. Although scared, these nurses had not tried to hide from the Japanese because they had sick and wounded to care for, and they thought, being women and nurses wearing Red Cross armbands, they would be safe. Tragically, they were wrong. Yesterday, in my seat of Boothby, the Governor-General dedicated a brand new memorial to these unbelievably brave women, made possible by $500,000 of federal government funding, a project I have worked on and spoken about throughout my time in this place. This is one of the very few memorials to Australia's servicewomen, and I hope we will soon see funding for a sculpture of Sister Vivian Bullwinkle at the Australian War Memorial. For today, we remember all the nurses for their courage, bravery and sacrifice, lest we forget.
I call the member for Wills.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to honour the life of Michael Behan AM. Many among us in this place are deeply saddened at the passing of Michael. Michael was a dear friend to me. He was kind, generous with his time and his offering of advice to me. Kindness and generosity are not usually associated with politicians, but he was no less effective for it. He left a formidable legacy of service to the Australian community and to the Labor Party. He served as Western Australian ALP State Secretary, and in that time he put into processes that led us to electoral victory. He also served as Western Australian Labor Senator for Western Australia in 1987 and 1996, and as President of the Senate from 1994 to 1996 during the Keating Labor government. After Parliament, he remained deeply committed to the Labor Party and to working for others and the community. Many Labor members in my local electorate and Brunswick Labor branch spent time with him over the years, lucky enough to share his wisdom and passion for social justice. He was an advocate for the role of neighbourhood houses, for local communities, for health services and other social justice projects. He was one of those really, genuinely lovely people that grace this planet from time to time and that the rest of us have the good fortune to know and befriend. As a public servant in the truest sense of the words, he was a good man. It was never about his ego, he was always about helping others. It is a legacy that will endure for those of us who were fortunate to know him. I extend my condolences to his partner Margaret, his children Daniel and Kate, his stepchildren Georgia and Michael and their families. Vale Michael Behan.
I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Mr Deputy Speaker, just over a year ago in Canberra, I went to see a demonstration project involving bidirectional energy charging technology funded by ARENA. Mr Deputy Speaker, for those who don't know what bidirectional energy charging is, it basically enables your car to become a mobile battery. That's if you have electric vehicles, that is. And that can be a very resourceful use during power outages. It means you can charge your electric vehicle car from your rooftop solar panels. Then after you finish driving for the day, you can use your car battery to power up appliances at home. Bidirectional energy charging is putting power in the hands of people, literally. But the best part of this is it can use renewable energy, which then helps drive down emissions. I can't believe how quickly this technology has developed and become commercially viable, all thanks to a federal government grant of $3.5 million. That means the future is here. Jet Charge in Melbourne is leading the way in making bidirectional energy charging a commercial reality. I recently visited this impressive company and met their founder, Tim Washington, who happens to be a Higgins constituent. Jet Charge is a real-life example of how our government's commitment to technology R&D is the right approach to driving down emissions. You need smart, sensible investment, and that means investing in technology, and that's what this government is doing. Driving down emissions by supporting clean technology research, development and commercialisation. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you. And I had the pleasure to join with locals and visitors alike to take part in this year's Tumba Trek, a bushwalk experience through the magnificent landscape around Tumbarumba. And this year's walk followed a route that highlighted some of the most iconic assets, including the development of the Snowy View Estate, the Tumbarumba to Rosewood Rail Trail, local mountain bike tracks and Hine Timber Mill, which took in around 16 k's. This iconic annual event provides an informal opportunity for community and government leaders to discuss issues whilst experiencing the best of the landscape around us. At this year's event, I was joined by local state members Dr Joe McGurr and Justin Clancy, along with Snowy Valley's mayor and councillors. I enjoyed being able to have conversations with the Tumbarumba Rotary, the Tumut Arts Society, Tumba Cycle Association, Snowy Hydro, Hine Timber Mill, other local businesses and community advocates. Tumba Trek was the brainchild of Tim Fischer, former Deputy Prime Minister, who in '85, along with a few keen locals, wanted to promote tourism in the Tumbarumba region. It went into a short recess in 2007 before it was resurrected by the member for Riverina. I have the honour of holding Mr Fisher's bushwalking stick as the member for Eden Monaro, and the legacy he leaves for this community and the ideals behind it are not lost on anyone. I look forward to, hopefully, the return of the dinner event next year, which was cancelled this year due to COVID. A big thank you to Kaylee and the Snowy Valleys Council for arranging the event. Although a little sore, my husband and I are looking forward to next year's event.
I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and may I take this opportunity to congratulate Scotty James on his silver medal in the snowboard half-pike at the Winter Olympics. Scotty grew up at Warrandyte in my electorate of Menzies. He first competed as a 16-year-old, and in the decades since we've seen him consistently become one of the best performers in his area of skiing in the world, competing in World Cups and other outstanding events. In winning silver, Scotty improved on his bronze medal at Pyeongchang in 2018, so I congratulate him and wish him well. After the event, many may have seeing the interview with him in which he said, and I quote, "Now I need to finish off my collection for the pool room in Italy in 2026. And we hope that over the next 4 years he can add to that bronze and indeed that silver medal with a gold medal to complete that collection. Not only is he one of the best competitors in his chosen sport, he's actually worked hard to secure the best training facilities that possibly be provided for the half-pike at Mount Buller in Victoria. Can I also congratulate the other Australians who have performed very well at the Winter Olympics, including Jakara Anthony and Jackie Narracott, but indeed just to compete in an Olympics, to be an Olympian, is a great achievement in itself, and I congratulate all the members of the Australian Olympic team.
I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. If you're sitting in an office on Collins Street or Macquarie Street, you never worry about your mobile phone dropping out. But if your office is a tractor in Tallangatta or a shearing shed in Ruffy, the story is very different. This government is failing regional Australians when it comes to phone and internet coverage, hobbling our ability to run businesses and keep up with global competition. I want to thank Rob Jamieson from Ruffy for giving me this list of what a modern-day farmer needs good phone and internet coverage for. Banking is moving online. Tax requirements, including BAS statements and payroll, are online, fulfilling regulatory requirements like biosecurity in the National Livestock Identification System, buying and selling of stock, agricultural census requirements, remote monitoring of irrigation, feed, water tanks, lightning trackers, equipment, research and maintenance, security monitoring, data analytics to track yields for spraying and fertiliser, drones to monitor fencing and livestock, and, of course, emergency communications in fires, storms and floods. The list goes on. Farming in Australia is a high-tech industry, Mr Deputy Speaker, but this government provides farmers with phone and internet coverage for the dark ages. I am committed to improving phone and internet technology for the people of Indi, and I won't stop pressuring this government to show up for farmers, residents and all small businesses that deserve the tools they need to live and thrive in the 21st century.
I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. 1982, Eye of the Tiger was the #1 song in Australia. Malcolm Fraser was Prime Minister and the average cost of a cinema ticket was $5. It was also the year that Georgetown Medical Centre GP Dr Tim Mooney AM began working at the practice. Born and raised in the town, Dr Mooney graduated from the University of Tasmania in 1979 before returning to his hometown. With a commitment to both his practice and the community, Dr Mooney has been heavily involved with the Australian College of General Practitioners, the Royal Flying Doctors Service, and was a founding member of the Rural Doctors Association of Tasmania. In 2017, his decades of dedication were aptly recognised when he was made a member of the Order of Australia for significant service to medicine through a range of multiple practice roles, to doctors in rural and remote areas and to the community. Luckily for us Georgetown locals, Dr Mooney has instilled his love for his community and rural medicine in his daughter Dr Caroline Mooney, who is now a principal in the practice, which he describes as a highlight of his 40-year career. For me personally, being able to provide a service for the community for this amount of time and raise my family here, to the extent that one of my daughters is now a doctor and a partner in the practice, that's very gratifying. Dr Mooney, you are beloved by so many in our local community, and from the bottom of my heart I want to say thank you, and I'm personally thrilled to hear that you have no intention of retiring soon.
I call the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. I've been contacted by many Qantas long-haul flight attendants recently who are deeply concerned by Qantas management's application to the Fair Work Commission to cancel or terminate their enterprise bargaining agreement. This will result in huge reductions in income and conditions for loyal Qantas staff. These workers feel let down by Qantas after they stood by the airline through the most difficult period of its existence. They had long periods there where they were stood down and had to get other jobs. Many of them risked their health and safety on repatriation flights long before a vaccine was ever developed. They've been in isolation after simply going to work. Many of them had to go into 2 weeks isolation just after undertaking flights. They've gone above and beyond. And yet, after only a few months of negotiations between Qantas and the FAAA, they're off to the Fair Work Commission to try and cancel the enterprise bargaining agreement. Now, I've spoken to both parties, and it's evident that they're not too far apart in reaching an agreement. And Qantas received over $1 billion worth of taxpayer support during this pandemic to get it through. And I believe it's incumbent upon them to treat their staff fairly and come back to the negotiating table and seek to nut out an agreement with their loyal staff. They've unfortunately got form with this. They recently sacked their ramp staff and baggage handlers, and it was found to be illegal by the federal court. Let's hope they don't go down that path once again. Qantas, don't use this pandemic as an opportunity to try and smash the union. Get back to the negotiating table.
I call the member for Moncrief.
Well, I wish to speak directly to my electorate to say it remains a great honour and a great privilege to represent the good people of Moncrief in this place. I adore my community, Deputy Speaker, that I've been part of for more than 2 decades. The Central Gold Coast is my home. It's the home of ideas and innovation, experiences and thrilling adventures, and it's the perfect holiday destination for Australians and now international students and tourists. The part I most enjoy, Deputy Speaker, is visiting schools, community organisations, sporting clubs, surf clubs, we've got 9 of those, aged care homes, galleries, temples and events. The Gold Coast's multicultural communities go far beyond coexistence. We have an ability, a special ability, to share knowledge and ideas with one another, to build a strong community where all who call Moncrieff home support one another and work together. My community has faced many hurdles throughout the last 2 years. Our primary industries of tourism, hospitality and small business have all suffered major setbacks due to the state border restrictions, freight delays and now workforce shortages. Despite those challenges, Deputy Speaker, the resilience and the perseverance of the Central Gold Coast, the home of the entrepreneurial spirit and self-made success stories, proves that we will continue to work together to overcome our challenges well into this next year of 2022.
I call the member for Shortland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Morrison-Joyce government hates accountability, and that's why they've broken their 3-year-old promise to introduce a National Anti-Corruption Commission. And we know from the Cabinet leak last week that the Prime Minister only became interested in the Integrity Commission when he thought he could bundle it up to help pass the Religious Discrimination Bill. This government has no shame. They announced plans for this commission over 1,000 days ago, and it is sorely needed. A recent analysis of grants over 3 years by Nine Media revealed that coalition-held seats received a massive $1.9 billion compared to $500 million for Labor electorates. In my Hunter region, all 4 Labor electorates combined received less than half of what the Deputy Prime Minister's seat of New England received by itself. $48 million for New England compared to $800,000 for the electorate of Shortland I have the privilege to represent. What a disgrace. Public trust in politics is at an all-time low. In our age of social media, fake news and an environment where far-right extremists are attempting to dominate the civic space, we elected officials have an important role in restoring this trust. The creation of an anti-corruption commission would help with this task. Integrity in public life matters. Fighting corruption matters. Misusing public funds for political gains matters. This is why the Australian people are demanding an independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. An Albanese Labor government will deliver one. This corrupt Liberal government will not.
I'll get the member to withdraw that last comment. I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 21st of January this year, I proved positive to COVID. I wasn't too worried about that because my health advice over the last 12 months has had me on vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc and B1 and other supplements to improve my immune system. Although I was in trepidation about going home to tell my wife that I had tested positive back to Phillip Island, that was the case. I also had access to ivermectin, which we both immediately went on as soon as I tested positive, and we had 5 days of ivermectin and then another 5 days to prove it true. I had some symptoms. I had a bit of a rough time for a while, for 3 or 4 days, but I believe that I put myself. I am not vaccinated, and I won't be vaccinated because my view was the risk to be vaccinated was just as high as the risk that I was taking to get the virus itself. So I had to make a decision, and I made a decision on my behalf. I made a decision that I wanted to continue in this House, and I'd just been through a fairly major health issue only a few weeks before, so I was fairly vulnerable. But I believed I had actually done the right thing and protected my body in the way that I wanted to protect it, in the way that the choice that I made, and the choice that all of those demonstrators out there were talking about choice and freedom and not having imposed upon them by politicians in this place and others the things that they do.
Time has expired, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Well, today I welcome the very long-awaited announcement of the successful local applications from the Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Grants program. I say long-awaited because people in my bushfire-impacted electorate of Gilmore, in the Shoalhaven and the Batemans Bay Moruya area in the Eurobodalla, have been waiting a very, very long time for the successful grants to be announced. Since the Black Summer bushfires, I have been working with a large number of local groups, organisations and councils with regards to what they need to help with bushfire recovery. Earlier in 2021, I took part in a lengthy process to ensure local projects were supported in the Shoalhaven and the Eurobodalla. Although I remain disappointed this process has taken so long and the government has clearly politicised the timing of these grants, I'm pleased to see many local projects have been funded, bringing a total of over $22 million in local projects for the Shoalhaven Camden and the Eurobodalla, projects that I have fought hard for. Projects such as the Mogo Community Recreation Hub in the Eurobodalla is being funded to the tune of just under $1 million. The Moruya Showground, the home of the Moruya Evacuation Centre during the bushfires, will also receive an upgrade. Conjola Park, hit hard by the bushfires, will also receive funding for Conjola Park foreshore recovery. These are just some of the terrific projects which I look forward to supporting more as they go ahead.
I call the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to an extraordinary Australian, Army nurse Vivian Bullwinkle. On this day 80 years ago, she was on board the SS Viner Brook, which was fleeing Singapore and overflowing with 181 passengers, women and children, wounded soldiers, and 65 passengers were Australian nurses. The ship was bombed, and of the 53 nurses who did make it to Indonesia's Bangka Island, 21 would live just another 2 days before they were marched into the sea and machine-gunned to death by Japanese troops in a horrendous act of brutality. We know this story, Mr. Speaker, because one nurse, Bullwinkle, was shot but feigned her own death and survived to tell the story. Bullwinkle died in 2000, but she didn't let the experience define her life. She survived 3 years as a POW. She retired from the Army in 1947 and became the Director of Nursing at Melbourne's Fairfield Hospital. She devoted herself to the nursing profession and to honouring those killed on Bangka Island, raising funds for a nurses' memorial and serving on numerous committees, including as a member of the Council of the Australian War Memorial. Mr. Speaker, there's one place where we tell the stories of service and sacrifice, and that is the Australian War Memorial. There are plans to establish a statue in Bullwinkle's honour. What a great act of bipartisanship it would be for this federal parliament, in the middle of a pandemic, if we could find a way to fully fund a statue to commemorate Vivian Bullwinkle and all the nurses who have served in the Australian Defence Force. I say to those nurses, thank you for your service. On this, the 80th anniversary of the Bangka Island massacre, I've written to the Prime Minister seeking his support for a statue at the Australian War Memorial.
I give the call to the member for Perth.
Thank you, Speaker. And a happy Valentine's Day to all. Labor is red, the Liberals are blue. To the Prime Minister, I have a Valentine for you. For all of the nation, it's been 9 long years. He's tricked, he's lied, he's played on our fears. To Hawaii he fled in the midst of a fire. A hose he didn't hold, he was labelled a liar.
Order. I'm going to ask the member for Perth to withdraw that comment.
I withdraw. Our global relations have hit a new low. Did he lie? Journo asked.
Order.
I don't think. I know.
Order. You just can't paraphrase something.
I was quoting a journalist.
You can't quote an unparliamentary remark. Member for Perth has the call.
I withdraw, Speaker. Not it.
Member for Perth has the call.
While his raid of this House has led to disorder, he must confess now his hate of WA's border. In Clive he found a billionaire to back, and together they launched a Western attack. But not all his supporters were as loyal as Clive. Now the Cabinet is leaking as his support takes a dive. Who leaked it out? Who revealed his plan? This tricky political fix, PVO won't name his man. This out-of-touch PM disappoints us daily. His governing skills are as good as his ukulele. To get rid of the PM will not be easy, but what you can do is vote Anthony Albanese.
I give the call to the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, on the 9th of April 2019, this government committed $3.4 million to Headspace in Kempsey to provide much-needed mental health services to the youth of the Macleay Valley. So after 2.5 years of delays, I was very happy to finally be advised that the building works are finally underway to fit out a fit-for-purpose building at Headspace Kempsey location, which will soon be open. Despite the lengthy delays, the Expansion Youth Service has provided youth mental health services to 58 young people and has 73 active clients at present. It is also pleasing to hear that partnerships are at the advanced stages of being formalised to ensure the 4 core streams, including mental health, work and study, physical and sexual health, and alcohol and drugs, are in place. Deputy Speaker, it is vitally important that the whole range of services are available to the youth of the Macleay Valley, a place where they can go, where if they need help, they can go and talk about the social, physical and emotional changes that affect so many young people in today's society. So, Deputy Speaker, I look forward to attending the opening of Headspace Kempsey on 14 March 2022 and working with the Samaritans for the benefit of our youth. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Last Friday I met with the Chairman of the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations, Stefan Romaniu, and other Ukrainian community leaders in Melbourne. And I indicated to them Labor's clear position of solidarity with the people of the Ukraine and our absolute rejection of any Russian military action that violates Ukraine's sovereignty and its independence. Yeah. Labor stands with the people of Ukraine and all Ukrainian Australians at this difficult time. If Russia continues down the path of aggression, it will be attacking one of the core principles of the post-World War II order, which is that all UN members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. This is a simple, clear principle. Mr Putin must understand that it is not in the long-term interests of the Russian people to continue down this path. The era of spheres of influence and other such pseudo-imperial constructs has been consigned to the dustbin of history. Australia should unite with our allies and friends in sending the strongest of messages that Russia needs to back off, and it needs to back off right now.
Order. The time for members' statements has concluded. And I give the call to the Honourable Prime Minister.
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. Apologies, Mr Speaker.
Order. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the House acknowledge the passing on 30 January 2022 of the Senator of the Honourable Michael Behan, former Labor Senator for Western Australia and President of the Senate, and place on record its appreciation for his service to Australia and offer its heartfelt sympathy to his family in their bereavement. Mr Speaker, Michael Behan's surname is Irish, derived from the Gaelic word Baha. It means life. When Michael was 17, his family started a new life. Like so many others at the time, they left post-war Europe and embarked on the months-long journey, travelling from London to Perth, Australia. For young Michael, his new life in his new country took the shape of an electrical apprenticeship. He would work as an electrician for the next 10 years. Then sadly, tragedy struck. Michael was involved in an horrific traffic accident near Goomalling. His girlfriend, Leith, tragically died. There's a line in the Irish poem On Raglan Road by Patrick Kavanagh. It goes, "Let grief be a fallen leaf at the dawning of the day." And that was true for Michael. That terrible event affected him deeply. It set him on a new course to become a teacher. And active in the Teachers' Union, Michael joined the Australian Labor Party in 1968. And it was the beginning of a long contribution. Almost 2 decades later, in 1987, Michael was elected to the Senate by the people of Western Australia. In his first speech, there was a theme that followed him throughout his time there, and it was the theme about how we should treat each other in political discourse. In that speech, he admonished activists in the peace movement who believed they had the monopoly on principle and morality. He said, "You do not have to bleed to show that you have a heart. You do not have to pray to demonstrate the presence of a soul." Michael Behan understood that two people with different views can respectfully disagree, and that having a different view doesn't make you more moral than the other person. As President of the Senate, one of his proudest achievements was introducing the Art Acquisition Program. He didn't like that the Parliament's art collection was static, set in stone in 1988, and that the art collection was dominated by the artists of Sydney and Melbourne. So he set out for a collection that better reflected the country. He was proud of the fact that when he left here, there was Indigenous art from urban artists, and more art from Western Australia, the Northern Territory and Queensland. Mr Speaker, Michael Behan admitted late in his parliamentary career, in fact it was the very last sitting day of his time in Parliament, that he had been elected to a Senate
As a cynic, in his words, I was no enthusiastic supporter of the Senate. I can understand that on some days, Mr Speaker. It was a view that had formed watching from afar the events of 1975, but it was a view that changed. In part, it was because of the committee system which he loved. You were forced together, working towards common goals, usually finding consensus, travelling together. Michael was very conscious that our debates draw out our best. Tone, civility, the hours we keep and our role in contributing to the type of cynicism that he once himself had, it all matters, he said. And we all still grappling with those questions a quarter of a century on. Though I should add, Michael passionately argued for an end to wigs and gowns, and that change was achieved by his successor, so progress is indeed possible. Mr Speaker, Michael left the parliament because he lost a pre-selection, defeated 71 to 69. It doesn't get much closer than that. But he didn't mope. In fact, the day after he ended his term as a senator, he married Margaret. A new stage of his life was beginning. Mr Speaker, Senator Beans was a life well lived, from London to Perth, Bunbury, Melbourne and Canberra. From devastation to the dawning of the day, he was a gentleman who wanted us to always be at our best. On behalf of the government, I offer my heartfelt sympathy to Michael's wife Margaret, his children and extended family, and may he rest in peace.
I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his words. If ever there was a face that looked like it had been designed to emit an aura of geniality and goodwill, it was Michael Beans. Through his life he would wear many hats: electrician, peace activist, teacher, union member, encourager, changemaker, Labor true believer. He was also the survivor of tragedy, a car crash that he survived, but his girlfriend, Leith Jackson, did not. Even with the passage of the decades, it is just too awful to contemplate. Somehow the young Michael emerged from that with a sharpened focus on what mattered. As West Australian State Labor Secretary, he was a modernising force in the 1980s, played a crucial role in the party's successes at a state and federal level during that remarkable decade. When he entered federal parliament as Senator for WA during the Hawke-Keating era, he made it clear in his first speech to the Senate that he was concerned with getting things done. Having overcome some of his own reservations about the Senate, which in his mind sometimes suffered from memories of its role in the 1975 constitutional crisis, he gave speeches on industrial relations and working conditions, education, the economy and electoral matters. He spoke with persuasive power on the Native Title Bill. He developed a full and detailed view of Parliament, seeing how it all pieced together what worked, what didn't, and what best equipped parliamentarians to serve the interests of the Australian people. True to this approach, he looked past some of the more flashily obvious aspects of Parliament and saw the value of parliamentary committees. What he saw in them was a greater breadth of representation and perspective, and an overall impact that he felt was rivalled only by the emergence of political parties and the advent of proportional representation. When he became Senate President, he took on the challenge of lifting the standard of question time, clearly taking to heart the view of another president, John F. Kennedy, that we choose things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Michael understood that the televising of question time had a big impact on the standing of the institution. As he put it, "I used to think it was only my mother who watched me at question time, but there are a lot of other people who watch question time. I was recently door-knocking in Shark Bay when somebody said, 'Hello, Mr President, come on in and have a drink. I watch you every day.'" Michael also understood the potent symbolism of this very building itself and sought ways to make Parliament House a living, dynamic building that better reflected our great nation. One way he approached this was through the art collection. As he later reflected, there was almost no Western Australian art, very little Queensland art, no urban Aboriginal art and very little Northern Territory art. We set about redressing that imbalance first of all, then maintaining the collection as a living collection and not one that was rooted in 1988. As you walk through this building, possibly on your way to Aussies, you'll pass Michael's official portrait, in which he has been carefully painted, smiling gently from among a collection of framed canvases. When he left here, Michael kept his focus on what mattered, favouring the result over the display. By the time he was appointed a member of the Order of Australia in 2011, it was for service to the Parliament of Australia, to the promotion of international bipartisan political debate, to the pharmacy profession and to the community. A £10 POM who turned out to be a true bargain for Australia. Our hearts go out to his wife Margaret, his children Daniel and Kate, his stepchildren Georgia and Michael, and his 8 grandchildren. May Michael rest in peace.
As a mark of respect to the memory of the Honourable Michael Eamon Bean, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. The Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I inform the House that the Minister for Agriculture in Northern Australia—
Just the Prime Minister will just pause for one moment. There are some procedural matters to go through. The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'd move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Minister.
Mr Speaker, I ask leave of the House to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for further
Is leave
debate.
granted? The Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable Michael Eamon Bean be referred to the Federation Chamber.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Just before I call the Prime Minister, I have a short statement to make. On Thursday after question time, the Leader of the Opposition asked me to reflect on comments made by the Minister for Defence in responding to a question during question time and report back to the House. When the matter was raised during question time, I made it clear that I had not heard the comments as the level of interjections was so loud as to prevent me from hearing precisely what had been said. I have, however, since carefully examined the Hansard transcripts of that period of question time and considered the relevant sections of the practice at pages 516 to 17. Even though no explicit charge was made by the Leader of the House, there was an insinuation made about the Leader of the House. I'm of the view that in context, the reference made by the Leader of the House about the Leader of the Opposition is not in order under Standing Order 90, and I would ask that such comments not be repeated. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Minister for Agriculture in Northern Australia will be absent from question time today and for the remainder of the week. The Deputy Prime Minister will answer questions on his behalf. The Minister for Defence Industry and Minister for Science and Technology will be absent from question time today and for the remainder of the week. The Minister for Defence will answer questions on her behalf in the Defence portfolio, and the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction will answer questions on her behalf in the Science and Technology portfolio. The Minister for Regional Health will be absent from question time today and for the remainder of the week. The Minister for Health will answer questions on his behalf.
Questions? Yes, the Leader of the Opposition.
I thank you for your timely consideration of the matter I raised on Thursday afternoon. It might be just appropriate so we can just move on, given your ruling, if the Leader of the House can just withdraw his comments from Thursday, given that you've said
the Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. I have also considered this issue carefully, and at page 515 of the practice it makes it very clear that the time for a request for a withdrawal must be made at the time the remark was made. I'm not the member for Solomon is warned. The whole purpose behind that provision is to, as I understand it, to expunge the record from Hansard. If, and I say if, and I certainly hope it doesn't happen again, if the matter arises, I'll deal with it then. I don't need to hear any further from the Leader of the Opposition. The questions without notice. Are there any questions? The member for Ballarat.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Attorney-General. It's been reported by journalist Peter Van Oslen that last week the Minister strongly argued against legislating a stronger anti-corruption commission. Was the fact that the Minister paid $30 million for a piece of land worth $3 million mentioned in the discussion, or did everyone in the room just join the dots?
Happy to hear. Order. Order. The Leader of the Manager. Sorry, the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, the first part of that question may be in order because there was public speculation, again rumour and gossip and bits and pieces that appeared in the media, and the opposition may base some question on that. The second part was a slur and it was made to be ruled out of order. It was a political stunt, Mr Speaker, and it should be treated as such. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Speaker. It's quite specific in practice that ministers are meant to be across major issues within the media. This certainly qualifies as that. In terms of the issue of an anti-corruption commission, the minister is representing the Attorney-General in this House, and so therefore he is the appropriate person to ask. The reference to the land purchase is something that has already been dealt with as an in-order question many times in this House.
Well, not by me, it hasn't. The Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. The first part of the question is in order. The second part of the question, in my view, is contrary to Standing Order 90, in that it does, in my view, constitute an imputation of improper motive. I'm happy for the Minister to deal with the first part of the question. The Minister has the call.
I do thank the Shadow Minister for her question. As she would well know, there's a well-established convention for very good reasons of public policy that Cabinet Ministers do not comment on or disclose what occurred in Cabinet. I recognise it's been quite a long time, for very good reasons, since anybody on the other side of this House was in Cabinet, because the Australian people have not seen fit to trust you with the heavy responsibility of government. Mr Speaker, it is quite curious to be on the receiving end of lectures about probity and public policy from the member for Ballarat, of whom it was said in the ANAO report in 2014-15, number 9, the recording of funding decisions did not adequately explain— The Minister will resume his seat.
The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. This is the sort of part that might be in order.
What's the point of order?
It's on direct relevance. Had the question referred to any alternative policies? As it happens, opposition questions rarely involve that. But if alternative policies is what allows these sorts of comments in, it's clearly beyond the question that was asked.
The Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. There was no reference in the question to alternative policies. The Minister will return to the question.
You're right, Mr Speaker, but there was a clear suggestion about probity. And let's be clear, the Shadow Minister's track record when she was a minister in relation to probity was quite properly called into question by the Auditor-General.
Has the Minister completed his answer? Has the Minister completed his answer? The member for Sturt has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. From Europe to our region, the world is facing increasing uncertainty. Will the Prime Minister please outline to the House how the Morrison government is addressing these challenges and the importance of acting in our national interest with strong and consistent principles and values?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Sturt for
member
his question.
Morton is warned.
It is true that we do face, particularly at this present time, incredibly uncertain international and regional circumstances. These are very uncertain times. It is a very uncertain environment, not just in Europe, Mr Speaker, but in our own region here in the Indo-Pacific, with the threats and the coercion that we face here in Australia. And we are seeing threats and coercion and bullying in other parts, which I'll come to in a moment. So, Mr Speaker, it is a time for resolve. It is a time to stand up against those who would seek to bully, whether as Australia, whether as Lithuania, and indeed Ukraine, Mr Speaker. It is a time to stand up to the bullies, to the autocrats who work together, not just in Europe, Mr Speaker, but also here in our own region. It is not a time for having an each-way bet on national security, Mr Speaker. It is not a time, Mr Speaker, for appeasement and the trading away of Australian values in search of appeasement, Mr Speaker. It is a time, Mr Speaker, to work with our partners, as our government has done, enlivening the Quad, Mr Speaker, that was dismantled by the actions of the Labor Party when they were last in government. Mr Speaker, it is a time for AUKUS, which was brought together with our closest of partners in the United Kingdom and the United States, for, Mr Speaker, a generational leap forward in our national security settings that were put in place by our government to give us the capability to defend Australia in a way we've never been able to before, and to work closely with our Five Eyes partners. It is a time to strengthen our defences, as we have done as a government, whether it's strengthening our cyber security defences, our land defences, our air defences, our sea defences and particularly our submarine capabilities. All of these, Mr Speaker, working together to keep Australians safe. And indeed, as Russian troops are amassed, Mr Speaker, on Ukraine's border, and Australians have been advised who are in the Ukraine of the seriousness and dangerous nature of this situation now for many weeks. We look on these issues and these events with great concern. We support Ukraine's sovereignty, absolutely, Mr Speaker. We support their right to their territorial borders, Mr Speaker, and that they not be imperilled by their neighbour. Mr Speaker, we denounce Russia's bullying, their coercion, their intimidation and their threats of violence against Ukraine, Mr Speaker. And we will always take steps to do that. And, Mr Speaker, we have taken those steps with our like-minded partners. But I know, Mr Speaker, that the Chinese government has not stood with the rest of the world in denouncing the actions of Russia, Mr Speaker, and they should do so. They should do so. There should be no cue taken from the actions of Russia, the coercion or bullying in our region.
The Prime Minister's time has expired, and I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm the only reason he planned to introduce legislation for a National Anti-Corruption Commission was to attempt to encourage one of his backbenchers, a plan which even his own ministers did not support? Instead of playing politics, why won't the Prime Minister do his job and introduce a National Anti-Corruption Commission?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Our government developed a detailed proposal for a Commonwealth Integrity Commission. Mr Speaker, hundreds of pages of legislation which I have tabled in this parliament. If the Labor Party wishes to support that legislation, it can become a reality. The only party standing in the way of it is the Labor Party, Mr Speaker, and I'm not surprised. If you look up to Queensland, Mr Speaker, if you look down in Victoria, I am not surprised that the Labor Party would not seek to support the legislation that I have tabled in this parliament. Our legislation goes to hundreds of pages. Theirs goes to a two-page thought bubble.
Member for McEwen, would you like to withdraw that comment, that unparliamentary remark?
I'll withdraw.
Thank the member for McEwen. The member for Flynn has the
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Will the Deputy Prime Minister outline to the House how the Morrison-Joyce government is investing in nation's water-building infrastructure, which is securing the future of regional communities? Is the Deputy Prime Minister aware of any alternative approaches? Thank you.
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and note that it was 868 days after the Labor government in Queensland basically pulled down the dam that they had formerly constructed And 868 days later, it took them to actually decide they were going to fund fixing up their problem. It took the coalition, it took the Nationals and Liberals approximately 2 days to meet their funding request so that we could get this dam rebuilt. And this dam is so vitally important for both the people of the city of Bundaberg and the member for Hinkler's seat, for the people obviously in the seat of Flynn. And I acknowledge the great work that the member for Flynn and also Cole Boyce has done towards making sure that this becomes a reality. And we also note the macadamia industry, for which this was so incredibly important, the Steinhardt family, and it was great to go around with Bree Grimmer to actually see what we can do with this water now that we're securing it once again. 98% of our macadamias get exported, as well as the sugar cane, which is a vital component of the heritage of that area and also part of the future of that area. This is absolutely showing to the people of Central Queensland how serious the coalition is, how serious the Nationals are and the Liberals are about making sure that we are part of their prosperity into the future. Now, Mr Speaker, we want to make sure this nation becomes as strong as possible, as quickly as possible. It is part of our purpose, it's part of our process, and regional Australia is so important in that. This is not just the first. This is not the first dam. It's not the second dam. It's one of a myriad of water infrastructure projects that we are building throughout the nation. Rookwood Weir, Big Rocks Weir, the Adelaide River Offstream Water Storage, Dungowan, which has started with a pipeline, North Adelaide Irrigation Scheme, Western Irrigation Scheme. But you ask also for alternative policies, and that's very, very hard. That's very hard because we don't even know the names of the alternate ministers most of the time. We've had the member for Ballarat, who has come to her feet today, but she didn't ask about anything about regional infrastructure. What she asked was basically a slur. That is basically all we got for her. The member for Griffith is apparently the member for water. We never hear any questions from her. The member for Blaxland is apparently regional services. Never get any questions from him. And the member for Kwinana is mining resources. The best one of all is the member for Franklin, agriculture. So important in our nation, yet we never get a question from them. It's like the Casper cabinet. The Casper cabinet of friendly ghosts who never actually ask a question. It's like the one-man show. It's a one-man show. Well, we will never know about alternate policies, I say to the member for Flynn, because we never actually hear from the alternate ministers. And this just goes to show the shallowness of any alternate government that they propose.
I know. The member for Isaacs has the
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. It's been widely reported that last week a number of the Prime Minister's colleagues blocked an anti-corruption commission with retrospective powers. Why are the Prime Minister's colleagues so concerned about an anti-corruption commission with the power to investigate corrupt acts committed before it was established?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, I'll ask the Minister representing the Attorney-General to respond.
Order.
But the matters raised by—
Order. Order. The Prime Minister will just resume his seat for a moment. The member for McEwen will leave under 94A. The Prime Minister has the call. The Minister has the call.
I do thank the Prime Minister for the opportunity to answer this question from the Shadow Attorney-General. Of course, the premise of his question is entirely misconceived because, quite differently to the proposition that he put to the House, in fact, our government has a well-developed, carefully thought-through model for the Commonwealth Integrity Commission. And of course we've gone through a very detailed process, Mr Speaker. Hundreds of pages of legislation are in the public domain. We've gone through a nationwide consultation process, 333 written submissions, and of course we've put in place the necessary funding, Mr Speaker. We put in place the necessary funding. In fact, in total, almost 150—
The Minister will resume his seat. Before I call the member for Isaacs on a point of order, assumedly, the level of interjections is far too high. So if the member for Isaacs is going to ask me on a point of order of relevance, it is very difficult to hear the minister. If you want me to be able to rule on points of order, you have to give me the opportunity to hear what's being said. The member for Isaacs has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think I can assist you, Mr Speaker, by saying
I'll just get the member for Isaacs to remove your mask, please.
Thank you. I think I can assist you, Mr Speaker, by pointing out that the minister has now spent a minute on irrelevant detail, and I do raise a point of order of relevance. He should direct his answer to the question.
Right.
He hasn't attempted so yet.
Well, as I foreshadowed, I'm going to listen carefully to the minister. The minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the simple fact is, while the Shadow Attorney-General may not like it, what I'm going to squarely is the very extensive policy efforts made by this government in developing a detailed model for a Commonwealth Integrity Commission. Now look, I know the Shadow Attorney-General is not great on detail when he doesn't have an instructing solicitor. I know that. But the facts are, Mr Speaker, the facts are that we have a detailed model. We've committed, as I was saying before he leapt to his feet unsuccessfully, we've committed $150 million in funding, and it's very clear that the Commonwealth Integrity Commission will be able to investigate past conduct and matters that occurred prior to its commencement. It will include its jurisdiction, Mr Speaker. This is an important point. Its jurisdiction will include over 145 criminal offences that currently exist in legislation, including offences under the Criminal Code Act, fraud, abuse of office, falsification of documents, offences under the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme Act and the Public Interest Disclosure Act. The government will also create, under our detailed and well-developed policy framework, Mr Speaker, the government will also create new offences relating to corrupt conduct, including concealing corruption and repeated public sector corruption. And so, Mr Speaker, we have a well-developed model. And I simply repeat the offer that the Prime Minister has made publicly and repeatedly. We stand ready to introduce this legislation as soon as the Labor Party indicates that it will support it. We can together, I say to the Labor Party, we can together take this matter forward and achieve an outcome for the Australian people. We've done the detailed work. All you need to do is sign on. It's not hard.
Order. The member. The member for Indi has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Treasurer, Albury-Wodonga desperately needs a new hospital on the border. Last year, the member for Farrer said the government is 100% behind a new hospital. But Senator Hume has said the government does not have a funding role. The Deputy Prime Minister has said the same. But that's not true. The government gave Shellharbour Hospital $128 million and Geelong Hospital $50 million before the last election. So which is it, Treasurer? Does the government fund regional hospitals or not? And will you commit $300 million for a new cross-border hospital in Albury-Wodonga as soon as possible?
The Treasurer has the call.
Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and she has raised this issue specifically with me, and she is aware that the Commonwealth is helping to support hospitals to a record amount, Mr Speaker. Under this government, hospital funding in Australia is at a record high, Mr Speaker. Now, we consider a range of infrastructure projects, but as the honourable member knows, there is a real role there for state governments. State governments have a real role to play in funding those infrastructure projects. So we'll consider proposals on their merits, Mr Speaker, but we recognise that the Commonwealth does help fund hospitals, but when it comes to infrastructure projects, state governments have a key role to play.
I thank the Treasurer. The member for Moncrieff has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is also to the Treasurer. How are the Morrison government's tax cuts helping Australian families, particularly women, keep more of what they earn? And is the Treasurer aware of any alternative approaches?
The Treasurer has...
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Moncrieff for her question. She's a very strong advocate on behalf of the tourism sector. She's a strong advocate on behalf of small business. Indeed, more than 30,000 in her electorate are going to be able to access the immediate expensing provisions. Now, Mr Speaker, at every turn we have sought to cut taxes, cutting taxes for small business to the lowest level in 50 years, providing record amounts of investment incentives through our tax system, which have been particularly effective through this pandemic, and cutting taxes for families. More than 11 million Australians have received more than $30 billion in tax cuts, and particular beneficiaries have been young people, and in particular young women, Mr Speaker. Women aged 25 and under are paying 20% less tax today than under the Labor Party, Mr Speaker. 20% less tax today than under the Labor Party, worth more than $2,000 a year. Now, Mr Speaker, every step of the way, as we've sought to cut taxes, we've been opposed by a Greens-Labor coalition, Mr Speaker, a Greens-Labor coalition. That's because when it comes to tax policies, their policies are very similar, Mr Speaker, very similar. The only difference is the colour of the letterhead. Now, I went to the Greens website and I had a look at their tax policies, and they look like a Labor wish list. Look like a Labor wish list. A housing tax, Mr Speaker, we've heard that before. Right? A tax on family businesses and trusts, we've heard that before. A tax on the mining sector, Mr Speaker. A carbon tax. A carbon tax, Mr Speaker. Higher taxes on superannuation, higher taxes on income earners. And then, of course, most damningly of all, on the Greens website, a 30-year project for the leader of the Labor Party, death duties, Mr Speaker. Death duties and inheritance tax. Oh, no. Oh, no.
The Manager of Opposition Business. On a point of order.
Yeah, on a point of order on direct relevance, Mr Speaker. In terms of alternative policies, exactly how far back in history is going to be considered relevant?
No.
Realistically,
the Manager of Opposition
are we going
Business,
to go back to the Trojan Wars?
The Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. The Treasurer has the call.
Mr Speaker, when it comes to the Greens-Labor coalition, the leader of the Labor Party has been very busy, very defensive, very hypersensitive, saying that it's nonsense. Well, Mr Speaker, the member for McMahon has been on the record when Labor and the Greens were in coalition. This is what he said. The Greens are a party who have a very clear policy objective, but also are a party you can sit down and to discuss policies with. Now, this is what the member for McMahon has said. This is the words of the member for McMahon. In the event that the Greens hold the balance of power, then of course we'd work in that arrangement, Mr Speaker. Of course we'd work in that arrangement. So the member for McMahon, belled the cat, the Greens and the Labor Party are a coalition.
I would just... The member for McMahon is warned. I would just once again ask the Leader of the Opposition just not to approach the dispatch box until the time is up. You did. I'm not going to argue with you. The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
Yes, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to table the neoclassical theory of the competitive market system, an essay of mine from first-year economics at Sydney University, written on the 7th of August 1981.
The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. Order. Members on my right. The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. Is leave granted?
Mr Speaker, that is a two-page document in crayon with pictures. It is not to be tabled. No.
Leave is not granted. The member for Gorton. The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. Order. Members on my right. Members on my right. The member for Groom. The member for Gorton has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Leaking from Cabinet is a criminal offence. Has the Prime Minister asked the Australian Federal Police to investigate the source of the major Cabinet leak designed to undermine the Prime Minister?
I'm just going to ask the member for Gorton to return to the dispatch box and ask that question again. The member for Mackellar's booming voice was preventing me from hearing the question.
Thank you, Speaker.
As were members on my left. The member for Gorton.
Thanks very much, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Leaking from Cabinet is a criminal offence. Has the Prime Minister asked the Australian Federal Police to investigate the source of the major Cabinet leak designed to undermine the Prime Minister?
The Leader of the House on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, it's impossible for the Prime Minister to answer such a question. If he's provided a reference to the Australian Federal Police, it would be in confidence to the Commissioner, and it's not in order to ask that question, Mr Speaker.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Just to the point of order. We are allowed to ask questions about what the Prime Minister has done and what action he has taken. If he chooses to go down the path that the Leader of the House has said and decide to keep it secret as to what he's done, that's a matter for his answer. But the question is in order.
The Prime Minister has a call. The question is in order.
Mr Speaker, the member's question is mistaken.
The member for Barara has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer inform the House how the Morrison government's strong economic management
Members on my left.
is working to produce more jobs for Australian families and small businesses, particularly in my electorate of Barara? And is the Treasurer aware of any alternative policies?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Barara for his question and acknowledge his commitment to small business and lower taxes, and indeed more than 50,000 members in his electorate are getting tax relief as a result of policies that we've supported on this side of the House. Now, it's easy to forget what the state of the economy was early on in this pandemic in 2020. We saw 1.3 million Australians lose their jobs or saw their working hours go to zero. We saw Treasury think that the unemployment rate could potentially reach as high as 15%. We responded with programs like JobKeeper, which helped save more than 700,000 jobs. Today we have an unemployment rate at a 13-year low of 4.2%, on track, according to the Reserve Bank of Australia, for a 50-year low with a 3 in front of it. There are 1.7 million more Australians in work today than when Labor was in office, including 1 million more women in work today than when Labor was last in office. So we'll continue to invest in infrastructure, skills programs and cut taxes to deliver this strong economy. But, Mr Speaker, it is in stark contrast our approach to those opposite, because this Leader of the Opposition has never held a Treasury portfolio. This Leader of the Opposition, this Leader of the Labor Party, has never delivered a budget. Indeed, his economic policies consist of a $6 billion cash splash to pay people who've already had the jab. $6 billion cash splash to pay people who've already had the jab. Of course, he wants to support the economic recovery with a national driver's licence as well, Mr Speaker, and he wants to remove the fuel excise, wait for it, on electric vehicles, Mr Speaker. Now, that is the state of the Leader of the Opposition's economic approach. There's no excise, of course, on electric vehicles. Now, Mr Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition talks a big game from opposition, but in government they delivered something very, very different.
The Treasurer will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Speaker, I realise the target of this sort of lettuce attack.
What's the point of order?
The Leader of the House.
What
but
is the
still,
point of order?
well, this can't be in order for him to just go on for 3 minutes,
the
not
leader
in
of-
his portfolio,
the Leader of the
with a
Opposition will
character
state his
attack
point of order.
on myself and the Leader of the House. If you don't think of me, think of Peter.
The
Think
Leader
of
of
Peter.
the Opposition
He's just
will
sitting
resume
there, Mr. Speaker.
his seat. The Treasurer is in order, and the Treasurer has the call.
I thought he was going to table another set of finger paintings, Mr. Speaker. Now, the reality is the Leader of the Opposition, when Labor was in government, they talked today about secure work, but unemployment under Labor was 5.7%, it's 4.2% today. The Labor Party talks about high wages. When Labor was last in government, real wages were falling, Mr. Speaker. The Labor Party talks about cost of living. Well, electricity prices doubled when Labor was last in government. They talk about lower debt, Mr. Speaker. They've made more than $90 billion of additional spending promises, Mr. Speaker, that are unfunded. And they talk about lower taxes, and we know this Leader of the Opposition supported $387 billion of higher taxes at the last election. So we on this side of the House stand for more jobs. We on this side of the House stand for lower taxes. The same can't be said about those opposite.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's own department has confirmed it briefed the Prime Minister throughout the course of 2020 and 2021 on rapid antigen testing. Why didn't the Prime Minister do his job and order enough rapid antigen tests when it really counted?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At no point prior to the onset of Omicron, Mr. Speaker, had the government, other than the issue of aged care in around August of last year, when the government immediately then went to procure rapid antigen tests for aged care, Mr. Speaker, which was our responsibility, at no point prior to that time, Mr. Speaker, had any health advisory body, any chief medical officer, Mr. Speaker, any health department, not the Prime Minister's and Cabinet department or any other department, had they recommended that the government should be engaged in purchasing rapid antigen tests. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they weren't even approved by the TGA, Mr. Speaker, until November of last year. And so the suggestion that is put by the Leader of the Opposition that somehow they would be recommending that we do something that was contrary to the medical opinion of the Therapeutic Goods Administration is just a further example, Mr. Speaker, of how the Leader of the Labor Party has sought all through this pandemic to play politics with the pandemic for his own political gain, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the government throughout this pandemic, yes, it is true.
The Prime Minister will just resume his seat for one moment. The member for Macarthur is warned. The Prime Minister has the call.
So it is true, Mr. Speaker. Through this pandemic, the government took the action to close the borders right at the outset, and in particular we closed the borders to China, Mr. Speaker, and we were criticised for being racist at the time. Mr. Speaker, that helped save Australia from this pandemic over the course of these last few years. The government did move, Mr. Speaker, to put in place JobKeeper, to support apprentices, Mr. Speaker, to put the cash flow boost in place, which means we've come through this pandemic with one of the strongest economies in the advanced world, Mr. Speaker. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we took the decision in August of 2020 to ensure that we manufactured the AstraZeneca vaccine here in Australia, where we could manufacture it, Mr. Speaker, because other vaccines weren't able to be manufactured in this country or so many other countries around the world. So we did all of that, and we now have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. Now, Mr. Speaker, if the Labor Party believes—
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the question goes to rapid antigen testing and nothing else.
So your point of order is direct relevance?
Yes, it is.
The question does go to rapid antigen testing, but the Prime Minister is on point insofar as the COVID pandemic. Member for Shortland. I will not tolerate questions of, particularly when I'm ruling on a point of order. The Prime Minister is relevant, and the Prime Minister has the call.
So if the Labor Party thinks that they would have achieved better results than what I have just outlined, Mr Speaker, if they believed that if it was the Labor Party that was sitting on these benches, Mr Speaker, that they would have achieved better results, Mr Speaker, then I don't believe the Australian people believe that for a second. Because, Mr Speaker, had the Labor Party been elected at the last election, $387 billion worth of taxes would have become a reality, and then the pandemic would have hit, Mr Speaker, and the Australian economy would have gone down the sinkhole, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister will return to the question. The Prime Minister will return to the question, please.
Sorry, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister will return to the question.
So, Mr Speaker, our government has kept Australians safe. We have kept our economy strong, Mr Speaker. We're one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, Mr Speaker.
And I give the call to the member for... Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I asked the Defence Minister if he would update the House on the Morrison government's commitment to a stronger Defence Force, and is the minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Defence has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question, and he well knows, given his background in the defence portfolio, that this government is absolutely committed, Mr Speaker, to investing in the men and women of the Australian Defence Force. We're not only interested in investing in them, but we're interested in making sure that we can give them the equipment and the stock that is available to help them, help us to keep our country safe. Now, we've not made no apology, Mr Speaker, for that from day one. We've ramped up off a very, very low base the investment that we've made into defence, Mr Speaker. I always think, the Labor Party promises a lot when they're in opposition. When they get into government, they do the complete opposite, Mr Speaker. But part of the reason, of course, Mr Speaker, is that they can only be in government with the assistance of the Greens, and the Greens demand that the defence budget be cut. And that's exactly what happened, Mr Speaker, when Labor was last in power. Because, Mr Speaker, defence spending under Labor fell to 1.56% of GDP. It was the lowest, Mr Speaker, since 1938. So when you hear, Mr Speaker, the men and women of the Australian Defence Force saying that they don't trust Labor, and when you hear...
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Well, the point of order is actually irony, Mr Speaker.
The Deputy Leader
it's
of the
ironic
Opposition
coming from the government which...
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. There's no valid point of order. The Minister for Defence has the call.
You don't do anger very well, Richard, you know that.
Minister for Defence.
Mr Speaker, the reality is that this government is investing some $270 billion in Australia's defence capability. Now, you ask yourself the question, why would Labor have ripped money out of defence and out of ASIO and out of the Australian Federal Police, out of the ACIC when they were in government? Mr Speaker, it's because they lost control of our borders. They lost control of our borders, Mr Speaker. That's the reality. And, it's not just this Leader of the Opposition you need to be concerned about.
The Minister for Defence...
Point of order.
The Minister for Defence will resume his seat. Just for completeness, there was no valid point of order. You can only raise relevance once. So I'm happy to hear from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and this is the occasion, the single occasion in this question where I would like to raise relevance. I fail to see how going to that is at all relevant to the question that was asked.
Right. The Minister is being relevant, and I give him the call.
Very much, Mr Speaker. I was asked about alternate approaches, and, Mr Speaker, the fact is that when Labor was in opposition last time, before the run-up to the 2007 election, they promised Australia that they would keep the economy managed as John Howard did, that they would keep investment into defence going at the levels that the Howard government did. When they got into government, they did the complete opposite, Mr Speaker. So don't look, Mr Speaker, at what they do or say in opposition. Look at what they do in government, Mr Speaker. And it's not just the Leader of the Opposition that you need to worry about. The whole front bench is like some sort of relic of the past of the Rudd-Gillard years,
When you look at the number of boats that arrived, Mr Speaker, on their watch, it gives you a bit of a flashback to the incompetence that they presided over, Mr Speaker, when they were last in government. Don't forget, Mr Speaker, that if you look at the member for McMahon, one of our favourites, when it comes to tax policy, when it comes to anti-policy, 398 votes.
The Minister for Defence, time has expired. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm he failed to order enough rapid antigen tests, said it wasn't his job and blamed the states? He failed to order enough vaccines when it counted and said it wasn't a race. And during the bushfires he went missing and said he didn't hold a hose. Why won't the Prime Minister just do his job?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thought you were about to say something. Mr Speaker, since the pandemic hit, 1.1 million jobs have been created. Mr Speaker, 11.5 million Australians have benefited from tax relief over the last 3 years. 700,000 jobs have been saved through JobKeeper. 71.3% of trade and exports are now covered by free-to-trade agreements. 815,600 female business operators are in place as of August last year, compared to 647,000 in 2013. 220,000 trade apprentices are now in trade trading, the highest on record. There's been a 20% reduction in emissions since 2005. 1 in 4 homes have rooftop solar. Electricity bills are down 5% in the last year, 8% in the last 2 years. There are 1,213 major transport projects supporting 100,000 jobs. There's over 99% of homes and businesses now with NBN access. There's over 1,200 mobile black spot base stations now funded, with over 900 already built. There's 135,000 new home projects backed by Home Builder, and 300,000 Australians and more are in their home because of direct support provided by government since the last election alone. Over 93% of Australians are double vaccinated, one of the highest rates in the world, Mr Speaker. We are ranked second in the world for pandemic preparedness by the Johns Hopkins Index. 70 defence vessels and 1,700 vehicles, Mr Speaker, are being built in Australia for our defence forces. 100,000 defence industry jobs and 15,000 small and medium businesses are being supported. Over 4,000 visas, Mr Speaker, has been cancelled or refused for criminals since 2019. 163,105 new aged care home care packages have been delivered since the last election. 502,413 people are now being supported by the National Disability Insurance Scheme. That's up by 277,155, Mr Speaker, at the time of the last election. Over 94 million telehealth consultations, Mr Speaker, have been conducted, and we've revolutionised telehealth. Now, Mr Speaker, I'd be happy to have an extension of time, but, Mr Speaker, the clock will beat me. But what I can tell you is that's what doing your job looks like, Mr Speaker. That's what it looks like. This Leader of the Labor Party wouldn't be able to keep up if he tried.
Just before I call the member for Lindsay, I'd like to remind members that it's considered highly disorderly to be banging on their desks. The member for Lindsay has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Will the Minister please update the House on what steps the Morrison government is taking to keep Australians safe and protect both our way of life and Australia's critical infrastructure, especially from the threat of cyber attacks? Is the Minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Home Affairs has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. Tackling the threat of cybercrime has been an absolute priority for the Morrison government. And as the Director-General of ASIO said just last week in his annual threat assessment, During the pandemic, we've all spent more time online, and that means that there have been a number of security challenges that have been presented to us and that we have to deal with. Now, last financial year alone, the Australian Cyber Security Centre received more than 67,500 cybercrime reports, and over a quarter of those incidents were on critical infrastructure systems. Now, these critical infrastructure systems are the systems that deliver essential services that all Australians rely on, and they include things such as water and sewerage, energy, our banking and financial services, transport and food and groceries. And any threat to these very vital services is a threat to our way of life. And that's why last November the Morrison government introduced into Parliament and passed the first tranche of its critical infrastructure reforms, so that our nation is much better equipped to deal with a range of threats, including cyber attacks. So that was the first stage of a two-part legislative approach. And last week I introduced the second tranche of our critical infrastructure legislation into Parliament. That includes changes that will deal with risk management systems and how requirements for systems of national significance are actually put in place and administered. In addition, we've been progressing work on our ransomware action plan. We released that last October. We've been going through a process of consultation with businesses and with the community. Under that plan, there will be a range of new criminal offences, tougher penalties, and we will hit the cyber crooks where it hits them most, and that is in their bank balances. Now, Mr Speaker, there is absolutely no doubt that our nation is facing a very clear threat when it comes to cybercrime, and both businesses, individuals and governments need to be resolute in tackling it. Now, the suite of measures that we have introduced as a government is delivering a very sound and a very clear message to anyone considering interfering with our critical infrastructure on our way of life. The messages are: you will not be successful and you will face very tough penalties. Now, as a government, we will always act in the best interests of Australians and to make sure that jobs and essential services are well protected. We will always continue to do that. We understand that national security is a very serious task, not one that should be risked to a party that lacks the resolve or the gravitas to tackle serious issues in a responsible and resolute way.
Minister's time has expired, and I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion. That the House 1 notes: A. The Prime Minister was warned by many organisations last year of the need for rapid antigen tests, including the Australian Medical Association, the Transport Workers Union, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. B. It's reported today the Prime Minister received multiple briefings from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet on rapid antigen testing in 2020 and 2021. C. Despite multiple warnings, the Prime Minister failed to order enough rapid antigen tests when it mattered and instead blamed the states. D. The Prime Minister has failed to make rapid antigen tests free and accessible for all Australians through Medicare. E. The crisis in aged care has led to the Australian Defence Force being brought in to perform basic tasks. And F. The latest failure on rapid antigen tests comes after the Prime Minister's failure to order enough vaccines. And 2. Therefore condemns the Prime Minister for repeatedly failing to do his job and instead blaming others for his failures.
Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
Leave is not granted. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Leader of the Opposition from moving the following motion immediately. That the House 1 notes: A. The Prime Minister was warned by many organisations last year of the need for rapid antigen tests, including the Australian Medical Association, the Transport Workers Union and the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. B. It's reported today the Prime Minister received multiple briefings from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet on rapid antigen testing in 2020 and 2021. C. Despite multiple warnings, the Prime Minister failed to order enough rapid antigen tests when it mattered and instead blamed the states. D. The Prime Minister has failed to make rapid antigen tests free and accessible for all Australians through Medicare. E. The crisis in aged care has led to the Australian Defence Force being brought in to perform basic tasks. And F. The latest failure on rapid antigen tests comes after the Prime Minister's failure to order enough vaccines. And 2. Therefore, condemns the Prime Minister for repeatedly failing to do his job and instead blaming others for his failures. Mr Speaker, this disunited, dishonest, dysfunctional government is failing older Australians in particular.
Seat. The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I move the member be no longer heard.
The question is that the Leader of the Opposition be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the Leader of the Opposition be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. All those of that opinion say aye. I'm sorry. No, I'll rephrase that. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 62, noes 55. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The member for Brand.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Not Kwinana.
I'm sorry, is the motion seconded?
Pardon me.
Seconded. Speaker, if there is a single failure that reflects the gross incompetence of this government, it is a failure to provide...
The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I move the member be no longer heard.
The question is that the member for Hotham be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute. I appoint the same tellers as in the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're leaving the chamber, or they did not vote in the previous division, or they are changing their vote, in which case they must report to the tellers. Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the member for Hotham be no further heard. Members must remain in their seats unless they are changing their vote or they did not vote in the previous division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Speaker. Order. The result of the division is ayes 62, noes 55. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the motion moved by the Leader of the Opposition to suspend standing orders be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Members must remain in their seat unless they're changing their vote or they did not vote in the previous division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 62, noes 55. Therefore, the question is resolved in the affirmative. Just before the member for Brand.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister regret spending $1 million of taxpayers' money to support Clive Palmer's court case to force open Western Australia's borders in 2020?
I'm going to ask the member for Brand to ask that question again, if you wouldn't mind, Prime Minister. I just didn't. I'd rather hear the question again. Member for Brand has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister regret spending $1 million of taxpayers' money to support Clive Palmer's court case to force open Western Australia's borders in 2020?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One of the things learnt during the course of the pandemic, a 1-in-100-year pandemic, is that conventions that would normally apply in certain circumstances in the routine operations of government, through the course of the pandemic they have had to be rethought and challenged. Now, Mr Speaker, it is the normal course of events, it is the normal convention that when cases of that matter, of that subject matter, are heard, that it is the normal course for the Commonwealth Government to provide what we did on that occasion. Now,
Member for Isaacs will leave under 94A.
And so, Mr Speaker, that is what the Attorney-General at the time did, and did so with the support of the government. Now, Mr Speaker, after further discussions with the Western Australian Premier and I took the decision for us to withdraw from that case. So, Mr Speaker, it was our view that the normal convention that applied outside of a pandemic and the situation of the pandemic led us to make that decision, and we withdrew that decision, Mr Speaker, and I'm pleased with the result that was finally arrived at by the court.
The member for Groom has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship, Migrant Services and Multicultural Affairs. Will the Minister update the House on the Morrison government's actions to protect women and children from foreign criminals? And is the Minister aware of any alternative policy approaches or views?
The Minister for Immigration, Citizenship, Migrant Services and Multicultural Affairs has the call.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Groom for his question. I commend his genuine concern about the safety of women and his advocacy for protecting women and children at law. The Morrison government has, of course, had a bill in front of this House approaching over 1,200 days before the Leader of the Opposition, before the Labor Party and before the Australian Greens to strengthen the character test, to enable the government to deport more foreign criminals from Australia who commit serious crimes against women, against children and family and domestic violence. So while the Leader of the Opposition has time to go back and look up his school homework, I'd ask him to do his homework on this bill, Mr Speaker. Because if he did his homework on this bill, Mr Speaker, he would know that these reforms will allow us to deal more swiftly and more quickly when serious crime occurs, thereby preventing more family violence and domestic violence against women and children in Australia. And it begs the question, Speaker, why would the Labor Party oppose for 1,000 days, for 1,200 days, a bill that says the government should be allowed to deport foreign convicted criminals of serious offences? This would have to be one of the things you've opposed the longest and the most in the Labor Party's history. You feel so passionately about it, Mr Speaker. Well, I can say to the opposition, I say to the Australian community, the Morrison government will not back down from our view that the law needs further reform to deport more foreign criminals and stop them in their tracks when they commit these crimes, these serious crimes against women and against children in Australia. It's an important issue, Mr Speaker. And so to hear the heckling from the Leader of the Opposition, I have to say, who does he take his instructions from on this issue? Well, we know he's in lockstep with his partners, the Greens. The Greens are the ones who really oppose this bill, Mr Speaker, and they've dragged the Labor Party and the Leader of the Opposition to this position. But why would the Labor Party continue to oppose this, Mr Speaker? And I say, well, it's all because of the Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition isn't taking an each-way bet on this, Mr Speaker. He's taken the multi on this. He's on every single position in the relation to the deportation of foreign criminals. And, Mr Speaker, I say that's not good enough. This government say it's good enough. If we have to put this bill for another 1,000 days, we will, Mr Speaker, because we believe passionately that the law is important, the construction of the law to protect
his seat. The Leader of the House, Leader of the Opposition, on a point of order.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. The Minister began on answering the question, and now he's going off on all sorts of tangents. He knows that he has the power now, which is why he got rid of Novak Djokovic.
Is your point of order relevance, Leader of the Opposition?
That's exactly
the Leader
how
of the
it
Opposition.
happened.
Is your point of order relevance?
Yes.
There have been a number of matters that have been going on in the chamber that have distracted me. So I'm not going to ask the Minister to return to the question because I wasn't sure if he was straying from the question. The Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I take that interjection and I take that point of order from the Leader of the Opposition. It should not be easier to deport an international tennis star than the government finds it to deport a criminal who has raped a woman. It should not be, and that's why we seek these powers. Mr Speaker, on this question, on the question of deportation of foreign criminals, it is the Leader of the Opposition who fails the character test, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. He gets to decide that, not you.
You can raise something. You can raise something. The Leader of the Opposition can raise something with me later on. The Prime Minister has the call.
I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Just before members leave, I do want to address the House on something. The Leader of the Opposition, I'll just get you to resume your seat for a moment. I note that the member for Warringah isn't in the chamber, but hopefully she's listening from her office. Last Thursday, the member for Warringah raised an issue with me relating to the length of last Wednesday's sitting, which ran through Wednesday night and into the early hours of Thursday morning. The matter was also raised by the member for Chifley with me. As members know, the meeting and adjournment times of the House of Representatives are set out in the standing orders and are a matter for the House to determine. On those occasions, when the House sits longer hours to deal with specific legislation, a decision of the House is required. I understand this often occurs following discussions between the government and the opposition, and I'm not involved in any way in those discussions. While sitting until 5 a.m. is certainly not desirable, and I'm sure we all hope it is a rare occurrence, those who work in this building know that it is always a possibility that longer hours of sitting may occur from time to time. However, I understand the members' concern about the House sitting through the night and finally adjourning at just after 5 a.m, and I note recommendations of the Jenkins Review aimed at balancing well-being with the business of the Parliament, particularly recommendation 27, which addresses the parliamentary sitting calendar and the order of business. I expect that matters such as this one, raised by the member for Warringah, will form part of the consideration of those recommendations. Finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the parliamentary staff who worked through the night on last Wednesday to ensure that business of the House was able to be completed. The Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I thank the Leader of the House. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Perhaps the easiest way to do this is in the form of I seek leave to give a personal explanation.
Does the Leader of the Opposition claim to be misrepresented?
I do, Mr Speaker, by the Minister for Immigration during question time.
The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The Minister for Immigration made a number of imputations in his response. The facts are these. His imputations are wrong, as demonstrated by the fact that the courts upheld his right as a minister to cancel a visa in the globally covered case around Novak Djokovic. He knows it, the whole of the parliament knows it, and he is being deliberately misleading in his characteristic he gave in his answer.
I present the Auditor General's Performance Audit Report number 16 of 2021-22, entitled Award of Funding under the Safer Communities Fund, Department of Home Affairs, Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Speaker. Others will judge our time here. It's customary to thank friends and colleagues, but we can do that over a Lucchiato or a late-night dinner. It's customary to hold our family tight and say thank you for the remarkable opportunity, but we can do that at home. This opportunity, Speaker, I want to devote to thousands of Australians who never lost faith in what we do here, and at a time when so often, perennially in Australia, we are tempted to dismiss, discard or disparage democracy. There are so many people out there, colleagues, that cannot count their time here in days, months or years or even decades. They were never here, but they fought and provided the basis of this pyramid that we enjoy of democracy, whose apex is right at that dispatch box. They weren't just our campaigners, they were anyone who cared enough to fill out a petition, to bang the table, dare I say, glue their hands, burn the doors, whatever they're passionate about federal issues. I need to say in your own way, thank you. Because it may be ugly, but it's our ugly. I've got a friend, Jeff Redpath, known as Twinks, and he lived in Anzac Avenue, Camp Hill, and his piercing blue eyes, he would look at me as I'd try to explain to him my shortcomings in this place. and he'd ask me what happens down here, and he desperately wanted to know about the ifs, the buts, the workarounds, the expedients, the flexible and malleable morality that's on show here sometimes. And I would just try and explain. Jeff will be remembered as an unsuccessful LNP pre-selection candidate. And if you go on the web, you'll see on the ECQ website that he ran in an unbelievably close Division 6 election for a local government in the Fraser Coast, where 3 candidates all got 33%, and he led by 50 votes after pre-poll, and he fell short by about that margin. And within months, no wife should come home to find a lifeless husband in the backyard shed. But he never lost hope. He wanted to fight to the end for this great nation in his own way. And if I could talk to Twinks now, and there's so many of his mates that will grasp for answers and perhaps never get them, I just want to say, by never giving up, he gave us an opportunity to do what we do here. And all around outer metro Australia, a place that didn't really ever coalesce any political power when I got here 20 years ago, this is now a place that seems to determine election results. And in that time, I've been proud to see 2 outer metro prime ministers do amazing things for this nation. And those busy outer metro people that so many of you will know, who are busy commuting and driving, we often observe they drive into the left-wing water bubblers and pot plants only to drive home to the real thing at night, real water and real bushland. And there's not a lot of headroom there for global issues for them. They're busy and they care about population, roads, they care about jobs, they care about development, and it's over and over again, these things. And those conversations in outer metro Australia are now a serious force. And I look around Team Queensland, I'm inspired by Dryden. Some of them were princes of their land in those ranks. Team Queensland stood a team so variable that it seemed to me not one but all mankind's epitome, stiff in opinion, but often in the wrong, everything in starts and sometimes wrong, but in the course of a revolving moon, chemist, fiddler, statesmen and buffoons. And all of us together in an unlikely, like you can't choose your family, you can't choose Team Queensland, but we are a ragtag band who do great stuff down here. And in your own way, you cut a cloth that works for your electorate. And I was inspired by Don Randall, the great WA MP, who didn't give much for the pomp and the procedure down here, but that day when he drove around his electorate doing what he did so well, pulled over to one side, he didn't feel well and he died in his car, serving his electorate. And he was, I argue, perhaps Ross Cameron is an exception, one of the first of those outer metro MPs who are here for there. Okay? And this place is made by those people and long may it stay that way. And all of you, wherever you are, whether you're sitting in tea rooms, recruiting membership, or you're filling out the petitions that got us a Defence Force recommendation for a next of kin medal, Kerry Danes, whatever you did, that's what makes it special, and that's why I'm so delighted to have been here. Outer metro Australia is not deeply ideological, right? So when you drive out from whatever city skyline you might inhabit and you head out into those parts, those expectations are simple, but if they see you're doing the right thing, they'll adopt you. I want to say a little word about social policy and a little bit about the place of activism on the right. Social policy is very important to me. I find economic policy sometimes a little formulaic. My apologies to the member for Fenner who has exceptional expertise in that area. But in social policy, the decision in 2001 was, do we join a party of economic credentials and fight silently on social policy? And in 2 decades that has changed. Forgive the partisan comment, but I'd argue that it is now this side of politics that is potentially the most progressive in reforming and rebuilding and reimagining social policy. Okay? We just don't fight for inputs, but we're fighting for outcomes. I think that's so important. And health policy, when I arrived, the member for New England was speaking up in the party room in a way that I was absolutely captivated by. I took a different path and just started working on pharmaceutical policy, something I knew a bit about, with Chris Bielke and Professor Philip Clark from the University of Melbourne. We mapped out a way to save the nation about $750 million every year. I didn't believe those figures at the start. The minister didn't believe the figures at the start. But to his credit, took on that idea before we lost power, and to Labor's credit, continued them. And to this day, that one single backbencher policy saves this nation $750 million a year and another $60 to $70 billion of out-of-pockets for non-concessional cardholders who paid way too much for their drugs for their kids. And that's what we're here for. We fought hard for education so that teachers in the poorest areas of Australia can have the gains they achieve in NAPLAN and ATAR recognised. We still don't have those metrics. In welfare, it's been about work for the dole. It's been about making sure we get value for money, and the principle of mutual obligation, that you're not paid a welfare payment as some sort of automatic right, but there's an expectation if you can give, you should give. And so much credit goes to the former member for Warringah in those areas. In housing, a very, very understated, quiet former advisor, Karen Rosario, said to me in 2018, "What's your government got for people my age?" And I reached for the speaking notes, and she said, "What you need is to help us with deposits. In a Canberra rental market, you can never, ever save for a deposit with the rents we pay." And we sat down and just did a one-page summary. We sat down with the Banking Association, ironed out the glitches, took it to Assistant Treasury, took it to Treasury, and without me knowing, and we can argue over the provenance, our leader announced it at the campaign launch 2019. And since then, 56,000 families that would be renting today are in their own home, and they don't have to ask the landlord if they want to put a nail in the wall to hang up a young child's merit prize from school. And we know how transforming that is. Reserve Bank Governor just last week saying it's about income, it's about raising household income, and everything else is so able to follow. In Indigenous policy, these have been long, trying debates, colleagues. You'd be right to say not much has changed. I spent a year in a semi-desert community, Largemanu, and we pioneered a breakthrough drug that's now the standard treatment for trachoma. And what I learnt there is we must never ever forget the needs of remote Australia, where the Indigenous languages are still spoken at home, and never let that be washed away by general Indigenous statistics that don't reflect the true suffering in remote Australia. And we, colleagues, are marked on what we're doing in the farthest corners of Australia, a globally unique political challenge and an immeasurably hard one. If, in the next few months, we can terminate and complete successfully a 20-year journey to allow a young Indigenous couple wanting to take out a loan from a bank to build a home on native title land, I cannot believe we haven't achieved that in the last 20 years. But I have to walk away from this place saying, not yet. But it's remarkable that we haven't found a way to bring lenders to the table to make that possible. In welfare reform, it was about keeping work for the dole tacked together under significant attacks, but we saw the PATH program expand that. And when one day I saw that the department would routinely pay welfare cheats and people who were not compliant bonuses before Easter and Christmas that the Minister's office didn't even know about, I worked to make sure that stopped. And to our credit, that has also happened. Which touches on the role of activism. I think it's probably a little bit too strong to say that that's been an important part of my time here, but I firmly believe there's a role for activism on the right. How you define it is a different question. But I want to say that we have brought through in this party room now many strong social policy reformers and many people prepared to be activist. You might say that it may impede our path to government or keeping government. There are some little things that in your heart, if you feel you've got to fight for, I'm just saying fight for it. I mean, let people know how passionate you are about it. But the best example was 2019 and our training providers, our RTOs all over the country, Bernard and Daman Malika here with me today. They just came to me and they said we're being driven into the ground potentially by an overly heavy and unreasonable bureaucracy. And if I'm not speaking on Mr Malik's behalf, but in many cases there was a perception that simply the Chief Officer wanted fewer RTOs in this country because other countries had fewer. We are the nation of small business. Those RTOs in every corner of regional Australia are providing the training, the vocational skills outside of TAFE. 85% of that training is private, and to be driven off to court to the AAT and told to muscle up with a barrister and find $100 grand to keep your family business open when there was a chance to work together with RTOs was devastating. As an MP, you can give the speech here in that tiny Federation chamber, snip it on YouTube, send it out to the people that matter, and 2 months and a week later, that chief executive was gone. And since then, thank you to the member for Swan, things are way better in the training space. And don't for a minute not think that's important, because our greatest export are people. And one of the greatest services export is training and educating overseas students. I will provocatively say more than submarines and tanks, our best foreign policy tool is to educate Southeast Asia in the highest quality English-speaking vocational modules and university courses. That does us an enormous diplomatic advantage, and we need to make sure we are a major slice of international education. As we move through activism, there was also some crazy, stupid stuff, like the cruise ships. And you remember getting booted out of here for 24 hours by Speaker Bishop for the bunker oil that was spilt on the chamber here. And look, who benefited from that politically? I mean, honestly, was I going to get a couple of votes from Balmain mums or a few people that live around ocean cruise ship terminals? But honestly, for those companies to burn clean fuel in ports in every corner of the world except Australia because we didn't mandate it, and they keep burning the disgusting stuff, I thought was disgusting. So speak up on it, and I'll finally drag to the table to do it. If there's a way of being activist about small things, I think that makes a huge difference. When we saw in Logan the streets torn apart and fence palings ripped off and everyone mugging each other, it wasn't in these interracial fights a case of we needed more social workers. I made the obvious observation they needed jobs and opportunity. If you connect the disadvantaged and the dispossessed into work, that's the difference. And I was absolutely ratioed for it, but months later, after the dust had settled, all the inquiries said just that. If we can start to think about the importance of connection to the economy as the solution, I think that's really important. For our South African colleagues, when I saw the farmers being murdered and mutilated, I asked just the fair question, is it completely mutually exclusive to be white and a refugee? And it isn't. And it was important to ask that question of DFAT, and I give them credit that they looked at that hard. And we've also had designated area immigration agreements that have provided a partial solution in this most complex of social issues. But these elements are utterly ones that we can all choose in our own time to fight. Now's the time for the sealed section. There's only people sitting around me because I promised to read out a few of the myths that deserve to be busted today, and in most cases they're all going to be yes. It is true that I broke into a biohazard scare area with a white powder scare in my time in the ministerial office purely because I wanted to check my emails. That is true. I was then had 12 hours in there being fed McDonald's Big Mac meals by a dude in a biohazard suit. The only upside was getting a biohazard suit. Doing my best for the Howard government. I remember Mr Howard asked me what do I need to know about meningococcal. I said, Prime Minister, there's only 3 things you need to know. Before you ever say that to a Prime Minister, make sure you know what the third thing is. I was writing a speech for the Prime Minister and for my boss in the Senate, and I had the strange failing to write that this vaccine would be funded for those 18 and under instead of under 18. And when a colleague of me was listening and he tapped me on the shoulder and he said, which one was it? We realised we'd just spent, without any authority, about $20 million on meningococcal delivery to 18-year-olds. Thank you to my team for finding some kind of workaround. Of course, I also need to fess up here about my leadership aspirations and my leadership challenge in 2007. It was messy. I was tired of what was happening between Howard and Costello, and I decided I would announce my leadership bid for the following day at Party Room. I thought I'd run those lines by a few staffers at the Holy Grail, and only later I was told that one of them in the group was John Howard's son. As I walked away to the sound of my own footsteps, I'm sure the first word was, "Who is that guy?" It wasn't good, nor pretty. But inside this building there's some special memories as well, and the first one is that we may hold the record for making a division in this chamber from the furthest distance. I was in Civic on the corner of Constitution and London Circuit, luckily in a car. We got green lights, and if you can do it at all, you can do it with ease, but I was hurting inside, and that's a record for you to break. I'm looking to Angus Taylor for that, whom I've raced perennially up and down that bloody red hill, and when I asked him, mate, what's your best time, and he told me, I went out and I broke it by 10 seconds. He then revised his time and said, I told you the wrong one, and told me he was actually 5 seconds faster than what I'd just run. I said, mate, I want to see the metadata. It's never been forthcoming. So Comcar have been an important part of our lives, and I must confess, yes, it is true that I, having lost my phone down into a storm drain getting out of a Comcar, the Comcar driver did dismantle the storm drain and lowered me headfirst in, holding onto my belt, while I foraged around to find the device. We did, and I nominated him for Comcar Driver of the Year. He came second. It was rigged. So we move forward, yes, to the media, an apology to the Melbourne Age on not one but two occasions. First of all, when they phoned up and said they'd identified what they believed to be a first-term MP wearing board shorts after midnight with a mattress on his head in Howard Street, Kingston. We said deny, 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 but I was completing a move between apartments. We simply said they had no DNA evidence and they elected not to go to print. Likewise in Bougainville, when I, for some reason, jumped in the back of a truck full of Bougainvillean rebels and put my arm around them, did a black power salute with my right hand. Again, it was deny, deny, deny. It was simply the arm of a lightly complexioned Bougainvillean, and they were told to ignore the fact that the latest model iPhone was in that hand. It is true that we have done some pretty silly handstand skulls, the first of which, again, was at the Holy Grail, pre-smartphone. I said, I'm sure I can get away with it. Knock down a beer, the only way you should do it, Hawkey. Down under is upside down. And every journal, of course, had no camera with them. They proceeded to report the story and simply used my parliamentary photograph in the newspaper upside down. Lastly, we do mow lawns in Bowman to get votes. I do want to confess, the Lamb Mow was launched in the back of the ute. We had a mower. Many argued there was no motor in it, but it's true. I did mow one lawn in every suburb on one day. It is true I didn't completely have consent to mow the lawn from the homeowner. And midway through the mowing, to have what I believe was a single mum who sounded like she desperately needed a mow, I didn't realise the partner was at home with his size 12 boots, and he came out, opened a stubby, popped out a chair and watched me mow his lawn. It wasn't good, and from now on I've promised if ever someone says please come and mow my lawn, I'll make sure that I have consent from every adult in the household. So that's the end of my confessions. There was one about writing op-eds, and one would wonder whether they're actually going to lead to us getting into government or not from opposition. But that one contributed by my friend, the member for Dixon. Everything you said last night was dead right. So at this point, in concluding, I want to mention special people. We all have incredible officers behind us, don't we? And my team of Sonia, of Steph and Penny, more recently Mitch and Peter, but also the young ones who came through officers, and we provide platforms for them to go off to great things like Matt and Mitch and Marty and Shane, and also those in Queensland who are passionate, as I described earlier. And I think about everyone from the President, Lawrence Springboard to Lincoln Folo, but Guelph Scasola and Con Galtos and passionate people like Craig Luxton. Those people all exist in every one of our lives. And in this chamber, of course, I've referenced Team Queensland. I've loved talking welfare with the member for Pearce, someone who I think will be greatly missed in this place. On the other side, already member for Fenner, I always remind you, sir, it took you 4 times as long to get your Harvard degree as it took me. After 12 months, they said there's nothing else they could teach me. And then, of course, also the Deputy Chair, Lisa Chester, has done an awesome job standing by the work of the committee, and Maria Van Vakenu, my neighbour. Further afield, Gareth Ward, the man of impeccable character in New South Wales Parliament, and Stephen Marshall, Premier of South Australia, who took me sailing lessons, and we rammed straight into the Marinas Rocks with a journalist on board. Thank you for that, Stephen. But also, I guess, to be honest, I thought hard about just how inconsolable I'd be at the time that I talk about family. But I've been nothing but elated, and I want to celebrate and thank this incredible time I've had with my family through this job. And I either need more empathy training, or our time at home has been truly incredible. I mean, there's nothing better to all the dads out there than coming home 18 times a year and getting that massive Groundhog Day hug like you've genuinely been missed. To have your daughters come up and say, "Dad, you're back already." "Yes, darling, it's a short sitting week." "OK, and then a couple of days, Dad, when are you going again?" So they have at home an incredible place to grow up. Thank you to my lovely wife. And I want to say to you, Alessia, we've got a community that's given us incredible support. We have got through that, and your story, which is an amazing one, is now inexorably interwoven into the story of Australia. I dumped you into the Work Choices election in 2007. You had no idea what was going on, but you did roadsides with me, something we've pioneered from Bowman that has now afflicted every campaign in Queensland. I can remember my wife coming to me and saying, "Darling, they all seem to know your name." And I remember a tradie driving with his ute, window came down, he clearly wanted to say something, could be good or bad. He looked me right in the eye and he went, like that, pointed at my wife and went like that. I drove off. Whatever it takes, Joe, whatever it takes. But Alicia, your story is remarkable. Your grandmother was a Belarusian partisan who was basically living in a burrow while the Nazis overran the country. Her husband went out briefly to try and find some supplies, came back, and his wife and children were gone, and they'd been found. And it's a hard story because, you know, that mum looked after 2 kids as well as she could, but they died in her arms of starvation one by one on a forced march. And she could have been liberated. The Americans arrived. They gave her a choice of any country in the world, and she said, no, I'm going back into Stalin's Russia to find my husband. And she did. And they spent winters eating bark, but they were together. And she had more kids, and that's why you're with me, Dale. And that story, they're your elders. And those elders and that history is now part of this incredible social experiment we call Australia. And I think that is truly, truly remarkable. I remember sort of in 2004, I quoted Robert Kennedy, and I remember PM Howard leaned across to Christopher Pyne and said, clearly one of yours, Christopher. But in that fabulous South African speech in 1966, he said that, you know, each time a person, you know, stands up for a principle, every time that they act to look after the lot of another, or they take on an injustice and stand up to it. Every time they do that, there's a tiny ripple of hope, and that is sufficient to sweep down the mightiest walls of oppression and resistance. They were words designed for South Africa, but I thought it was still an utterly reasonable test for what we do here. It may not be mighty walls, but they can seem pretty impervious down here. And those tiny cracks of opportunity, they come along every now and then, but they're the ones you grab to make this country just that little bit fairer and that little bit more understanding for the people that most need it. Never underestimate those people. Doesn't matter if they vote for you or not. You make an incredible difference in their lives. I talked about ugly, but it's our ugly. I talk about never dismissing, disparaging or abandoning what we do here. Today I want to talk to all of those people who do that and give us the opportunity to be here, and if I can be judged on those grounds, so I will. Hashtag job done, no fuss. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Good on you, Glenn. Thank you. All right, buddy.
I give the call to the member for Sturt. Well, no, I think we're talking about... is this on the valedictory statement? No. All right. I'll get out of your hair.
I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Courts and Tribunals legislation amendment. 2021 Measures No. 1 Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Isaacs.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Isaacs has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the second reading, though not the amendment. This is obviously a bill that has a number of technical changes and adjustments to the way in which we deal with administrative law and justice in this country. And I suppose I'd like to start by just taking the opportunity to make some more general comments about the value of having the system that we've got, particularly the Administrative Appeals Tribunal system. There's a very common expression going way back in the law that it's important that the punishment fits the crime. I equally think it's important that access to justice is fairly weighted against the significance of its cost and the need for people to seek avenues to reflect and perhaps even appeal decisions that we as a government make. It's vital to our democracy, and particularly in administrative law, particularly when it comes to the executive of our government. It's quite important, in my view, that citizens have fair and reasonable opportunity to appeal and seek review to those decisions. And we all know, as members of parliament, there are a lot of decisions that are made that can often be at a level that is not worthwhile and very difficult to pursue through the superior court system if that was the only opportunity that you had. So if you applied for a visa and it was unsuccessful, or if you had an issue with your entitlements, a determination that had been made about your eligibility for a government entitlement, it's obviously not reasonable, and it would be unjust if people's only recourse against those decisions were to be by having to go through an expensive process of potentially going, say, to the federal court or beyond. If we didn't have other avenues, I think a lot of people would have decisions that they felt should have the right to be reviewed and, in their view, changed, that they wouldn't have that access without a burden of cost that would make it impossible for a lot of them to pursue. As members of parliament, we have constituents come to us that have all these sorts of issues all the time, and whilst we're clearly, as parliamentarians, not in a position, and nor should we, to give opinions or adjudicate over decisions that a constituent has that they may believe is unjust or should be changed, equally it's important that we support them in pursuing an avenue where they can seek to have that decision reviewed and to see that occur in a way that's accessible to them. So the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, which is, I suppose, most of the things that we're changing through this bill are relevant to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, is exactly that body that gives people access to an appropriate level of decision-making review for the standard of the issue that they've got that shouldn't cost them an inordinate amount of money to seek rectification against. And if memory serves me well, I think the Administrative Appeals Tribunal first came into effect in the 1970s, and it was for the purpose of ensuring that people had the avenue that didn't mean they had to go to the superior courts for matters that would be expensive to pursue there, and of course would also potentially overwhelm the superior courts like the Federal Court, and even on appeal from there. So the Administrative Appeals Tribunal achieves that quite effectively, and it means, of course, that people can go at lower cost. It means they can get a quicker decision outcome, and it means that decisions that are made by our administration, by the executive, by people with delegated authority, by agencies, etc., can be appropriately reviewed by people that have got the capability and the expertise to understand whether or not the correct law has been applied in each circumstance. And so it's not surprising that on a regular basis we need to review and modernise and change the way in which the AAT and other elements of administrative legal appeal functions are structured, because of course things change on a regular basis as far as the types of matters and the types of issues that might be raised at the AAT and others, and equally that it can ensure that we've got efficiency. Much like case law improves the understanding of statutes and the principles and fundamentals of different areas of our law, exactly the same principle applies with the AAT in the way in which they adjudicate over cases and determine whether or not a matter that's been brought to them is in fact a decision that should be overturned or a decision that should be kept in place. So one of the changes that are being made here is to make that a little more efficient, allowing for AAT and others to make decisions with a different burden of reasoning on the decision made, and so to determine that if there is no general principle that needs to be given a view on, that some decisions can be a little more efficient and quicker, so that people get their decisions as quickly as possible. And we want that. I think that's very important. I know that when I've dealt with matters that are on appeal to the AAT and other bodies, it has been the case that at times those decisions can take a little while, and when it is perhaps someone appealing a decision that's been made regarding a visa or regarding an entitlement through social security and other services, veterans entitlements, etc., it's just as important not what the decision is, but that the decision is made in a timely way, because speed of justice, speed of decision-making is vitally important for people that are in those circumstances as well. I note with interest that there are also a couple of adjustments being made in the bill regarding the way in which certain immunities, etc., exist for foreign governments when it comes to, in some cases, quite ancient treaties that we have in place with their status and their potential immunities in our legal system. And I have to confess that I don't have a deep enough understanding of some of the complexity of that. I think there were some matters mentioned in the notes that I read regarding a case between a foreign government and a corporation here in Australia. But clearly it makes sense for us to embrace and implement sensible suggestions that are made by those that do understand the legal ramifications of certain decisions made in law that can improve through change in statute that we're doing here. So in conclusion, I would say it is pleasing to see opportunities to make the AAT and other access to justice for all Australians cleaner and clearer and modernised. We always want to see and ensure that in this country everyone has equal access to justice and review of decision-making. We don't want to be in a situation where anyone that might have fair and reasonable grounds to seek review or appeal on a decision of government, on a decision of the administration, find that they can't pursue that or don't find it in their interest to pursue it because the cost of doing so, the time in doing so, becomes prohibitive to them. We want to make sure that there are appropriate avenues for this. The AAT has achieved this for many, many decades, and what we see now in this bill is an opportunity to enhance the way in which the AAT and similarly other federal avenues of appeal on decisions are administered. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Burt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This bill would make a number of largely administrative amendments to various acts of parliament relating to federal courts and tribunals, principally the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. The legislation amended includes the Administrative Appeals Tribunal Act, the Child Support Registration and Collection Act, Commonwealth Electoral Act, Family Law Act, Federal Circuit and Family Court Act of Australia, Family Court of Australia Act, Federal Court of Australia Act, Judiciary Act, Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act, New Tax System, Family Assistance Administration Act, the Paid Parental Leave Act and the Social Security Administration Act. Amongst other things, this bill would empower the President of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, the AAT, to direct that a proceeding in Social Security, Social Services and Child Support Division be referred to an alternative dispute resolution pre-hearing process. It would allow the President of the AAT or an authorised member or officer of the AAT to summons a person to give evidence or produce documents across all of the divisions of the AAT, including the Taxation and Commercial Division and the Social Services and Child Support Division. It would clarify that the AAT's power to correct errors in the text of a decision or in a written statement of reasons for a decision can only be exercised by the President or the member who presided at the proceeding. It would clarify that hearings are conducted remotely using video conferencing technology in a federal court, including the family court, are in open court. It would update the terminology regarding the jurisdiction of a single justice of the High Court sitting in chambers or of another court exercising federal jurisdiction sitting in chambers. It will amend the Admiralty Act to bring the Admiralty rules into alignment with other rules of federal courts, such as by, among other things, declaring the Admiralty rules to be rules of court. It will amend the Foreign Judgments Act, the Foreign States Immunities Act and the International Arbitration Act to provide certain procedural protections to foreign states, and will remove the ability to hear appeals from the Supreme Court of Nauru in the High Court of Australia. All of these amendments are supported by Labor. Three aspects of the bill, however, did attract controversy, and they are as follows. The proposed amendment to the Federal Court of Australia Act that would have allowed the federal court in the exercise of its appellate jurisdiction to provide short-form reasons rather than detailed judgments where a decision dismissing an appeal did not raise any questions of general principle. This has been criticised by, among others, the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, the Josephite Justice Office and the Law Institute of Victoria, on the basis that it will disadvantage unrepresented applicants, including those seeking review of refugee decisions. There was also an proposed amendment to the Administrative Appeals Act to remove the role of the Governor-General in the appointment process for the AAT. The bill would have conferred that authority on the Minister. However, there have been notable institutions that have expressed concern about this change, again the Law Institute of Victoria and the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, among others, principally on the basis that there is no obvious justification or reason for it, and the change could undermine the independence of the appointment process. There is no obvious justification or reason for this change. In fact, the Attorney-General's Department did not advance any justification or reason to the Senate committee inquiry into this bill at all. Its submission was completely silent on these amendments. Thirdly, the bill would provide the same protection and immunity for Immigration Assessment Authority reviewers as a Justice of the High Court of Australia. Those protections are currently conferred on members of the AAT while they perform their duties. Again, the Law Institute of Victoria and the ASRC and others have argued that such protections should not be extended to IAA reviewers because, unlike AAT members, IAA reviewers do not have to take an oath of office, do not have special skill or knowledge, do not have fixed terms in advance and are not statutorily required to disclose conflicts of interest. Unlike AAT members, IAA reviewers are also not required to afford procedural fairness to applicants. Fortunately, the Senate, some with the concurrence of the government, has agreed to amendments to resolve these issues. We thank the government for agreeing to all of these amendments in the House. Now, as many of you will know, before entering this place I was a lawyer. Indeed, I was President of the Law Society of Western Australia, the Director of the Law Council of Australia and inaugural Chair of Law Access in WA. Access to justice is very important to me, and the AAT plays a critical role in providing access to justice. It may be surprising for people to know that up until the creation of the AAT, there was no formal and established way across the Commonwealth to access merits-based review of administrative decisions. Indeed, litigants were limited to accessing the prerogative writs through the High Court and later through the federal court system for judicial review of such decisions, and it was the creation of the AAT and its sister tribunals that provided that broad basis for merits review of administrative decisions. These decisions cover a wide array of decisions made by government and government officers, and they impact on the daily lives of Australians in many different ways. And I'm sure many, if not all members of this House, have engaged with those agencies that frequently see their decisions appealed to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal or its sister tribunals or tribunals that have since been merged into the AAT. These, of course, include immigration matters, social security and Centrelink matters, Department of Veterans Affairs matters, taxation issues. All of these are really important to everyday Australians in their dealings with government. And it is important in that regard, not just that there is a process to access merits review, but also that that process is accessible to ordinary Australians, that it does not come with a lot of the difficulties and costs associated with accessing a court process. This is particularly the case with a merits review process, as the AAT should provide, because it provides the individual an opportunity to present new and additional information to a decision-maker in the AAT about a decision that government has taken and have that decision made again. It is not limited just to causes for appeal to a court through a judicial review process. But if our courts and tribunals are not accessible, then of course they are not an effective way for Australians to assert and be guaranteed their legal rights. And in this case, in the case of an Administrative Appeals Tribunal in particular, the citizens' rights against the government. Unfortunately, the way this government is administering the AAT is resulting in politicisation and, in turn, massive delays. And justice delayed is justice denied. Last year, in the same week that its own budget papers confirmed that wages will be going backwards for another 4 years, the Morrison government reappointed four of its mates to these taxpayer-funded jobs. And indeed, since 2013, the Liberals have staggeringly appointed at least 79 of their mates to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. In contrast, in the 6 years of the Labor government from 2007 to 2013, there were just 2 Labor-linked appointments to the AAT, both experienced and highly skilled lawyers welcomed by the then Liberal opposition. Indeed, this appointment of Liberal mates to the tribunal is so out of hand that even former High Court Judge Ian Callanan QC had to actually recommend to government that all further appointments be on the basis of merit. One would have thought that all appointments to the AAT, both in future and in the past, had been based in merit. But it turns out this may not be the case. Now, each year, tens of thousands of Australians rely, as I said, on this tribunal to conduct an independent review of decisions by Commonwealth ministers and public servants. These decisions can have life-altering impacts, such as whether an older Australian receives the aged pension, whether a veteran receives a service pension, whether a participant in the NDIS receives funding for essential support, or whether a refugee obtains a visa. The timeframes in which people are seeking justice or review through the AAT is something that we all should now be ashamed of. Let me provide but one example close to me from a constituent. One of my constituents lodged an appeal through the AAT. It took over a year for the AAT to acknowledge receipt of that appeal. Not to hear it, not to deal with it, not to provide a decision, just to acknowledge receipt of it. It was still not yet scheduled for any procedural process through the appeal, let alone an actual hearing. This is an example of something we are seeing repeated across the registries of the AAT around the country. There are clearly issues in the administration of the AAT occurring under this government, but a big part of it is we now have such a large number of members of the AAT that are not fully competent to perform their role in the timely manner in which they need to do that. That is holding up justice. That is preventing citizens from from receiving justice. It is preventing them from being able to hold their own government to account to provide the supports that they need and deserve, and which we as a parliament have legislated for them to have access to. While membership of a political party is not in any way a disqualification for appointment to a tribunal, I readily acknowledge that many of these members are undoubtedly competent and highly qualified. The tribunal, though, is now rightly perceived by many in the community as hopelessly and absurdly politicised, and worse, these jobs for mates, 79 since 2013, that's nearly 10 a year, have resulted in the work that the AAT actually needs to do not being done, and not being done in a timely manner. It is denying justice. So just like the current Liberal government, sadly the AAT is failing to deliver outcomes to deliver justice for Australians. Australians deserve a better future for the AAT and a better future for our justice system.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the honourable member for McKellar.
Oh, do I disagree with this amendment, Deputy Speaker? I mean, there have been some egregious amendments before this parliament, but this one probably tops the list. I mean, once again, we have the Labor Party playing games, this time with our justice system. And why? Why do they do it? So they can post on one of the most discredited websites in Australia, being the one run by Open Foundations, who puts up articles, who claims that people strongly voted for or against particular issues in this parliament. I mean, newsflash to all the lefties out there, most of them who apparently can only think what they're told to think. The Open Foundations website, you can't strongly vote for stuff in this chamber, Deputy Speaker. You can either vote for it or against it. And those opposite have the gall to come in here and lecture us about justice. They wouldn't know justice if it slapped them in the face with a 3-day-old salmon fish. That's how appalling this amendment is. They cannot help themselves but simply play games. It never, ever stops. And they seek to be the alternative government of this country. We've seen today that they're bedfellows on the crossbench, Deputy Speaker, who come in here never endlessly, never stop lecturing us about honesty and integrity. We find out today, and climate. How could I forget climate? I wonder what Open Foundations is going to make of some of their donations today, Deputy Speaker. I wonder what they're going to do. And you know what? And they can get upset there. The member for Shortland can get upset. But I bet in the seat of Shortland, the Labor Party preferences these fake independents. Now, David Hardacre at Crikey said that I was frothing at the mouth when I made this speech 2 months ago. If I was frothing at the mouth back then, I am as angry as hell today, because the people of Australia deserve to know the truth. And they deserve to know the truth from those opposite who cannot help themselves, who come into this chamber and seek today to play games with our justice system. While their attendant mates on the crossbench take money not just from coal investors, Deputy Speaker, no, from a director of a coal company, and not just any coal company, Deputy Speaker, a coal company purchased from Eddie O'B, Deputy Speaker, and not just an ordinary investor, an investor who was found by the New South Wales Independent Commission Against Corruption, had an adverse finding against them, and not just any donation, Deputy Speaker, the largest donation that they received, Deputy Speaker, and not just from a number of transactions, a single transaction, Deputy Speaker, then split 8 ways. And why was that done, Deputy Speaker? So it could be under the threshold, so they didn't have to declare it. And how did all this come to light, Deputy Speaker? Did those opposite front up? No. Did those opposite tell people how this happened? Did they admit to their administrative mistake, Deputy Speaker? No. We had to wait. We had to wait for the Australian Electoral Commission to do an audit. And the member for Shortland can shout as much as he likes, but the fact is we know he and his party will be preferencing those who claim that they're in favour of the climate while taking donations from coal from coal miners who say that they're in favour of honesty while trying to hide these donations, who can say that they're in favour of integrity but can't tell us what happened until there was an audit by the AEC. And that's who the Labor Party prefers to be in Parliament, Deputy Speaker. And then they put the votes up on Open Foundation, .org, whatever it is, that I've got to say should not have tax deductibility because it's not a charity, but it does. I suspect they probably misled the ATO when they received that status as well. So I want Crikey today, I want David Hardacre today to write in Crikey that he was wrong. That in fact everyone on this side has been saying about Simon Holmes à Court, Climate 200, the fake independents, the crossbench and the Labor Party, actually might be right. Might be right. That's all I want. I just want those people who claim that democracy only thrives when we have a well-informed electorate do some of that informing today, rather than hiding the truth from their readers. It's time to fess up, guys. It's time to fess up and admit that the people that you've been promoting shamelessly for 3 years have actually been taking donations from coal miners and coal investors who bought their coal mine from Eddie Obeid. So let's leave integrity out of this for the minute. So when it comes to actually the administration of justice, this bill makes that justice and that administration better. But not those opposite come in and make all sorts of claims and allegations under parliamentary privilege without being able to back up any of it. Deputy Speaker, this is a good bill. It should have the support of all sides of the House, and the Labor Party should stop this nonsense and the silly games of moving second reading amendments just so their undergraduate politics can play out on the internet.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank all members for their contribution to this debate, in particular the member for Burt's contribution. I know he's very interested in these matters, and his contribution can only be described as an audition for the position of Shadow Attorney-General after the election. The government is committed to ensuring the continued improvement of the Australian legal system. The introduction of the Courts and Tribunals Legislation Amendment Measure 2021 No. 1 Bill is another step the government is taking to ensure that our legal system keeps pace with community expectations. Importantly, this bill will improve the administration of the Australian Federal Courts and the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, known as the AAT. It makes a number of amendments to enhance the operation of the AAT and harmonise procedures across most of its divisions. The amendments impact the Administrative Appeals Tribunal Act 1975, the Military Compensation and Rehabilitation Act 2004, the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918, and a number of pieces of legislation in the Families and Social Services portfolio. The bill amends the Federal Court of Australia Act 1976 and the Judiciary Act 1903 to modernise practices which will produce efficiencies in the hearings of matters. It makes minor amendments to the Federal Court of Australia Act, the Federal Circuit Court of Australia Act 1999, the Family Law Act 1975 and the Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia Act 2021 to clarify that hearings conducted remotely using video conferencing technology are exercised in open court. This clarification is particularly important due to the broader use of remote hearings since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. The bill makes amendments to the Foreign States Immunities Act 1985 to clarify the application of this Act to ex parte proceedings. The bill clarifies the application of this Act to ex parte proceedings to ensure that foreign states are afforded appropriate procedural immunities. Furthermore, the bill similarly extends these procedural protections to proceedings relating to the recognition of enforcement of a foreign award against a foreign state pursuant to the International Arbitration Act 1974. The bill also clarifies that the Admiralty Rules 1988 are rules of court and applies certain provisions in the Legislation Act 2003 to the operation of those rules. This will exempt the rules from sunsetting, but require they be registered and published. This aligns the treatment of the Admiralty rules with the rules of the Federal Court. The bill repeals the Nauru High Court Appeals Act 1976, which was enacted to give effect to the agreement between the Australian Government and the Government of the Republic of Nauru for appeals to the High Court of Australia, from certain classes of decisions of the Supreme Court of Nauru. This agreement was terminated on the 13th of March 2018, and as such the Act is no longer required. The primary intention of this bill is to improve the efficiency and operation of the AAT and to clarify and improve the operations of our federal courts. Ultimately, this will benefit those Australians seeking to resolve disputes in our legal system. I commend the bill to the House.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Isaacs has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question before the House now is that the amendment be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
I just wish there was a greater audience for your passionate speech. Yeah, well, Flint. He's only got one setting. Oh, I assume there was a job at everyone. But yes, we would like to. Yeah. I was on the House Economics Committee for about 5 years, and I was on we did the first Baker's hearings, you know, when Trump was trying to avoid the law. Max just took his pinstripe suit that he bought when he became president. I said, mate, what's the prosecutor? Why are you wearing a blue pinstripe suit?
No, it's not.
No, it is true.
That's not good.
Order. Lock the doors.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chairs and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 62, noes 60. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to courts and tribunals and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Member for Shortland.
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Shortland. The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All of those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to courts and tribunals and for related purposes.
What's next?
And we would go on to just.
So I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Australian Research Council Amendment Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Moreton.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Moreton has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view of substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Chifley.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to speak on this because anything to deal with the way in which we think through the things that are affecting us as a country, economy, community, particularly through the arms of research in this nation, this parliament should take a great interest in. Labor has already said that we will support this bill because we do appreciate that the bill itself is designed to amend the Australian Research Council Act to apply indexation to approved research programs, and it will also insert a funding year from the 24-25 financial year. Obviously, the Research Council itself, an independent body which funds primary and applied research through Discover programs and the Linkage program. And it's been impressed upon us in terms of the bill itself and the documents supporting the bill that this will be important to support the ongoing operations of the Australian Research Council, which obviously we support, and it's why we support the bill. Coming to the broader point of research, it is critical, particularly in the environment that we're in, where there is an active reconsideration of industry policy being undertaken by countries all over the world. There is a need for us to think through how we meet or make the things that nations need, the way in which we are reliant on others, the way in which trade may or not be working to help us in meeting the needs of the country, and also addressing things like, wherever we possibly can, self-sufficiency. That will not be something that can be achieved perfectly, nor should it be pursued too overwhelmingly. What we do need to do is work out the things that we are strong at, we are good at, and be able to mobilise resources to ensure that we scale that up. The pandemic has shown that when we needed certain things, most notably, for example, in the arena of medical equipment, we found at key points in time that we couldn't get our hands on masks and ventilators, and obviously down the track vaccines, and it's also come back and re-emerged that we yet again need more access to masks and rapid antigen tests. This also then showed us as well, when supply chains were under pressure, we needed to reconsider how, again, we manufacture the goods and services that Australians need to be able to get access to at times of need. The other thing that has forced a reconsideration of industry policy are geopolitical factors, where, as I referenced a few moments ago, we've had to rethink where we get our goods from, the way in which trade is operating, and the way in which disruptions to that trade may be affecting our ability to get those things. So you are seeing now industry policy become a bigger feature of public policy in a way that it hasn't for many years. In fact, the view has been, through a process of economic liberalisation through the 80s and 90s, that industry policy itself had been too driven by governments, had not been sensitive to markets, had potentially distorted the way in which resources were allocated, and that we weren't getting the best outcomes. And in fact, for many years in this nation, and it started under a Labor government, we moved away from this whole notion of what was described as picking winners. And that singular phrase has stayed in political discourse in this country and in economic thinking for decades. Yet what was happening offshore is that nations weren't necessarily so dogmatic. In fact, a number of countries were actively thinking about what sectors they could back, some of which had come out of command and control economies, most notably countries that had exited the Soviet Union's sphere of influence, most notably, I think, of Estonia, that has completely reinvigorated its economy by a big focus on digital and tech, and is one of the outliers, one of the outstanding nations in digitisation and what it's been able to do to reform its own operations. Countries have thought about their strengths. Countries have thought about what they can do to mobilise resources to get things done. And certainly from our perspective, Labor has said through the National Reconstruction Fund that there would be a number of areas, number of sectors we would think deeply about to ensure that we see better industry outcomes. The pressure is on nations to think about industry policy in a new way, to think about how you can support sectors that are really important to your economy, and through the way potentially ensure that the economic complexity of nations evolves as well, because as has been observed, when you look at Australia's economic complexity, we do have a lot of work to do to ensure that we are not completely and utterly reliant on just a few sectors alone. So under the National Reconstruction Fund that Labor's championed, we will look at improving value-adding in agriculture. We will look at improving value-adding in resources and mining. We'll look, for example, at what we can do in the arena of energy and renewables technology development. We'll also look in the arena of medical and medical manufacture, and also what we can do to support early-stage innovation and enabling technologies that other countries, again, I come back to that point about picking winners, a lot of countries have dedicated themselves to having very rigorous programs in place to pursue the development or national plans around artificial intelligence, around robotics and around quantum computing, all these things that will be really important longer term. And if as a country we want to be left behind, we only need to underinvest in some of those areas, because other nations get it. This is not just an issue of economic security, but of national security as well. So with all those things, Deputy Speaker, and in particular this hunger that exists in the Australian community to see us deal with this fact that I think shocks a lot of people, that we are ranked amongst the lowest in the OECD on manufacturing self-sufficiency. We import way too many things across critical areas where we did have a history of local production, and that's gone. We need to rebuild that, and we need to find ways to ensure that for the things we need, we've got them. Bob Hawke thought this through many years ago. It was why he championed, for example, back in 1989, the establishment of the cooperative research centres. It's why he thought about ensuring that we didn't have a brain drain, and it's why he thought about the way in which him and his government we could broaden the way in which the economy was working to ensure that we weren't reliant on just a few spaces, and we had these CRCs supporting economic and social activity along the way. But critical, if we want to deal with manufacturing and boost manufacturing, as a lot of people want to see, if we're going to be a country that makes things, we've got to be a country that thinks about how those things are made. Ideas are crucial, and we see those ideas emerge largely through the investment we make as a nation in R&D. Now, the reality is, I mentioned earlier, that as a nation we don't do enough to support or address that issue of manufacturing self-sufficiency. The other area, if you want to make things, as I said, you need to think about how they're made. On the R&D side, we keep sliding down the international rankings on R&D. We have seen, since 2011 and 12, investment in R&D contracting, falling from 2.11% of GDP to 1.79% of GDP in 1920. This is not good if we think longer term about economic health. We always see, if you look from 1985 to 2017-18, and you see the expenditure on R&D incentives, for example, every time there is a build-up of national activity under a Labor government and then a drop-off under a coalition, only to resuscitate under Labor and fall again. Those stats don't lie. They are there. If we are not backing our brains, we will see ourselves shortchanged longer term. We will only ever be, as has been identified by countless reports in R&D in this country, even reports commissioned by the government itself, we will only ever be a follower, an importer. We will be basically levering off someone else's brains, someone else's ideas, and we will be just a nation reliant on the imports of very sophisticated technology or product. And we've got to be able to do better. We have to have the faith to back our local brains. We cannot continue to have a situation where we see cuts in that investment. And the Coalition, the only consistency when it comes to research through the arms like the Australian Research Council or others, what we do see is we see regularly cuts from the Coalition. We have seen, for example, from very early on, from the moment that they got into power, we saw continual attempted cuts, $550 million introduced in the 14-15 budget, and then there was an attempt in the 18-19 budget to undertake a further $2 billion cut. Now, this even spooked people within the Coalition, and there was reporting by the Senate that talked about the damage this would do to the longer-term economic prospects of the nation had to be overturned. But what is staggering is that the Coalition, without any sense of shame, then turned around and suggested that they were now adding $2 billion to research and development in this country, and they've been going around strutting how much they're investing in R&D, when the reality is that is all that is a prevention of a cut that they thought they would do. And what we do see so often in this country under the Coalition is there is no sense of a broader framework with respect to what R&D or what research is being undertaken in the nation, what's required to support it, and how government can put those things in place that ensure that that happens. So we see piecemeal efforts. We see announcement of a patent box or a fintech sandbox here and there, or we'll see different initiatives that get rolled out at a press club speech and a bit of money put here and there, or we'll see this type of initiative put forward. Playing around with research as people reacted to the acting Minister for Education just before December, deciding that he would make a call on what research he valued and didn't value, and play around with that. We don't see any significant plan by the Coalition to say, look, we are falling behind relative to other nations, this is bad for our longer-term economic prospects, and here's what we'll do to fix it. There is none of that. This bill does not provide that. Nothing else that the Coalition has done will provide that. The only thing we get, and the only other consistency, there are two consistent things I have to say about the Coalition. One is they will always attempt to cut, particularly in these areas, and will always make a budget cut on issues that are critical to the nation. And the other is, when they're under pressure, they'll make an announcement to make it look like that they're doing the opposite, or that they're better than what they are. But the announcements themselves don't stack up. There's no substance to them. We find out soon enough that the detail overwhelms the spin and the shine and the gloss of the announcement, and we are back to square one. We cannot afford that. A lot of us on this side of the House recognise, we believe that as a nation, this country, be it the First Nations people or the people that came thereafter, given the isolation of this continent, given the way in which supply lines have worked historically, we have had to be a people that have been smart enough to work out problems confronting us, from First Nations people to the ones that have arrived. In a dry, arid continent like this, we have had to make our own luck, and we've had to have the smarts to do it. We need an investment in brains, either through the Research Council or the tertiary sector or our vocational sector, making sure we've got that. The Coalition have always cut and failed to back local ideas, failed to back thinking. I constantly hear from firms who are under pressure in the absence of government support and excitement in what they do, thinking we'll have to go overseas. It is unbelievable that we still have that in this day and age. This has been a constant thread
through Australian history where people have had to leave these shores to get backing for their ideas because we didn't back know-how. And that's not right. It is not right, and it signals spectacularly a lack of faith in our own people to sort these problems out that are facing us all, economic or social. We should not have that. We should be making sure that institutions like the Australian Research Council or everything else benefit from a solid framework backed up by a significant investment that ensures that Australia is not just a place that makes things, but also knows how to make them as well.
Order. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I say it's a pleasure to follow the member for Chifley on this debate in respect to the legislation before us, and I commend him for his contribution to the debate. Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst the legislation provides indexation of research funding, the reality is that the coalition government and previous coalition governments, and in particular this one, have no credibility and no commitment to research and development in this country, again as the member for Chifley just so eloquently highlighted. Even more shamefully, the Morrison government has a track record of politicising the government's research grants process, having now on 3 occasions, first in 2018 when Minister Birmingham blocked 11 research grants, and then Minister Tehan interfered in 2020. And now Minister Roberts, after just 2 weeks as the acting minister, vetoes 6 grants that were about to commence and which had been scrutinised and approved by the Australian Research Council, an independent body that approves the grants on the basis of their merits and their suitability. What makes Minister Roberts' interference even more disgraceful is that he announced his decision on Christmas Eve, when he clearly hoped that his actions would go unnoticed and unreported. He was hoping it would be all swept under the carpet and nobody would notice his mean-spirited action. It was an insensitive and callous decision that would have undoubtedly shattered the Christmas of those researchers who lost out from their grants being cut. So much for the minister's Christmas goodwill and Christmas spirit. Furthermore, the minister's interference was disrespectful to the Independent Assessing Committee and destroyed all public confidence in the grants process. Is it any surprise then that the Australian Research Council Chief Executive, Professor Sue Thomas, announced that she will step down from her role early? I also understand that there has been a petition with nearly 1,500 signatories calling on Minister Roberts to reinstate the grants. Even more notable is a letter to the Minister and Professor Thomas signed by over 60 current and past ARC Laureate Fellows, which is very critical of the Minister's intervention. And I quote in part some of that letter, and I quote, "As current and past ARC Laureate Fellows, we are very concerned in the way that applications for the 2022 ARC Discovery projects were managed. Our concerns are threefold. First, the funding decisions were announced a month later than usual, only a week before funding could commence on January the 1st. Most, if not all, university research offices were by then closed till the new year. It is highly unlikely that any of those grants can indeed commence on January the 1st and staff be hired. No good reason has been given as to this delayed notification. The retention and recruitment of research staff is greatly harmed by such delays. This late decision is likely to have the greatest impact on early career researchers, especially with regards to diversity and inclusion. Second, the funding decisions were announced on Christmas Eve, giving an appearance that the date was chosen to avoid close scrutiny. This was a heartless date to give the many unsuccessful applicants news about their applications. And third, and most critically, 6 grants, all in the humanities, were subject to rigorous and independent peer review and were recommended for funding, but vetoed by the Minister. These projects cover topics like climate activism and China, which are vital for the future well-being of Australia." End of quote. Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe that letter sums up the situation very, very well and just highlights, in my view, the improper interference by the Minister and by the government. Researchers in Australia continuously face uncertainty and insecurity, living from one grant to another, grants which in most cases have to also be subsidised by the universities themselves. These are some of Australia's smartest minds whose research leads to life-changing industrial and medical science and technology that not only returns over $3 in economic benefits for every dollar invested, but ensures that Australia remains internationally competitive and capable of innovation. Indeed, we should be proud of the innovation brought about by scientists and other researchers in this country over past decades. We have led the way on so many occasions. And sadly, we now have reports that over 3/4 of all young researchers have considered a career change in the past 5 years. I personally know of researchers who have left Australia and to secure work overseas, and they got that work overseas, but yet they couldn't get it here in Australia. And right now they are working in other countries doing the very research that would benefit us as opposed to the countries where they are working in. Mr Deputy Speaker, adding to the insecurity for researchers, Australian investment in research and development is at an all-time low, having fallen from 2.25% of GDP in around 2008 to a figure of around 1.79% in 2018. The OECD average for research and development investment is 2.38%. So not only are we falling behind other countries, but we are also slowly reducing the amount of money that goes into research and development in this country. How can we possibly remain competitive with the rest of the world if we are not prepared to invest in the research that is necessary to drive us forward? This all comes at a time that universities already struggle to retain academics and researchers because of the loss of income that they faced from the COVID-19 pandemic and the Morrison government's failure to financially support the university sectors. Because universities themselves have to put money on the table with respect to many of these research projects, it makes it even more difficult for them when the government cuts its own funding. In my view, this is short-sightedness of this government, and quite frankly, it beggars belief from a government that I've heard ministers come into this place time and time again and talk about the importance of research in this country, which I agree with, but yet their talk is not matched by the dollars that they put into the sector when the budget comes around each year. And as the member for Chifley quite rightly pointed out, over recent years there have been hundreds of millions of dollars cut from research and development in this country. And when the government tried to put a few dollars back in a year or so ago, it was simply a matter of just trying to pick up some of the cuts that they had already made. Sadly, they didn't continue with topping up the research and investment dollars that they had announced a couple of years ago. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister's letter of expectation sent in 2021 to the Australian Research Council proposes several changes in respect to the governance and the programs themselves. Both the Australian Academy of Humanities and the Academy of Social Sciences have raised concerns about those changes. They have written to the government outlining their concerns. Their concerns are legitimate, and I urge the government not to ignore them, for they are the organisations that know best where the research dollars should be used. Mr Deputy Speaker, can I just conclude with this observation? And the member for Chifley quite rightly alluded to this in his remarks. And again, it's part and parcel of the governance and programs that the government is saying that it wants to support with research grants, and that is to direct a lot more of the funds into the manufacturing sector. When this government decimated the automotive manufacturing industry sector in this country, it was contributing to this country about the same amount of dollars that this whole package commits to. This package commits to around $800 million of research and development funding, with the indexation, which is what the legislation is all about. That is about the same amount of money that was being poured into this country by the car makers at the time that they closed their operations here. And so here we are on one hand talking about the importance of a sector and the importance of investing in a sector when we had the sector already operating here and investing the same amount of dollars that we are proposing to do through this parliament today and which is coming out of taxpayers' funds. Those investments, albeit that they were being made by the car makers, had benefits to the rest of society, and their research and innovation was then transferred and used by other sectors. And yet today we don't even make cars in this country anymore. That's the kind of loss and the foolishness I see from this government, and why this government has never truly been committed to research and development. It talks the talk, but it doesn't walk the walk. Having said that, Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope that the government at least listens to the concerns raised by the sector with respect to these allocations.
Order. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The bill amends the ARC Act to enable continued financial assistance to be provided for approved research programs administered by the ARC through to 2024-2025. And specifically, this bill alters existing funding allocations for the next 3 years using an indexation rate, resulting in an additional appropriation of $844 million to 24-25. I welcome this. The bill does not affect the substance of the Act or operations of the ARC at all. And more the pity, because some of the finest minds in the Australian research community tell us reform is indeed needed. And let's see why they'd say that. Late last year, after months of delays, successful ARC discovery projects were announced on Christmas Eve, with 587 projects approved for funding out of 3,096 applications. While the nation was sleeping, 587 projects slipped under the tree. This long, drawn-out process was led by the ARC College of Experts, highly skilled, extraordinarily competent, credentialed people, eminent in their field. They work through more than 3,000 applications, shortlist them and then recommend them for funding. The list then goes to the Minister for Education. So, it was the night before Christmas and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. But there was some stirring, and 6 projects never made it down the chimney to the Christmas tree. They went up in ministerial smoke. The acting Education Minister, Mr Roberts, exercised his right to overrule the rigorous ARC peer review. Minister Roberts decided that 6 of the expert panel recommended grants for research relating to climate activism and China were not, in his view, in the national interest. He put his ministerial red ink through them. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've been a researcher who has been through the ARC process. Countless hours writing grants, extensive literature reviews, careful collation of researcher teams' publication records and CVs, endless meetings, project planning rationale, compilation of budgets, proposed student scholarships, collaborations with other departments and universities. Then comes the first assessment and ranking, writing and writing again, rejoinders. Then comes more waiting, announcement dates delayed, lives on hold, postdoctoral students in December left wondering if they'll have a job in the following month, suspended planning, lives on hold. All of this in an environment where university researchers experience less and less career uncertainty. We've heard speakers in this chamber this afternoon detailing that, the brain drain to other nations. All of this in an environment where universities were excluded from JobKeeper. Finally, then imagine having made the cut, being a winner in the field where less than 20% have success, being one of the team in those 6 projects rejected by the minister on the basis that they did not, in his view, demonstrate value for taxpayers' money nor contribute to the national interest. Professor Lynette Russell a historian at Monash University and current ARC Laureate Fellow, described the minister's veto as, and I quote, a significant constraint against academic freedom. And let's be clear about who such laureates are. Laureate fellowships are awarded by the ARC to the most respected professors in their fields, with only 17 granted yearly. Professor Russell said, and again I quote, "Whether it be the test of national interest or an excessive focus on a sector like manufacturing, research funding in Australia is becoming political and short-sighted." Professor Russell went on to say, "Our title is rather telling. We are a college of experts, and I think it's fair to say the minister is not," she said. She went on, "The best return comes from letting researchers focus on curiosity-driven research. This has given us mRNA vaccines, the laser and many other inventions that have lifted the quality of our lives." Professor Brian Schmidt, the Nobel Prize-winning astrophysicist and Australian National University Vice-Chancellor, in his State of the University address said, "There had only been 4 known occurrences of political interference in the ARC grant process, 3 of which were in the last 3 years." He went on to say, "My strong view, a view held by many university leaders, whether they say it out loud or not, is Australia needs an apolitical system to allocate research funding and a review of the Australian Research Council." Professor Schmidt said, "Political interference can corrupt knowledge and slow down its creation." He argued that academic independence is one of democracy's key advantages over other forms of government. It allows us to pursue ideas across a broad spectrum of possibilities. We don't just focus on what is known or thought relevant or acceptable at the time. And the professor asked, what would our society be like when the study of history, politics and literature has to reflect the views of the minister of the day? Where would we be if we hadn't been working on climate mitigation strategies for the past 30 years, while the merchants of doubt sowed their seeds? What if we hadn't invested in understanding the foundational properties of messenger RNA when it seemed just a dalliance with no practical benefits? Mr Deputy Speaker, a petition with nearly 1,500 signatories, including those of high-profile authors J.M. Coetzee, Michelle de Kretzner, Alexis Wright and Amanda Lowry, has called for Minister Robert to reinstate the defunded projects and commit to legislating the complete independence of the ARC from government interference and censorship. That 2/3 of the 6 censored grants should be in literary studies, they say, demonstrates a dismissive attitude to the value of the imagination and creativity. They went on, the actions of the government reveal that it is committed to defunding Australia's literary culture by overriding academic autonomy and determining what kinds of knowledge can and cannot be pursued. This is especially ironic, given its recent campaign to defend freedom of speech on Australia's campuses. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to be clear here. Both major parties agree it is appropriate for the minister to wield this power. But I would say, alongside all of these esteemed academics, it is time for this to be reviewed. A Senate inquiry will now examine the power of ministers to veto research funding after the Greens successfully referred their bill seeking to remove the power to the Senate Education Committee. Submissions close on that review or on that inquiry on February the 25th, and I urge anyone out there who, like me, are concerned about ministerial interference, I urge them to make a submission to that parliamentary inquiry. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Brand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Pardon me. In relation to this bill, I want to be clear that Labor does support the passage of this bill, but I especially want to acknowledge my support for the amendments moved by the member for Moreton, that the House notes that the government's mismanagement and politicisation of Australian Research Council grants and failure to adequately support Australian universities during the pandemic are causing serious harm to our world-class researchers. Deputy Speaker, the Australian Research Council is Australia's independent research agency. Its purpose is to grow knowledge and innovation for the benefit of the community by funding the highest quality research. The ARC runs a competitive grants process over a number of grants schemes. The process is arduous. The member for Indi spoke of this earlier and her personal experience of that process. It goes through the highest standard of peer review. Applications take many months to put together and they take many more months to review. I worked in the university sector for nearly 10 years. My first job in that sector was at the University of Western Australia, where I was a research contracts lawyer. And one of the first tasks I had in that role was to develop contracts for successful applicants for linkage projects. And linkage projects through the ARC involve academics working with industry and the university itself with in-kind contributions to develop a particular line of research. I also worked on developing agreements around centres of excellence, and though I did not do the agreements for discovery grants, I had a lot to do with the many academics that pursue discovery grants, which is, in this country, the principal mechanism to fund basic research in the humanities and the sciences. Now, discovery grants are extremely competitive. There is only a 19% success rate. In fact, discovery grants are harder to get than any kind of grant a Liberal government might give to someone in a safe Labor seat. Linkage grants involve, as I said, close collaboration and partnership with industry, and in round 2 in 2020, the success rate was nearly 26%. These grants are hard to come by. They take a lot of effort to even get your application in, get it through the rejoinder process, and there are many, many minds that work on these, the applicants themselves, but also the teams of research grants officers that help academics and their entire teams work through this process. The peer review process itself is also arduous. The ARC College of Experts will have members in their college, and each proposal is about 50 to 100 pages, and they are each assessed by 2 college members. They take their job seriously and read every single word. There's no colour-coded spreadsheet for the ARC College of Experts. Members of this college receive literally suitcases of applications under the ARC Discovery Grants process. That's how competitive it is. It takes months to get through, reading every single night these very extensive and expansive applications. Those applications then get reviewed again by 4 subject experts. This is a trusted, thorough, arduous and thoughtful process that has developed over many years. But this government shuns a well-established, trusted process in favour of its own personal political assessments. The acting Education Minister rejected 6 humanities grants on unsupported grounds of not contributing to the national interest and not demonstrating value for money. This from Minister Roberts, the member for Fadden, who charged the Australian taxpayer $1,000 a month for mobile broadband services. Where is the value for money in a $38,000 internet bill? And when did the minister make this announcement? It was on Christmas Eve of last year. This is the longest delay to an announcement of ARC grant recipients in 30 years. You've got to ask, what are these people doing? What is the government doing? They have a college of experts, they have a thorough independent review process, they get their recommendations and they do nothing with them, or they fiddle about with them, who really knows? But ultimately what they make is a political decision to grab a little sound bite in the middle of the night so that they can have an attack on academics who are already under severe pressure given this government failed to support them through the pandemic. And as we know, thousands of research jobs have been lost around this country and 40,000 jobs have been lost within the higher education sector. So the longest delay in the notification of grants in 30 years, but perhaps ARC Discovery Grant applicants even a little bit lucky the member for Aston has been stood aside as Education Minister, because that particular cultural warrior may have gone even further than Minister Roberts. The truth is there's a long history of interference in the ARC independent processes from the Liberal Party of Australia. Brendan Nelson, as Minister, vetoed 3 and then 7 applications. Senator Simon Birmingham, as the relevant minister, vetoed 11 ARC humanities grants. They play stupid, harmful games by picking out titles that will get them a headline and maybe a bit of a clap and a cheerio from some of the shock jocks around this country, and in so doing they disrespect the literally thousands of hours of work conducted by researchers in universities right across this nation and that of their peers, the senior academics, the leaders of our research institutions that review these applications night after night. And they all think it's a little bit of a joke to pull out some 7-word title and then just dismiss the hundreds of pages, the tens of thousands of words and the years and years of research that sit behind it. It's disgusting and it has to stop. It's wasteful, it's stupid, it's unfair, and it holds back Australian science. And I might say a few words to conclude on the matter of science and commercialisations. In my 10 years, and obviously I studied at university and I worked there for 10 years amongst academics and academic scientists, and what I've learnt from being around that system and from just for general reading, what you certainly know is you can't boss around science. Discovery happens as it happens, but always on the back of years and years of hard work. Commercialisation of scientific discovery is important, but it is not everything, and it never will be. Not all science or scientific discovery can be commercialised. Take the discovery that the Helicobacter pylori bacterium plays a major role in causing most peptic ulcers. The work of the South Australian great Robin Warren AC and the West Australian great Barry Marshall AC worked against commercial interests that produce medications and expensive surgeries to treat ulcers. Ulcers were thought to be a product of stress, and many people around the world spent thousands of dollars on psychiatric assessments and psychological appointments to try and beat ulcers. There was a groundswell of commercial interests that tried to defy the findings of Barry Marshall and Robin Warren. What Barry Marshall and Robin Warren proved was that ulcers could be cured by antibiotics. It's not a simple discovery, it was years of their testing and even famously self-testing. They changed the lives of millions of people around the world. 2 Australian scientists working at Fremantle Hospital, Royal Perth Hospital and the University of Western Australia many years ago, beavering away, trying to get funding just like everyone else tries to do in a very competitive research system, and a complex discovery, complex to discover, changed the lives of millions once they had proved it, and of course Barry proved it on himself. They quite rightly were awarded with the 2005 Nobel Prize for Medicine. So this is a scientific discovery that won't make money. It saves people money. It saves individuals money. People that get peptic ulcers and other stomach complaints now know when they have a simple test for the Helicobacter pylori bacterium that they can take a round of antibiotics and they will more than likely feel much better. They don't have to go through gastric surgery or other kind of treatments that often make people's lives much worse. So, to conclude, finally, Deputy Speaker, I'd ask that education ministers in this government have a real think about how they treat scientists in this country, how they disregard their thoughtful and long-term work, their extraordinary effort when they put in these applications, and to not dismiss the extraordinary work that goes into each and every Australian Research Council grant application. Thank the House.
I call the Minister.
I thank all members and senators who have spoken in relation to the Australian Research Council Amendment Bill 2021. The bill amends the Australian Research Council Act 2001 to ensure continuity of the funding scheme of the Australian Research Council, or ARC. This bill is a routine matter that updates the existing funding caps and inserts new funding caps through until 30 June 2025 to provide for anticipated inflationary growth in the cost of Australian research supported by the ARC. The new cap for the 2021-2022 financial year has been increased to just over $815 million, and a new paragraph is added to provide appropriations as per agreed Commonwealth policy to the 2024-2025 financial year. The government values the important role played by university research in the creation of new knowledge, new social and economic citizens, and a platform for our engagement in the intellectual and practical challenges facing the world. And of course, as you'll know, Deputy Speaker, in my portfolio area, innovation and technology is a driving force for good as we reduce our emissions as part of a global solution towards sustainability. The ARC is an important funder of industry-linked research in our universities, research with real-world impacts to accelerate Australia's innovation agenda. Schemes under the ARC's linkage program requires industry partners to provide matching funding to leverage funding provided by the Australian government. These schemes encourage and extend cooperative approaches to research and improve the use of research outcomes by strengthening links within Australia's innovation system and with innovation systems internationally. ARC funding has supported many tangible, long-term industry collaborations. For instance, a team led by Professor Michael Bredmore at the University of Tasmania has worked for over 20 years with Grey Innovation to develop the world's first mobile device that can rapidly detect the chemical signature of inorganic homemade explosives. An interesting and important part, of course, of research that twins with national security. A spin-off company, Greyscan Australia Pty Ltd, has now been formed, which is selling the device for use by first responders and checkpoint operatives in a variety of detection scenarios, including military, public security, cargo and mail screening, passenger screening, commercial premises and, of course, at major events. The ARC's Industrial Transformation Research Program funds research hubs and training centres to support higher degree by research students and postdoctoral researchers in gaining real-world practical skills and experience through placement in industry. And one of the challenges, of course, that's always existed for Deputy Speaker is making sure that academics get practical and real-world experience, not just because of the benefits to them, but also, of course, the knowledge transfer that occurs into industry. The Commonwealth Science and Industrial Research Organisation, which is oft focused to draw attention in the context of primary research. Many members might forget that it has an industrial capacity to take ideas, to develop them all the way through to commercialisation and, of course, scalability. These hubs and centres fund research in the priority areas of advanced manufacturing, cybersecurity, defence, food, beverage and agribusiness, medical technologies and pharmaceuticals, mining equipment, resource technology and services, critical minerals processing, which of course is one of the most important areas or sectors, not just for Australia's research capacity, industrial capacity, but of course national security interests, oil, gas and energy resources, recycling and clean energy, and space. These priority areas reflect the Australian government's commitment to developing critical industry sectors and to support collaboration between universities and industry. Where is it? An example of these centres which is working in the advanced manufacturing clean energy space is the ARC Industrial Transformation Training Centre in Future Energy Storage Technologies, led by Professor Maria Forsyth at Deakin University. The researchers and their industry collaborators at this training centre are determined that the next breakthrough battery technology will have a manufacturing home here in Australia, and thank the maker for that. The centre is also training industry-led graduates who will become the next generation of renewable energy industry leaders in Australia, something we should all be excited about. There are already around 100 of these training centres and research hubs established in Australian universities, with funding of up to $5 million each provided by the ARC, with significant additional funding and support from industry partners. These centres are breaking down the barriers between the ivory towers and real-world applications and charging Australian industry with the world-leading engineering and innovation talent of our universities. The Australian government support for the ARC is enabling this transformation to occur in our innovation system. Successive Australian governments have made a sustained and significant investment in high-quality research within our university sector, which has contributed to its success and recognition internationally. I thank members for their contributions and for supporting the government's continued commitment to the higher education and research sector. I do so because, on behalf of the whole House, this conversation is critically important. When we look at the big challenges that not just our country faces, but of course the global community, and the challenges of risk that are presented to the world, on so many fronts, the solution is going to be the role of our scientists and innovators in technology, which is going to help advance and progress humanity, particularly when you look in areas like the challenges affecting us resulting from climate change. It's going to be so important that we harness the power of technology and integrate it to the heart of our economy so that we can not just continue to innovate and prosper and grow, but be part of the global solution, not just to help ourselves, but to help the world cut its greenhouse gas emissions footprint in the process. It's going to be our research scientists and innovators who are going to take these ideas from their gestation through to their development and, of course, commercialisation and scalability, whether it's the potential of different forms of hydrogen and its role in industrial capacity and, of course, export as we move away from traditional fossil fuels to new and dynamic types of fuels, whether it is hydrogen or ammonia. And, of course, it's going to be the vehicles that we utilise in the same space through to what's necessary for freight and, of course, the potential for air and road transport too. In every space of the economy and society, we are going to face new challenges. The question for us is going to be how we respond to it. And, of course, universities can work in partnership and, of course, with our research institutes as well as local communities. When I speak to various business leads and, of course, local mayors around the country about how they see their economic opportunity up to 2050, all of them talk about partnerships as part of the solution, and of course research fit as part of that conversation as well. It's on that basis that the government remains utterly committed to the focus of higher education and research sectors as part of the building of Australia's future economy, something that it has been in the past, we are rightly proud of, and we wish to see continue into the future. And it's on that basis I commend the bill to the House.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Moreton has moved, as an amendment, that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. So the immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. Division required? Sorry, I think the ayes have it. Division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Hello.
How are you, sir?
Good, mate.
Well.
There. Immediately after this, there's that statement. So we've skipped over that next bit of legislation. On to this one. Down to here.
Yeah, I'll be. What time are you usually out?
I won't be home.
What time are you finish?
Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler as tellers for the noes. Yeah, we'll just suspend the locking of the doors for a moment. Yeah, broadcasting can come off. Broadcasting come off, please. We'll just suspend proceedings for 5 minutes. We're okay? All right, we'll just resume. Broadcasting can resume. Yeah, the doors are locked. Order. The result of the division is ayes 62, noes 57. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Australian Research Council Act 2001 and for related purposes.
I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General. If members could just leave the chamber quickly and quietly, please. I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Granted.
I thank the member for Burt. The leave is granted. The Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Sorry, member for Goldstein.
That this bill be now read a third time.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. All of those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Australian Research Council Act 2001 and for related purposes.
The Minister. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that order of the day number 3, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, social services and other legislation amendment, pension loan scheme enhancements bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The member for Barton has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment Pension Loan Scheme Enhancement Bill 2021. I move the amendment circulated in my name, that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. While not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House notes the coalition government has repeatedly tried to cut the pension, including pensioner concessions, the assets test and indexation, and attempted to increase the pension age to 70. The pension loan scheme lets older Australians to get a loan from the government to supplement their retirement income. It is an important program offering older Australians another option for improving their retirement income. Established in 1985, the scheme is a legacy of the Hawke government. But take-up rates for the scheme have been low, primarily due to a number of barriers to access. These barriers are well known and have been known for the 9 years of this government. They include not being accessible to all older Australians who own their home, the complexities of the loan scheme and being difficult to understand and navigate, a lack of safeguards against securing excessive debt, high interest rates on the loans, and cultural concerns Australians have around protecting the family home in retirement and family inheritance. In the 2018-19 budget, the government announced it was finally moving to introduce legislation and to address the low take-up rate. Labor welcomed and supported the changes, and take-up rates did improve, moving from 780 participants in 2018 to over 5,000 participants in September 2021. But this improvement is against a potential pool of around 4 million Australians of pension age, including around 2 million pensioners who own their own home. So this result is not good enough. Many pensioners are asset-rich but cash-poor. They are struggling to make ends meet and would benefit from options offered under the scheme. Many older Australians living in retirement homes have contacted me to say having access to this scheme would make a big difference to their quality of life. The government's actions demonstrate they know just how far short their previous efforts to improve this scheme have fallen. This bill introduces two new features to the scheme. It introduces a new safeguard, the no negative equity guarantee. This will prevent the Commonwealth from recovering the amount of the debt exceeding the value of the asset. And secondly, allows participants to access a portion of their payments annually as a lump sum advance. This change will help older Australians to make larger purchases such as extra support or make home modifications. These are improvements to the scheme, and Labor welcomes them. They are changes that could and should have been made earlier. The government committed to a campaign to raise awareness of the scheme in the last budget. Crucially, they have kept secret just how much they plan to spend on this campaign. I think every Australian would have questions about this. Government spending an unknown amount of public money on advertising during an election year. This is a government that thinks of ad campaigns first and policy second. That's why this measure comes up with a branding effort, changing the name of the scheme from the Pension Loan Scheme to the Home Equity Access Scheme. At MyEFO, the government further reduced the interest rate down to a level more in line with other mortgages, to 3.95%. Labor supports the reduction of the interest rate, but it comes way too late. Participants have been paying interest rates higher than almost every other mortgage across Australia for years. And worse still, Labor knows these higher interest rates have been indirectly contributing as a saving measure to the government's budget repair policy. These are savings made off the back of older Australians, including full-rate pensioners. And Labor believes that changes in the bill are another job half done, another missed opportunity to fully address all the well-known identified barriers that stop pensioners taking up this scheme and improving their quality of life in retirement. The University of New South Wales analysis shows that whilst these changes will make a modest difference, much more work remains to make sure access is easy for those who need it. Too many older Australians in retirement homes and other communities have no access to this scheme. This lack of access is unfair. Addressing this will take some work that a government which cares about making a difference instead of an announcement would have already done so. Pensioners won't be fooled by the government's half-hearted attempts to support them. They know that this is a government that has tried to cut the age pensions and reduce the living standard of pensioners at every opportunity. In fact, to improve the budget bottom line, this government has tried to cut the pension and increase the pension age to 70 in almost every one of its 9 budgets, including the 3 budgets where the current Prime Minister had the job of Treasurer. In the 2014 budget, they tried to cut pension indexation, a cut that would have meant pensioners would be forced to live on $80 a week less within 10 years. This unfair cut would have ripped $23 billion from the pockets of every single pensioner in Australia. In the 2014 budget, they cut $1 billion from pensioner concessions support that was designed to help pensioners with the cost of living. Also in the same budget, they axed the $900 senior supplement to self-funded retirees receiving the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card. In the 2014 budget, the coalition government tried to reset deeming rate thresholds, a cut that would have seen 500,000 part pensioners made worse off. In 2015, they did a deal with the Greens to change the pension asset test, cut the pension to around 370,000 pensioners by as much as $12,000 a year. And so many part pensioners lost their pension because of this coalition Greens saving measure. In the 2016 budget, They also tried to cut the pension for over 1.5 million Australians by scrapping the energy supplement for new pensioners. The government's own figures showed this would have left over 563,000 Australians currently receiving a pension or an allowance worse off. Over 10 years, in excess of 1.5 million pensioners would have been worse off. On top of all this, the government spent 5 years trying to increase the pension age to 70. They waited 4 years before adjusting the deeming rates for age pensioners, despite the Reserve Bank continually reducing its rate for the same period, and another indirect saving measure for the government. The Coalition still have cuts to the pensions in the Parliament. They want to completely take away the pension supplement from pensioners who go overseas for more than 6 weeks. This will see around $120 million ripped from the pockets of pensioners. They still want to make pensioners born overseas wait longer before qualifying for the age pension by increasing the residency requirement from 10 to 15 years. These spiralling out-of-pocket healthcare costs are a big concern of older Australians. These have increased because of the Medicare freeze put in place by the Coalition government, and no one spends 9 years, including 3 as Treasurer, trying to cut the pension and increasing the pension age to 70, unless it is what they really believe in. This is why pensioners know they can't trust the Morrison-Joyce government to protect their living standards and act to offset the rising cost of living. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Coalition have gone through 3 leaders in their 9 long years in office. No matter who the leader has been, cutting a pension has been an enduring priority. Cutting the pension is in their DNA. But Labor's support for older Australians is unswerving. So we welcome changes in this bill, and as I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will not stand in the way of the bill. We have moved a second reading speech. So we will support older Australians, and our support is unswerving, as I said. So we welcome changes in this bill and the interest rate reduction announced by FO. But more work is needed to enable all older Australians of pension age to access the scheme, untap the equity in their homes and improve their retirement income and enhance their quality of life.
I thank the member for Barton. Is the amendment seconded?
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member for Burton. I call the member for Gray.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Pension Loan Scheme Enhancement Bill. I totally reject the amendments put forward by the previous member, which framed the government as having failed badly on pensioners and older people in Australia, and I reject that entirely. But I think this bill is a good move. And addresses some of those great problems, those conundrums that both people and the nation have to manage. How is it that we fund the retirement for people in Australia at the kind of levels that they would like to have their retirement funded at is a challenge for them and a challenge for us. Age pensions were established in Australia at the beginning of last century, around about 1909. But at that time, and it was for people who reached the ripe old age of 65, when life expectancy was about 50. And so there weren't actually all that many people went on the aged care pension back in 1910. So it was, if you survived that long, well, then you claimed your pension. Today, of course, the pension is available from the age of 66 and a half heading up to 67, and I note the comments of the previous member and about the Coalition trying to extend that age to 70, but it was, of course, the Labor Party that extended it from 65 to 67. But it is what it is, and I don't think that's a bad age. But life expectancy is now 82.9 years, almost 83, which leaves a gap there of around about 16 years for people to draw an age pension, and that is the challenge that is facing the nation. And it's been addressed over the long term by investment in superannuation. But I think Australians would be surprised to learn that of the people of that cohort that are in excess of 65 years old, that are in the bracket of being eligible for age pension, only 62% of them actually draw on it. I think that probably would be surprising to most Australians, and I'm sure you, Madam Deputy Speaker, have gone into an office and people have said, what's your pension number? Assuming that everybody is on the pension. It is far from the case. So, of course, if 62% are drawing an age pension, well, stands to reason that somewhere around about 38% do not. And I think that's a great success of the policies of a number of governments. Compulsory superannuation was brought in by a Labor government under Paul Keating, or I think he was the Treasurer at the time, in fact, at a rate of 4%. It increased through to 9% in 2002 under a different government, and now is drawing its way northward again. And I think the current rate is 10%, and that is happening under a Liberal government, a coalition government. So broad support across the political parties for the notion of compulsory superannuation. But it's worth noting that there's also been an explosion in the net wealth of older Australians under making voluntary contributions through superannuation. And I'm sometimes put upon by senior Australians saying, well, what do you do for independently funded retirees? Well, what we do for independently funded retirees is set up this amazing system where the taxpayer subsidises your contributions into superannuation, whether that be done in a compulsory manner or whether that be done through voluntary. The 15% flat tax gives the means for senior Australians to actually set up their financial affairs as they head towards retirement in a situation where they pay no tax. And that has been subsidised by the taxpayer to get there. Now, I'm certainly not decrying that, but I think people should understand that's how this very generous scheme by world standards has come about and led to that drop-off in the number of people actually requiring to draw on age pension in their older years, which is, of course, the safety net. And that safety net is designed to give it's designed to give a good standard of living, a reasonable, not a luxurious one by any means, but a reasonable standard of living. An interesting way that the age pension is set is that it is not set by any one indicator, but it is set by the highest of whether it be CPI, whether it be the I've got to get this right, but anyway, the age sector expenditure barrel, or whether it be a percentage of average weekly take-home male earnings, whichever is the highest, which means that on any one of those criteria it rises faster than the other two. So it is a generous scheme in world context. And as I say, it provides a good standard of living, but not a magnificent one, which is where this legislation and the scheme that sits in its place at the moment, the personal loan against the family home, sits in place. We certainly should celebrate what we've done. Now, at the moment, the pension stands as single with the supplementary payments pension of $967 a fortnight. For couples, it's $729 each, or a combination of $1,458 a fortnight. So I think we can safely assume that is the lowest rate of pay for people who are over that age of 66.5, 66 and a half at the moment, because that pension is brought down on a sliding scale according to your assets and income. You're assumed to be earning an income from your assets. So that's the base rate. But of course the family home in Australia is not included in the assets test. And 80% of Australians over the age of 65 own their own home. I think this once again is a tremendous achievement in the world scale, that in Australia it is still one of the things that we aspire to, is to own our own home. And successive governments have recognised that that is a separate investment to everything else that that particular person could lay their hands on. So that family home's not included in the assets test. But in the last 10 years at least, in fact in the last 20, 30, 40, any time frame you like to look at, there's been a spectacular increase in the value of the family home, perhaps by as much as two over the last 10 years, 2 or 300,000 or 500,000, or some homes. In fact, in Sydney, I think the average, the median value of a Sydney residence is $1.3 million. Now, it would stand to reason that if your major asset is outside the pension requirements, that you should be able to utilise it in some way. That great increase you've had in your wealth in your life, but just by taking the position, taking the risk at a younger age, that I will take on this debt, I will take on the challenge, I will pay off the family home, rather than you having to spend a modest retirement. Perhaps they might elect to spend a better financed retirement and get a little bit more in their latter years. So the obvious way into this is a reverse mortgage, and of course they are available in the commercial market. But for many, it's a pretty new concept, and for a family home that they've scraped and saved for all their life and consider to be sacrosanct, if you like, that venturing into that commercial market, with the mentality that I've worked for and I paid for my house, why would I put it at risk, is a concern to them, that somehow the market might turn against them and they might end up losing their family home, or they might end up losing the value of their family home because they've drawn down on it in their retirement. Now, it's a fairly unlikely outcome given the track record of real estate in Australia, but you can understand why it is a real concern for these people. So into that space, some years ago, government stepped in and provided the pensioner loans scheme, where in fact, rather than taking your loan out against the bank, you take it out from the federal government, and it's breaking the ice in this area. But this amendment actually eliminates that fairly remote possibility that the owner might overdraw the value of their property, resulting in they or their estates actually owing a debt to the Commonwealth. It'll be, I don't think it'll be a game changer, but I think it's sensible legislation, and it's one that carries, I think, minimal risk for the Commonwealth and for the taxpayer in that case. And if we could get more people to actually recognise that this was part of their wealth that they had generated during their life, and there's no particular reason to leave it entirely intact for a second generation. Of course, we would all like to leave our children a good start in life, but it is not incumbent upon the current taxpayer that they should be funding somebody in the future. So it's a choice they can make, it's not compulsory, and this should make it a little more friendly. The no negative equity guarantee will provide a peace of mind to retirees that whatever happens, they will not accumulate debts in their scheme. And of course, this amendment also allows for a lump sum in advance twice a year. They can access in total for the year up to 50% of the current maximum rate of the pension back against that reverse mortgage, if you like, that offset against the family home. And it's in the case of a single person, that'd be $12,580, and in the case of a couple, $18,960 to supplement on the top of their pension. Now, for a couple, that would put them up around in excess of $50,000, which is it's a pretty tidy kind of income. And my view is if you've got that kind of income, why would not you use it to enjoy your retiring years? So I absolutely commend the legislation, the Minister for putting it forward, and commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Grey. The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Barton has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. And I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the pension loan scheme is an important one, and it allows older people in our community who are asset rich but income poor to have a source of income. But of course, like everything under this government, it's been botched. And now we're dealing with a bill that attempts to fix a couple of the problems in the dying days of this parliament so that in another case of spin and marketing, the Morrison government can say it's done something for pensioners. The bill before the House does address some of the inadequacies of the current pension loan scheme, and it does deserve to be supported on that basis, but it doesn't address all the flaws in the scheme. And as the member for Barton has made clear in the amendment she moved and which I support, it does not make up for this government's neglect and mistreatment of pensioners over their many, many years in office. So, as well as changing the name of the pension loan scheme, and isn't that a very typical move, you would say, of this government, that they bring forward a bill to do not much more than change the name of the scheme, so that the name's been changed to the Home Equity Access Scheme. The bill also amends the Social Security Act and Veterans Entitlement Act to improve the flexibility of the scheme. And again, I say that is a change to be welcomed. It puts in two new features of the scheme: the introduction of a no negative equity guarantee, so that participants don't repay more than the market value of their property regardless of their debt. And this is a necessary protective requirement. It's in place for commercial reverse mortgage products, and it should provide people with some peace of mind around taking up this scheme. It also allows for 2 lump sum advances in any 12-month period, each lump sum being capped at 50% of the maximum annual rate of the aged pension. So there's, as I said, are positive changes, but they probably don't do enough to drive uptake in this scheme, which remains at really low levels. And we know there are a number of reasons for those low levels. A lot of them go to do, in fact, with how people understand this scheme and how it's been promoted to them. It goes to cultural issues, it goes to the complexity of financial products, it goes to the interest rates that have been set by this government around it, and it also goes to who's able to access the scheme. And one of the unfinished pieces of business that doesn't seem to be addressed by this bill being moved by the government is the fact that the pension loan scheme still can't be accessed by residents in places like retirement villages, where people own their home but they don't own the land that the home is on. And I see from many advocates for older Australians that that's something that they would like to have addressed, and unfortunately has not been addressed as part of this change that the Morrison government is bringing forward. Again, I say typical of this government that in drafting a bill, in making changes, they failed to listen adequately and consult adequately with stakeholders about how they can best improve people's lives, particularly the lives of older Australians and pensioners in our community. So, as the member for Barton has outlined in her amendments, this government always gets it wrong when it comes to pensioners. They're focusing on a marketing effort with this bill, giving the scheme a new name. They're not doing the hard yards of actually doing the work to improve the scheme across the board, drive the uptake that would make it a success. These changes come in the dying days of government, probably around 2 years, at least 2 years too late. During the time of the past 2 years, participants in this scheme have been paying a higher interest rate than almost every mortgagee because this government is taking pensioners' money instead of doing the right thing by senior Australians. And so now again we have a moment where I presume they've heard from their electorates, they've spoken to pensioners and they've realised they've done the wrong thing by them, and they're trying desperately to fix that up before an election. I want to be really clear that in contrast to this government's last-minute efforts, Labor, believes that this scheme can do good things for our country, it can do good things for older people, and we would make it work for all older Australians. We would allow people to genuinely unlock their housing assets and improve their retirement income. And of course, it's not just in fixing this scheme that a Labor government would be on the side of pensioners. Across the board, Labor would stand up for pensioners in a way that this government has just failed to do. Let's go through a quick review of the government's action or inaction on pensioners in their history in office. In the infamous slash and burn budget of 2014, the government tried to cut pension indexation, which would have left pensioners living on some $80 a week less within 10 years. $23 billion would have been ripped from the pockets of the pensioners of Australia. This was what an earlier incarnation of this government was proposing to do to older Australians. In the same budget, the government cut $1 billion from pensioner concessions, axed the $900 senior supplement, and it tried to reset deeming rate thresholds. What a record. But it goes on. In 2015, the government did a deal with the Greens to cut the pension for approximately 370,000 pensioners by as much as $12,000 a year by changing the pension assets test. And in the 2016 budget, there were two things: an attempt to cut the pension to around 190,000 pensioners as part of a plan to restrict overseas travel for pensioners to 6 weeks, and trying to cut the pension for more than 1.5 million Australians by scrapping the energy supplement for new pensioners. The government's record of policy misery for pensioners continues. They spent 5 years trying to increase the pension age to 70, waited 4 years before adjusting the deeming rates for aged pensioners, even though the Reserve Bank continually reduced its rates over the same period. And, Deputy Speaker, I can say with confidence, I hear every time that this government fails to adjust the deeming rates. I hear about what that means for older people in my electorate, and the fact that they are being left in a really, and have been left consistently, in a very unfair position by this government's failure to get deeming rates right over its time in office. This is the government that wants to axe the pension supplement from pensioners who go overseas for more than 6 weeks, which would see around $120 million ripped from the pockets of pensioners. You know, those are people who might be looking for a family reunion trip to the old country. Can't do that and keep your pension. They want to make pensioners born overseas wait longer before qualifying for the age pension by increasing residency requirements from 10 to 15 years. Everything this government does seems to be designed to make the lives of pensioners harder. But a Labor government would be different. I want to be really clear about how important pensioners are in my community, older Australians are in my community. It is a privilege to represent them in this place and to stand up for them. These are the people who built this country. We say it a lot in this place, but it doesn't seem to translate into action. They built this country and they deserve our respect. And they deserve a pension system that they can rely on and that they can trust into the future. And the track record of this government demonstrates that that is not what they have delivered. At every opportunity, the Morrison government and the Liberal national governments that preceded it have taken the chance to try and slash and burn the pension. Well, it's not good enough. Pensioners deserve so much better than this government. They deserve so much better than a record of trying to squeeze, of trying to take away a pension, and now of a name change that's meant to fix things in the dying days of this parliament. Pensioners deserve a government that understands they should be supported now and into the future. A government that is not obsessed with trying to find savings by squeezing the age pension wherever it can. A government that actually understands what it means to be responsible, to be living on a pension, to be budgeting on a pension, to rely on the pension for your day-to-day life, for your participation in the community. And, Deputy Speaker, this is something I've heard very often from constituents in my electorate, particularly during the pandemic, is how pensioners feel like this government just hasn't understood how impacted their participation in the community has been, and how the support for pensioners through this pandemic hasn't really recognised the fact that, like all of us, they were separated from loved ones, from community, and they don't feel supported by this government through that time. So while this bill goes some way to fixing this scheme, it doesn't go far enough. I wholeheartedly endorse the amendments moved by the member for Barton. I urge this government to do better by the pensioners of Australia.
I thank the member for Jacob. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about the Pension Loan Scheme Enhancements Bill 2021. This bill will increase the flexibility of the pension loan scheme, giving senior Australians more options when drawing on the equity in their home and other real estate assets to improve their living standards in retirement. The guarantee will apply to all scheme participants from the 1st of July 2022. The guarantee will mean that when scheme participants settle their debt, they will not repay more than the equity in the property used to secure their loan. This measure will enhance the strong safeguards currently in place, such as conservative age-based loan-to-value ratios that minimise the possibility of a participant's debt exceeding the equity in their secure property. Australians are living more than 10 years longer than they were 50 years ago. We want our senior Australians to enjoy the best quality of life during their retirement. And one of the key factors in achieving this is financial independence. For many senior Australians, the age pension is a key source of retirement income. But with housing prices increasing significantly in recent years, we're seeing many of our senior Australians paper millionaires with limited ability to access the benefits of their appreciating assets. Since 2003, the median house price has grown in Sydney from around $524,000 to approximately $1.33 million. Melbourne from around $280,000 to approximately $973,000. Even in Mallee, prices have gone up significantly in the last few years. This is where the pension loan scheme comes into play. The PLS was introduced in 1985 and is similar to a reverse mortgage or home equity release product. Like home equity release products available in the private market, the PLS enables Australians of age pension wage to voluntarily unlock the equity in their home. It gives them the option of staying in their own home while boosting their retirement income. Importantly, people have complete discretion as to how they spend their money. In 2019, the Morrison-Joyce government provided access to the scheme for all Australians of age pension age, including self-funded retirees and maximum rate pensioners. We also increased the amount available as a fortnightly loan. These changes have seen a 5-fold increase in take-up over the last 2 years, and there are currently more than 5,000 participants in the scheme. The changes to the PLS made through this bill will increase the flexibility of the scheme for senior Australians by providing a mechanism through which retirees can access capped lump sum amounts to meet unexpected and larger expenses. The introduction of a no-negative equity guarantee will give participants confidence they will not repay more than the equity they have in the property used to secure their loan when settling their debt. These changes will make the PLS a more flexible and attractive option for senior Australians in their retirement. To ensure senior Australians are aware of the scheme, its eligibility requirements and the changes made through this bill, the government will conduct an awareness campaign in the lead-up to the implementation of the changes on the 1st of July this year. It's estimated that around 80% of senior Australians over the age of 65 are home owners. The changes introduced with this bill will give older Australians more freedom to enjoy their retirement. This could be the freedom to visit their grandkids post-COVID, or purchasing that one special thing they've always wanted, or repairs to the house, or just removing financial pressures in day-to-day life. Over time, these reforms and our world-leading home equity regulation will help change the way we view home ownership. Your home is more than simply a place to live. It is a store of value that can be released to boost retirement living standards. So how does it work? From the 1st of July 2022, participants in the scheme will be able to access up to 2 capped payments in any 26-fortnight period. Participants of the scheme will be able to access a portion of their payment as a lump sum advance. This will give retirees a new mechanism and greater flexibility to meet unexpected or substantial expenses. The maximum lump sum advance is capped at 50% of the maximum fortnightly rate of age pension over the following 12 months, that is 26 fortnights. Based on current age pension rates, the maximum advance payment will be around $12,500 for singles and around $18,960 for couples combined. Participants will be able to take up to 2 advances in any 26-fortnight period, with the combined total limited by the 50% cap. Any advance taken will reduce the amount of fortnightly pension loan scheme payment received by a participant. The amount a participant can receive will generally be the same regardless of whether they take an advance payment, fortnightly payments, or a combination of both. This will protect participants from building excessive debt balances while providing them flexibility on how they draw on their real estate assets for self-support. It's important to note, Madam Deputy Speaker, as with all financial products, people considering participating in the scheme are advised to seek independent financial advice to ensure the pension loan scheme works for them. Home ownership has always been the bedrock of our society. We know that most Australians want to stay in their own homes during retirement, a place often with decades of memories. We want to give older Australians the confidence to tap into a small proportion of their home equity to increase their retirement outcomes. This bill is all about giving our senior Australians more choice and control in their retirement lifestyle.
Thank the member for Mallee. And I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the bill before the House. The pension loan scheme is a long-standing legacy of the Labor Hawke government. The pension loan scheme is one of the wide range of Labor policies that have sought to ensure the safety, the dignity of older Australians as they move through the later stages of their lives. The loan scheme allows older people who are asset-rich but cash-poor to access income. This is a position that a large number of older Australians find themselves in, as many find themselves having substantial financial assets in the form of a home or property ownership, but without any steady cash income of any support. The purpose of this scheme, which was created under the Hawke government, is to enhance the living standards of senior Australians who are unable to access the age pension because they were unable to meet the income test. Whilst the pension loan scheme provides an important capacity for older Australians to access an income in their later stages of their lives, in doing so to maintain their quality of life, this program has suffered under the stewardship of the Morrison government. There are a number of barriers that prevent Australians from accessing the program in its current form. Equity, equality of access and the complexity of the available financial products, byproducts and unintended consequences of safeguards against excessive debt, interest rates and cultural issues are all factors which contribute to the relatively low uptake of the pensions loan scheme. Despite each of these barriers being known for a substantial period of time and becoming more pronounced throughout the 9 years of this Liberal National Government, the only notable reform we have seen to the scheme in recent years was through the modest changes made by the Turnbull government in the 2018-2019 budget. These changes, including expanding eligibility to full-rate pensions and self-funded retirees, increasing the maximum fortnightly payment rate under the pension loan scheme from 100 to 150% of the full pension, and the reduction of the interest rate from 5.25% to 4.5%. We supported these changes as they meant more senior Australians, including full-rate pensioners, could increase their income. These changes expanded the way in which older Australians are able to access the scheme and the amount of money available to them through it. The bill before the House further expands the scheme. This bill introduces more financial safeguards and a greater payment flexibility, allowing 2 annual advance lump sum payments to help participants with larger expenses. In the lead up to the last election, in 2021, the government is finally gave up on one of its long-term efforts to improve the budget bottom line on the back of pensioners by reducing the interest rate to 3.5%, something that has obviously been necessary for something to bring equity to the system. However, there's always a however with this government, isn't there? There's always a but. It's become predictable with the Morrison government. This bill and the government's effort focuses more on marketing effort than actual substance. The pensions loan scheme and the safeguards that our country puts in place to ensure the dignity and safety of Australians as they move throughout their later stages of their lives requires more than just a marketing strategy. The loan scheme, an important Labor legacy that is crucial for older Australians to have access to income, requires more than just a new name in order to be sufficiently reformed and provide a benefit to older Australians that it was intended to create. However, as has happened so often with this government, the needs of older Australians are not considered or legislated for beyond the PR benefit that the Morrison government can achieve through announcements. It is crucial that older Australians have the capacity to live out their lives with dignity and access to basic services and quality of life. The government have repeatedly failed to fulfil this requirement, and the failure of older Australians has been even more stark throughout the course of this pandemic. A lack of care for older Australians and aged care residents is endemic to the Morrison government. We have seen time and time again throughout this pandemic the sheer disregard for the lives and the well-beings of older Australians and aged care residents. The botched vaccine rollout for aged care residents and staff, the ongoing lack of support for those within the aged care sector through lack of PPE, lack of booster shots and lack of support for staff sends a clear message from the Morrison government that the needs of older Australians are not a priority. Throughout their time in government, particularly through the course of the pandemic, the Liberals and Nationals coalition have failed to listen to the stories and the experiences of older Australians and their families. The coalition has failed to legislate the very real changes which are necessary in order to reform the way in which this government treats those Australians who have retired and are moving on through their later stages of life. The government's failure to truly address the needs of older Australians in this country extends far beyond this bill. One of the great examples of the failure of older Australians by this government is in the current state of the aged care system. The government wants to claim to have put forward a plan that reforms the aged care sector. But beyond the smoke and mirrors, the government's response to the Royal Commission and to the mounting criticism of the current crisis within the aged care system does not even fall short. It fails completely. The government's proposed policies fail to deliver the enduring reforms and improvement necessary to address the crisis in the short and the long run. Our criticism, Labor's criticism of the Morrison government's response to the aged care crisis is not politics. It's not about political mudslinging. It is about fact. The Morrison government have delayed or outright rejected many of the crucial recommendations which the Royal Commission put forth as necessary changes to the reform of this industry. Even throughout the Omicron wave of this pandemic, as day after day we're hearing stories of understaffed aged care centres, patients being left unattended, in many cases without access to even the basic medical treatment and care. We hear of the overworked and exhausted staff who are doing their very best in a broken system. The government has done very little to truly address these issues facing older Australians. In aged care, the government's plan includes none of the recommended workforce and workplace changes, which the Royal Commission outlined as the necessary aspects of addressing the growing crisis within the industry. There's nothing to improve wages for the overstretched and undervalued aged care workers. Similarly, with regards to the pension loan scheme, which is the subject of this bill, there is very little done to address the core constraints faced by Australians in accessing the pension loan scheme. Whilst Labor welcomes any changes which have the capacity to improve the access of older Australians to a reliable income and financial security, the bill proposed by the Morrison government does not do enough to reform a fundamentally broken system which has been created under this government's watch. Older Australians face a myriad of challenges in accessing adequate care and a quality of life. It is disappointing that the government has procrastinated on so many issues facing older Australians. The budget and MyEFO changes contained, which are the subject of this bill, come 2 years too late. Participants have been paying higher interest rates than almost any mortgage, a saving measure for the budget off the back of senior Australians, including full-rate pensioners. Having such high interest rates has acted as a disincentive for many older Australians to access the scheme, and we believe that this scheme allowing people to unlock their housing assets to improve their retirement income should be fair and easy access for all senior Australians. As I said, the government has again missed an opportunity to introduce real change. Labor knows the government needs to address outstanding cultural barriers to see real change in the take-up rates. The Morrison government needs to do better in addressing the issues which continue to bar many Australians from accessing the pension loan scheme. For instance, many tens of thousands of Australians have lived in land lease communities. These Australians own their own home, but because they do not own the land, they are unable to access the scheme. This is unfair. The government must look at this issue and make further changes and open the scheme for these Australians. There are also many known cultural barriers that inhibit some Australians from accessing the scheme, and yet the Morrison government has done very, very little to address these issues. Older Australians will not be fooled by this well-timed changes made by the Morrison government in this bill. Although there are positive changes to the loan scheme within this bill that do provide some benefit to older Australians, cutting the pension, of course, is Liberal DNA. The Liberal National Coalition have tried to cut the pension and increase the pension age to 70 in every budget, including 3 budgets where the current Prime Minister had the job of Treasurer. In 2014, the budget they tried to cut pension indexation. Had they been successful with that cut would mean pensioners would be forced to live on $80 a week less within the next 2 years. This unfair cut would have ripped $23 billion from the pockets of every single pensioner in this nation. The 2014 budget, they tried to cut $1 billion from pensioner concessions, support designed to help pensioners with the cost of living. They axed the $900 senior supplement to self-funded retirees receiving a seniors health card, and tried to reset the deeming rates thresholds, a cut that would have seen 500,000 part pensioners made worse off. In 2015, they cut the pension to around 370,000 pensioners by as much as $12,000 a year by changing the assets test. In 2016 budget, they tried to cut the pension to around 190,000 pensioners as part of a plan to limit overseas travel for pensioners to 6 weeks. They also tried to cut the pension for over 1.5 million Australians by scrapping the energy supplement for new pensioners, a supplement which actually helped pensioners keep their homes warm during winter and cool during summer. Why would you want to go and attack pensioners is beyond me, but that is the DNA of this government. The government's own figures show they would have left 563,000 Australians who are currently receiving a pension or allowance worse off. In over 10 years, in excess of 1.5 million pensioners would be worse off under this Liberal national government. And if all those attempts to cut the pension and diminish the quality of life for older Australians weren't enough, the Liberal government has spent 5 years trying to increase the pension age to 70. Of course, they waited 4 years before adjusting the deeming rate for aged pensioners, despite the Reserve Bank continually reducing its rate at the same period. And on top of all that, the Morrison government have repeatedly taken steps aimed at phasing the cashless welfare card into use for the aged pension. It is offensive and dehumanising step to further robbing older Australians of dignity and autonomy. What our Australians need is a government that truly has their best interests at heart. Spiralling out of healthcare costs are a big concern for older Australians. These haven't increased because of the Medicare freeze put in place by this coalition government. Pensioners know they cannot trust Liberal governments. As I said, cutting the pension is the DNA of the Liberal Party, ignoring the needs of older Australians, whether that be with regards to pension, aged care or health care. It is the Liberal Party's core beliefs. While the modest changes to pensions loan schemes that are contained in this bill are being accepted by Labor, they are not enough to ensure the quality of life and security of older Australians. For that, we need a government that cares more about pensioners than it does about marketing. The pension loan scheme is a legacy of one of the great Labor governments, and Labor's ongoing support for this legislation is a reflection of our well-established history of legislating for the interests of older Australians. Older Australians deserve respect, they deserve compassion and care, and once again the Morrison government and this bill is failing to provide that for them. It has never been more clear that an Albanese Labor government is what this country needs and what Australians, especially older Australians who helped build this country, deserve. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for McEwen. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, once again I stand to note that on a very critical piece of legislation that deals with the welfare of Australia's older Australians who are relying on the pension, we have the Labor Party yet again playing games by moving a second reading speech amendment. They know it, the member opposite knows it, and yet they can't help themselves. There is nothing that they will not play games on. And so here, once again, we have an opportunity to debate how to make the lives of ordinary Australians, of people who spent their entire working lives saving for their retirement, better. And we have the Labor Party moving a second reading amendment, rather, so they can post on their stupid and silly and idiotic website run by that front group, openfoundations.org, that will no doubt say that every member of the House on this side strongly, like as though I get to say, no, Mr Speaker, I'm not just voting for this, I'm strongly voting for this, that we strongly voted against the welfare of pensioners. Let's just be very clear about that. This is dishonest politics by the Labor Party. These are untruths. This is misinformation. This is the sort of stuff that they accuse Clive Palmer of doing day in and day out, and they do it and they don't try to stop it, and they're in this parliament enabling it. And we've seen it today already, Mr Deputy Speaker. We've seen it already today. We saw today on the front page of the Sydney Morning Herald, a newspaper not known for its support of any sensible party of government or any sensible political movement in this country. But yet, on the front page of the Sydney Morning Herald today, the award-winning journalist Rob Harris has undertaken an investigation that I think Bernstein and Woodward would have been proud of, to discover that those crossbenchers who claim to be independents and disaffected Liberals, where in fact they're fake Liberals and fake independents, but they're real supporters of the Labor Party. They're real supporters of the Labor Party. I say to the members opposite, you can complain as much as you like, but one of the impacts, and I'll speak to the point of order.
Yes, I call the member for Moreton.
Deputy Speaker, we're 3 minutes in and the member for McKellar hasn't touched on the legislation at all. He has to at least be tangential, surely, when it comes to the piece of legislation in front of us.
All right. Please proceed.
Deputy Speaker, maybe if the Labor Party stopped moving second reading amendments that basically have everything, including the kitchen sink in it, I would actually then have to speak to the amendment. But we've had the member for McEwen speak on everything but what was in the legislation. So I don't quite...
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Surely if he's taking a point of order on my point of order, he should refer to my point of order.
I say yes. Please proceed.
Under the sun is in order because of your second reading amendment. So you can't have it both ways. The Labor Party can't come in here, move second reading amendments so that they can facilitate the misinformation that openfoundations.org goes on with all the time. And the member opposite He can carry on as much as he likes about it, but you are just as guilty of this. You are just as guilty of this, of using this parliament not for debate, not for actually improving the lives of pensioners, but for simply playing undergraduate political games. And you don't like being called out on it, but the truth is I'm going to stand here on every piece of legislation and call you out on it. Because what you have been doing over the last 5 years is appalling, and it denigrates our democracy. And frankly, you all should be ashamed of yourself. Sorry, those opposite should be ashamed of themselves, because they take votes from the crossbench, which today we found out on the front page of the Sydney Morning Herald, from the award-winning journalist Rob Harris, who has clearly undertaken months of investigation to understand this, that those opposite, those who regularly 88% of the time vote with the Labor Party, have been say that they're in favour of the climate, say they're in favour of integrity, and say that they're in favour of transparency. Well, wow, wasn't this a doozy of a day? Front page of the Herald. No doubt this story's been there for any other news organisation to report on. The ABC, Crikey, the New Daily, but it took an intrepid reporter at the Sydney Morning Herald. Not, as I say, Deputy Speaker, a paper known for its support of right-of-centre political movements, to actually finally say the hypocrisy stinks so much we are going to report on it. And those opposite, they take their votes. And what we found was today that those on the crossbench have been accepting donations from coal investors, not just coal mines, directors of coal companies, not just normal coal investors. These coal investors bought their coal mines from Eddie Obeid. Eddie Obeid. So we've got both honest, we've both got untransparent, we've got...
Point of order, Deputy Speaker. We are now 7 minutes into a 15-minute speech, and the member for Mackellar, I've given him as much generosity as possible, but he has no reference to the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment, Pension Long Scheme Enhancements Bill at all. At all. Surely he must make some reference to the legislation in front of us.
I call the Minister.
Mr Speaker, the standing orders are quite clear that opposition get one opportunity to call a point of order on relevance.
That's right. I ask the member for Mackellar to return to the substance of the bill.
Well, Deputy Speaker, of course I adhere to your ruling. And I think that the substance of this legislation is about how to make the lives of older Australians better. That's what I think the substance of a thing. So I'll do what those opposite want. This debate was about the Social Services and Other Legislations Amendment, Pension Loan Scheme Enhancement Bill 2021. But they've moved a second reading amendment, which basically means anything that the sun shines on is now allowed to be part of this debate, because that is what all their amendments are about. Their amendments are about playing undergraduate games with the future of older Australians. And I will go back to where I was rudely interrupted before, no doubt, the member for Moreton calls quorum on me, because that's their next usual tactics when they're hearing something they don't like hearing about, which is how they take the votes from someone who has been receiving donations from a coal investor who bought a coal mine from Eddie Obeid, who was found to be, who had an adverse finding at the New South Wales Independent Against Corruption, who then split that one transaction amongst 8 members of their family, that this was only discovered when a reporter from the Sydney Morning Herald, being Rob Harris, had the courage, because no doubt he was discouraged from writing this story, and then posted the story. And that is why this government fights day in and day out to make the lives of pensioners better, and it can't do it because of those opposite.
Yeah, Speaker, the member for Mackellar is defying your ruling right now. You called for him to return to the subject of the bill, and he has gone about as far away from it as he's ever been, and I'd ask you to return him to the bill that's before us today.
Yes, I ask the member to return to the question before the chair.
Deputy Chair, I continue to be relevant to the second reading amendment moved by those opposite. And I encourage them to stop playing their puerile, undergraduate political games of moving these second reading amendments so that they can post on some puerile, undergraduate misinformation website that those on this side of the House don't support pensioners. And that's the problem. That's the problem right here. That's the problem with the donations. That's the problem with their speeches. That's the problem with their tactics. They don't want to talk about what the real issues are, because they're only about misinformation, hiding things and not telling the Australian people what's really going on. So we've had speeches from those opposite, literally all of it incorrect. So we've had those opposite trying to claim that this government has been trying to institute the cashless debit card for pensioners. That is untrue. That is untrue. They continue to repeat it online. Why? Why do they continue to do that? Because they're part of an institutional political movement that can only win votes by misinforming the Australian people. If they want to have a genuine debate about how to make the lives of pensioners better, everyone on this side's up for it. But they want to move second reading amendments. Then we had those opposite making the absurd claim that we're the ones responsible for trying to increase the age limit for the pension. Everyone in Australia knows that Wayne Swan began that process under the Rudd-Gillard government. But somehow they're trying to fit up this side of the House with it. And once again, they'll have all their little front groups out there making that claim. But I tell you what, they might make a political point. They might get the money from the coal investors who bought their mine from Eddie Obeid, and 9 times out of 10 they might actually be able to hide that from the Australian people. But the Australian people are no fools. They know when they're not being told the truth. They know this government is actually the government that for decades have been the one side of this House that has supported and enhanced the lives of ordinary Australians on the pension. Australians know that. They know the pension wasn't started by the Whitlam government, as those opposite assert. It was actually started by the Menzies government. It was actually about the caring and being compassionate towards those people who were seeking to retire. They know that this side of the House has consistently and constantly fought for measures that are about making those people who have spent their lives trying to make their retirement more comfortable, more possible. I'll give you one example, Deputy Speaker. Section 56(2) of the Superannuation Industry Supervision Act, which was designed to stop trustees from when they were fined because they had done something wrong, paying that fine out of members' funds. Let me make that clear. Stealing money from ordinary Australians' retirement savings. And what we found out last Thursday is that almost $250 million has been taken out of the retirement accounts of ordinary Australians by industry super funds. And why? Because, as APRA confirmed for us, Australia's largest super fund, Australian Super, was apparently one administrative error away from being insolvent. Is no one literally interested in this House on that side? The fact that $233 billion worth of retirement savings of ordinary Australians is run by a company that has $12 in share capital. $12! APRA doesn't seem interested because of legislative changes moved by those on those sides. Don't come into this chamber and try and hoodwink Australians into believing that you care about the climate when you're taking money from coal miners, that you care about honesty and integrity when you didn't declare that, and that coal investor bought his coal mine from Eddie Obeid. Don't come into this chamber and claim that you care about Australian pensioners, but you don't actually care about the fact that the largest superannuation fund in Australia is run by a company that has $12 in share capital while it manages $233 billion in retirement savings for ordinary Australians, and the reason you don't care is because they donate to your political party. Don't come into this chamber and make claims that you care about pensioners or that the cashless debit card is something.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member for McKellar is making outrageous accusations about you, and I would ask you to ask him to come back to the legislation before the chamber.
I ask the member not to use the term "you" in your debate, please.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So this guarantee, let's be very clear, this is a guarantee that makes the lives of ordinary, hard-working Australians who've done nothing wrong except spend their entire lives saving for their retirement better, gives better access, better equality, more freedom, more fairness in this society, and preserves those things that we actually care about. Those opposite don't.
Order. The member's time has expired. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Dobell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the pensions loan scheme and to support the amendment moved by the member for Barton. There must be an election coming, and some members opposite are feeling under pressure because this third-term government is finally taking some long overdue action on the pensions loan scheme, or the home equity access scheme as it will now be known. But unfortunately, once again, it appears to be too little, too late. Deputy Speaker, the pensions loan scheme is a legacy of the Hawke Labor government. It was intended to allow older Australians who are asset-rich but cash-poor to access additional income if they missed out on the full age pension because of the assets test. The pensions loan scheme is effectively a reverse mortgage, administered and distributed by Services Australia. The additional payments above any age pension entitlement accrue as a debt secured against real estate the person owns, such as a family home or an investment property. As with a commercial reverse mortgage, participants can stay in their family home and do not have to repay the loan while living there. And the government generally recovers the debt when the property securing the loan is sold or from the person's estate after they've passed away. In the 2018-19 budget, the government made changes including expanding eligibility to full-rate pensioners and self-funded retirees, increasing the maximum fortnightly payment rate under the pension loan scheme from 100% to 150% of the full pension, and reducing the interest rate from 5.25% to 4.5%. Deputy Speaker, Labor supported these changes as they meant more senior Australians, including full-rate pensioners, could survive in the face of the rising cost of living. The cost of living is a real concern amongst older Australians in the electorate that I represent on the central coast of New South Wales, where 1 in 5 people is aged over 65. Dobell, the northern part of the Central Coast, is home to over 22,000 people relying on the age pension for some or all of their income, and there are over 2,500 self-funded retirees holding a Commonwealth Seniors Health Care card. Under the current arrangements, a full-rate pensioner can increase their income by up to $12,580 for singles or $18,960 for couples combined per year, based on the current rates of pension. Self-funded retirees can get up to 150% of the maximum age pension. This bill introduces a no negative equity guarantee so that participants will not repay more than the market value of their property, regardless of the debt. The bill will also allow for 2 lump sum advances in any 12-month period. This will help people to meet larger expenses such as replacing a car or home improvements or renovations. Labor supports these amendments, but more could be done so more senior Australians could benefit from this scheme. Deputy Speaker, in Mayifo 21-22, the government finally gave up one of its long-term efforts to improve the budget bottom line at the expense of older Australians by reducing the 4.5% interest rate to 3.95%, a change which came at least 2 years too late. Participants have been paying a higher interest rate than almost every mortgagee, a savings measure for the budget off the back of senior Australians during a pandemic, including full-rate pensioners who are struggling with the rising cost of living. This high interest rate is likely to have contributed to the low uptake of the scheme. Although some 4 million Australians are of age pension age, including 2.6 million age pensioners, of whom around 80% are homeowners, there are currently only 5,000 participants in this scheme. Deputy Speaker, Labor believes this scheme, allowing people to unlock their housing assets to improve their retirement income, should be fair and easy to access for all senior Australians. Unfortunately, the government has again missed an opportunity to achieve real change and address the barriers to participating in this scheme. The government cannot claim to be giving senior Australians real choices in their retirement without addressing these known barriers. Research by the University of New South Wales has found that where there is a low awareness of or understanding of retirement financial products such as commercial reverse mortgages and the pensions loan scheme, interest can be improved by improving information or providing information in an easy to understand way. Clearly, for the government, there is much more to do here. Deputy Speaker, there are still older Australians unable to access the program despite owning real property. For instance, many Australians live in land lease communities, including many in my electorate on the New South Wales Central Coast. There are over 500 such communities in New South Wales, accommodating around 34,000 residents. These Australians own their own homes, but because they do not own the land, they are unable to access the scheme. This just isn't fair. The government must examine this issue and make further changes to open the scheme for these Australians who otherwise could benefit. And of course, these changes do nothing to address the very real living costs and the pressures faced by age pensioners who do not own their own homes. Many of them women, the largest growing group of homeless in our society today, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, although these are positive changes which will assist some older Australians, Australia's aged pensioners won't be fooled by this government. They know that this government is not on their side. They only have to look to the bungled vaccine rollout, the problems with boosters, rats that aren't available to aged care homes. Deputy Speaker, this government has failed older Australians, especially older Australians living in the outer suburbs or the regions. They have tried to cut the pension and increase the pension age many times, including in 3 budgets where the current Prime Minister had the job of Treasurer. In the 2014 budget, they tried to cut pension indexation, a cut that would have meant pensioners would be forced to live on $80 a week less within the decade. This unfair cut would have ripped $23 billion from the pockets of Australian pensioners. In that budget, often known as the horror budget, they cut $1 billion from pensioner concessions, support designed to help pensioners with the rising cost of living. They also axed the $900 senior supplement to self-funded retirees receiving the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card. As a pharmacist and someone who worked at the local hospital Wyong in my community for almost a decade, I know how much support to older Australians means, especially in being able to afford the health care as out-of-pocket costs grow and wait lists lengthen. Deputy Speaker, this government then tried to reset deeming rates thresholds, a cut that would have seen 500,000 part pensioners worse off. In 2015, the Liberals did a deal with the Greens to cut the pension to around 370,000 pensioners by as much as $12,000 a year by changing the pension assets test. In the 2016 budget, they tried to cut the pension to around 190,000 pensioners as part of a plan to limit overseas travel for pensioners to 6 weeks. They also tried to cut the pension for over 1.5 million Australians by scrapping the energy supplement for new pensioners. The government's own figures showed this would have left over 563,000 Australians who are currently receiving a pension or allowance worse off. Over 10 years, in excess of 1.5 million pensioners would be worse off under this government. On top of this, this third-term government, spent 5 years trying to increase the pension age to 70. And they waited 4 years before adjusting the deeming rates for aged pensioners, despite the Reserve Bank continually reducing its rate of the same period. The Liberals still have cuts to the pensions in Parliament. They want to completely take away the pension supplement from pensioners who go overseas for more than 6 weeks. This could see around 120 million ripped from the pockets of pensioners, many of whom have family ties and family responsibilities outside of Australia, which mean absences of longer than 6 weeks, whether it's caring for a loved one or a family member. They still want to make pensioners born overseas wait longer before qualifying for the age pension by increasing the residency requirements from 10 to 15 years. Deputy Speaker, older Australians are worried. And why wouldn't they be? They're worried about the rising cost of living, including out-of-pocket healthcare costs. They're worried about spiralling cost of living under this coalition government. They're worried that if they need more assistance to stay in their home, they'll have to wait far too long to get it. They're worried that if they need residential aged care, it will be substandard because it's underfunded and understaffed. And above all, they are worried that if this Morrison government is re-elected, they can face another 3 years where these problems just continue, where these problems just grow. Deputy Speaker, in the time I have left, I just want to briefly turn to aged care. Older Australians, frail older Australians in our community deserve better. They deserve better than this government. They deserve better than a minister who goes to the cricket for 3 days, rather than presenting to the COVID hearings, to be held to account for the deaths, the over 600 older Australians who've died in aged care this year with COVID. Deputy Speaker, it was 4 years yesterday that I lost my dad to younger onset dementia. I know many people in this House and many people across Australia have lost a loved one slowly, piece by piece, as dementia ravages them. I know so many people who have spoken to me through COVID haven't been able to speak to a loved one or see them. One local person told me that her mum could only see her through a screen on FaceTime, and her mum tried to pass her a cup of tea through the screen because she didn't understand that they weren't there in the same room. Or the great-grandson who was so distressed that he couldn't visit his great-grandma because he wasn't old enough to get a jab and couldn't see her. Senior Australians deserve better. They deserve a government who cares. There have been countless reports into aged care in Australia, including the Royal Commission, an interim report which was titled Neglect. And the neglect has continued under this government. But what I can't forgive is this Prime Minister, who as Treasurer made savage cuts to aged care, which has left a system underfunded and older people vulnerable and exposed. I can't forgive the Prime Minister for this, and nor will I forgive the aged care minister for going to the cricket while older Australians died alone, without someone to comfort them, without a kind word. This is not good enough. Older Australians deserve better. No frail older Australian, someone's father, someone's mother, someone's grandfather, should die alone and lonely and afraid in aged care. If there's any measure of our society, it's the respect and dignity that we show the most vulnerable in our community. Deputy Speaker, senior Australians deserve better. Older Australians deserve better. They deserve a change of government. They deserve a government who cares. They deserve a government that acts. They deserve a Labor government. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. I call the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment Pension Loans Scheme Enhancements Bill 2021. Through this bill, the Morrison government is increasing the flexibility of the pension loan scheme to give our senior Australians more choices in their retirement. Australians are living more than 10 years longer than they were 50 years ago. I'm sure I speak for all in this place when I say that we want our senior Australians to enjoy the best quality of life during their retirement. One of the key factors in achieving this is financial independence. The Retirement Income Review highlighted that accessing a portion of a pension's home equity can greatly improve their living standards in retirement. This is particularly true for those senior Australians who hold substantive assets but have limited income. For many senior Australians, the age pension is a key source of retirement income. But with housing prices increasing significantly in recent years, many senior Australians have become paper millionaires with limited ability to access the benefits of their appreciating assets. For example, since 2003, the median house price in Melbourne has grown from around $280,000 to approximately $937,000. This is where the pension loan scheme comes into play, giving senior Australians another option for using their accumulated wealth to support their retirement lifestyle. Participation in the pension loan scheme is voluntary, and the scheme is similar to a reverse mortgage product. Like home equity release products available in the private market, the scheme enables Australians of aged pension age to voluntarily unlock the equity in their home. It provides senior Australians with the option of drawing a fortnightly loan amount backed by the equity in their home or other real estate assets to supplement their other retirement income. So through this scheme, pensioners can top up their pension payment with loan payments up to a maximum of 150% of the fortnightly rate of the age pension. Eligible non-pensioners, such as self-funded retirees, can receive the full 150% of fortnightly rate of the age pension in loan payments. This gives senior Australians the option of staying in their own home while boosting their retirement income. Importantly, participants in the scheme have complete discretion as to how they spend their money. In 2019, the Morrison government provided access to the scheme for all Australians of age pension age, including self-funded retirees and maximum rate pensioners. We also increased the amount available as a fortnightly loan. These changes have seen a 5-fold increase in take-up over the last 2 years, and there are currently more than 5,000 participants in the scheme. This bill will introduce 2 additional features to the pension loan scheme to further increase flexibility and confidence in the scheme for those senior Australians who choose to use it. These measures will come into effect on the 1st of July 2022. Firstly, the introduction of a no negative equity guarantee will give participants confidence they will not repay more than the equity they have in the property used to secure their loan when settling their debt. This change will make the pension loan scheme a more attractive option for senior Australians in their retirement. Secondly, participants in the pension loan scheme will be able to access a portion of their payment as a lump sum advance. Life often throws surprises your way. This change reflects that reality, giving retirees greater flexibility and a new mechanism to help them meet unexpected or substantial expenses. Mr. Deputy Speaker, home ownership has been seen as the bedrock of our society. For many Australians, a place to call your own is a crucial part of what has been called the Australian dream. This bill is all about giving our senior Australians more choice and control of their retirement lifestyles. We want to give older Australians the confidence to tap into a small portion of their home equity to increase their retirement outcomes. It is estimated to around 80% of senior Australians over the age of 65 are homeowners. The changes introduced with this bill will give those Australians more freedom to enjoy their retirement. It will help them to stay in their own homes throughout their golden years, where they can continue to create cherished memories with friends and family. We want our senior Australians to enjoy greater choice, financial independence, and quality of life in their retirement years. And so I gladly commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I too rise to speak on the Social Services Other Legislation Amendment Pension Loan Scheme Enhancement Bill 2021. Deputy Speaker, the Pension Loan Scheme, or PLS, now renamed by the government as the Home Equity Access Scheme, is meant to allow older people who are asset-rich but cash-poor to access an income. The intention was of enhancing the living standards of our senior Australians that are unable to access age pension because they did not meet the income test. Deputy Speaker, why then are the take-up rates so low? And that is the question we should all be asking. Clearly, there are a number of barriers that are preventing Australians from accessing the program, and these include things like equity of access, complexity of financial products, unintended consequence of safeguards against excessive debt, higher than average interest rates and cultural issues. In fact, Deputy Speaker, these same concerns, these very concerns, have been raised with me in the electorate office recently. And recently I was contacted by a constituent, Peter. He and his wife are both retired and on a pension with a small self-managed superannuation fund. Like many Australians, they explain that they receive a fortnightly part-aged pension and a drawdown from their self-managed super fund for the rest of their needs. The couple own their own home, which, again, like for so many other properties, has increased in value over the years. They inquired about the possibility of supplementing their pension income through the PLS, but found the process to be difficult, overly complicated and contradictory, Deputy Speaker. And again, Deputy Speaker, they appear not to be alone in this. I met with Peter to listen to his experience and his wife's experiences, and I was shocked to hear about the conflicting advice they received from Centrelink regarding the implications of joining the scheme. My constituent explained that when a pensioner has a PLS in excess or uses funds for a purchase, the asset results in a decrease in pension. The government allows the pensioner to draw down on the difference of up to 150% via the PLS and then charges 4.5% interest on the amount, which compounds over the years. Now, Peter sought clarification from Centrelink about how the PLS would affect his personal pension under the current asset tests, but received very unclear and contradictory advice. That's just one example of the advice that's being given to people who are seeking the PLS. Now, following our meeting in December, I took it upon me to write to the Minister responsible to seek clarifications for my constituents about how the scheme affects the pension and asset testing, and particularly about Peter's situation. The Minister's response highlights that indeed The proceeds from the loan or any asset purchased with the loan would have an impact on the pension. But, Deputy Speaker, there is clearly a lack of clarity and transparency in the PLS scheme, which is dissuading people from using it. And changing the name to Home Equity Access, or the Home Equity Access Scheme, does very little to clear things up. It's just a name change. It is true that the 2018-19 budget included some modest changes, including expanding eligibility to full-rate pensioners and self-funded retirees, increasing the maximum fortnightly payment rate under the PLS from 100% to 150% of the full pension, and importantly reducing the interest rate from 5.25% to 4.5%, a very modest reduction. Deputy Speaker, we supported these changes because, after all, they meant that more senior Australians, including full-time pensioners, could perhaps increase their income. And I welcome the fact that the bill expands the scheme even further. It introduces more financial safeguards and greater payment flexibility, allowing 2 annual advance lump sum payments to help participants with larger expenses. And it's a testament to the people who have been vocal advocates in this area that the government finally gave in and reduced the interest rate again to 3.5%. Deputy Speaker, we on this side have long fought for this measure to bring greater equity to the system. But the changes have come too late for too many. Interest rates in Australia have never been lower, and yet participants in this particular scheme, the PLS, have been paying a higher interest rate than almost every mortgagee in the country. So this is a similar problem to deeming rates that are set much higher than standard interest rates and ultimately penalise pensioners. What kind of government makes money from pensioners? This is what's happening in this case. Deputy Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe this scheme that allows people to unlock their housing access to improve their retirement income should be fair and easy and understandable for everyone to access for all senior Australians. Unfortunately, this government has again missed an opportunity to introduce real changes that affect the lives of pensioners for the betterment. There are still older Australians unable to access the program despite owing real property. For instance, many tens of thousands of Australians live in land lease communities. These Australians own their own homes, but because they do not own the land, they're unable to access the scheme. This is extremely unfair, Deputy Speaker. The government must look at this issue and make further changes and open the scheme for these Australians. The PLS needs to be fair, transparent and easily accessible. Now, the government can and should do better by people like my constituent Peter and all other pensioners trying to live their retirement years in dignity. Deputy Speaker, we're supporting this bill, but at the same time we want to ensure that all pensioners are supported to live in dignity. They deserve nothing less. And unfortunately, this government has a very bad track record when it comes to supporting pensioners. And we've become used to seeing this government try and chip away at people's aged pensions. And that has been the record of this Morrison government. Deputy Speaker, pensions that people have worked very hard, pensioners who have worked very hard to receive in the course of their working lives a small pension to live in dignity. Deputy Speaker, the age pension is a proud Labor legacy. It was introduced by the Alfred Labor government to ensure older Australians could live with dignity. Pensioners, as I've said many times in this place, have worked hard all their lives. They've contributed by paying taxes to our economy and our society, and they've actually built the foundations that we walk on today. They deserve respect and dignity, and they deserve a government that is on their side. Deputy Speaker, only Labor will fight for pensioners. When Labor was in government last, we increased the pension, a real increase, not CPI or costs of living and other things. It was a real increase of $30 per week. Over the past 7 years, this government has had a record on cutting pensions and trying to cut the pension time and time again. It seems like a national sport for this Liberal and Nationals to attempt to cut the pension in every budget, every year. For example, in 2014, they tried to to cut the pension indexation, a cut that would have meant pensioners would be forced to live on $80 a week less within 10 years. In the same year, they cut $1 billion from pensioners' concessions. Then they axed the $900 senior supplement to self-funded retirees receiving the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card. In 2015, they did a deal with the Greens to cut the pensions to around 370,000 pensioners by as much as $12,000 a year by changing the pension asset test. In 2016, they tried to cut the pension to around 190,000 other pensioners as part of a plan to limit overseas travel for pensioners to 6 weeks. And that same year, again, they tried to cut the pension for over 1.5 million Australians by scrapping the energy supplement for new pensioners. So, Deputy Speaker, the government's own figures show this would have left over 563,000 Australians who are currently receiving a pension or allowance worse off than what they currently were. And who can forget they have spent years trying to increase the pension age to 70. And most recently, in August last year, the government was caught out by Labor on its pension freeze for 2.5 million pensions. Deputy Speaker, this side of the House fought very hard to stop this cruel pension freeze. The Morrison government still has cuts to the pension before this parliament. For example, they want to completely take away the pension supplement from pensioners who go overseas for more than 6 weeks. And this would see around 120 million ripped from the pockets of pensioners. Deputy Speaker, as I've said in this place many times, pensioners who have worked all their lives, they've paid their taxes, have a right to live wherever they want to in retirement, whether it be overseas, whether it be moving from South Australia to Queensland, whether it be moving from Victoria to Western Australia, or whether it be moving from Australia back to their ancestral home in Europe somewhere or somewhere else around the world. They have every right to do so. They've worked all their lives, they've paid their taxes, and they have the right to retire in dignity and where they want to. And, Deputy Speaker, yet still this government wants to make pensioners born overseas wait longer before qualifying for the age pension by increasing the residency requirements from 10 to 15 years. All this is occurring while the cost of living continues to rise, including spiralling out-of-pocket health care because of the Medicare freeze put in place by this coalition government. Cutting the pension really is in this government's DNA. Deputy Speaker, pensioners won't forget this government's record on cutting the pension. Pensioners have worked their entire lives. Pensioners deserve dignity. They deserve to live out their last years in serenity, in quietness, in peacefulness, not constantly juggling paperwork, trying to see how they can earn much-deserved retirement pension dollars in their old age.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to follow the member for Adelaide, and I always appreciate his contributions. And I just want to get him to reflect on a comment he made in his contribution and around people living in properties where they own the house but they lease the land. Many of those people who live in that situation, who receive the age pension, actually also receive potentially some form of rent assistance. And if you change that system, it might affect their ability to receive a rent assistance, and that might have a greater detriment to their income than amendments to the pension loan scheme. So, as with any of these things, whilst I understand the member for Adelaide's point he was trying to make, we should always be cognisant of the potential flow-on effects by considering the full picture and not just that particular issue. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, in my time prior to this place, as many would know, I spent a long time in banking and financial services, and frequently we spoke to clients about reverse mortgages, and it was always a point of discussion because they were looking to find ways to access the equity in their home. And despite the fact that the pension loan scheme in its various forms has been around since approximately 1985, there have been a variety of changes to the scheme over the years to try and make it more attractive and open it up to more people. But in that time, from 1985 to now, we're in a situation where there's still only about 5,000 or so people access the pension loan scheme. And this is why this bill is important, for a number of reasons. But importantly, it's about improving the flexibility of the pension loan scheme and then giving the opportunity for more senior Australians to have options on drawing in the equity in their home or on other real estate assets to improve their living standards in retirement. Because as the member for Adelaide and others in this debate have quite rightly pointed out, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have the privilege of being in this place, but we have this privilege because of the people that have gone before us. And those people who have worked hard all of their lives, they've saved, they've contributed to building our nation as it is today. We should recognise those efforts and always work towards ensuring they have adequate incomes in retirement. Now, there are those we recognise that have had the opportunity to have very significant and adequate resources for retirement. Many of those people lived and worked in an age, particularly if they worked for large corporates or if they worked for the public sector, where they received defined benefit pensions. Now, for those on defined benefit pensions, particularly larger ones, the risk of the variability of superannuation returns and others that many newer retirees face, those people don't have those difficulties. Many others had various forms of fixed or annuitised pension income, which gives them a level of certainty on the income that they receive each and every month or over the course of a year. But as we know, one of the great risks with retirement income, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that your income stream, whether it be an allocated pension, whether it be the dividends from a share portfolio, whether it be the rental income from an investment property, whether it be income from other pension sources, that generally, in most cases, is sufficient to cover your day-to-day living expenses. But if you're going to live for 20 or 30 years after retirement, you're going to have some other major expenses. You might need to purchase a new car. You might need to upgrade your appliances at home. You might need to do some renovations. As your health sadly might deteriorate, you might need to do some renovations to improve safety measures or access to around the house. All of those things, if you don't have something like a pension loan scheme where you can access a capital amount to do these things, will impact on the pool of investments you have to generate an income. We have long talked about the adequacy of retirement incomes in Australia, and whilst I think this is a good step in helping and improving that flexibility, I think much more work needs to be done on the entire retirement income ecosystem to ensure that it's fit for purpose in the 21st century. And I would hope that the next parliament takes up that opportunity to do some more work in that space. As I look at this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, one of the important features of this new bill, as opposed to some of the products that are available out in the marketplace, but I do know since 2012 that that's largely been taken care of now in those products as well, the introduction of a no negative equity guarantee to all scheme participants from the 1st of July 2022. The guarantee will mean that when scheme participants settle their debt, they will not repay more than the equity in the property used to secure their loan. This measure is purely designed to enhance the safeguards currently in place and ensure that the conservative age-based loan to valuation ratios minimise the possibility of a participant's debt exceeding the equity in their secured property. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I think that's critically important. And one of the reasons those changes were made in 2012 by those opposite when they were last in government, because we saw during the 2000s when reverse mortgages were a very popular product out in the marketplace, that when things went bad with the GFC, people were left in a negative equity position with their homes. Equally, they could even in the ordinary course of events, they could have been left with a negative equity position because of the effect of compounding interest on the debt that was initially taken out. And what that does is that then, if you exceed the equity in the house and you have that negative debt, then that money has to come out of other assets somewhere else. So this is a very important and key provision of this bill that brings it into line with what's done more generally in the marketplace since 2012. Equally, from 1st of July 2022, participants in the scheme will be able to access up to 2 capped payments in any 26-fortnight period. Participants of the scheme will be able to access a portion of their payment as a lump sum. And this will give retirees a new mechanism and greater flexibility to meet unexpected costs and substantial expenses, as I outlined earlier. The maximum lump sum advance is capped at 50% of the maximum fortnightly rate of the age pension over the following 12 months. Based on current age pension rates, the maximum advance payment will be around $12,580 for singles and around $18,960 for couples combined. The participants will be able to take up to 2 advances in any 26-fortnight period, with the combined total limited to 50% cap. Any advance taken will reduce the amount of the fortnightly pension loan scheme payment received by the participant. And the amount the participant will receive will generally be the same regardless of whether they take an advance payment, fortnightly payments, or a combination of both. So the value of that flexibility, Mr Deputy Speaker, is they can adjust what they wish to do to best meet their circumstances. And that's what the objective of this bill is, that people can make their own informed decisions based on their own individual circumstances. But importantly, this will also protect participants from building excessive debt balances while providing them the flexibility on how they can draw down on their equity in their assets for self-support. Now, why are these changes necessary, Mr Deputy Speaker? Well, as we've seen over the past many years, Australians are now living up to 10 years longer than they were 50 years ago. And as I said earlier, we want to see our senior Australians enjoying the best quality of life during their retirement. And the key factor to achieving this, above all else, is financial security and independence. For many senior Australians, the age pension is a key source of retirement income. But with housing prices increasing significantly over recent years, we've also seen many senior Australians become asset-rich and cash flow poor. These changes open up the flexibility and the opportunity for many Australians to access that asset and create a cash flow for themselves that is going to improve their cash flows and their quality of life. And that's what the pension loan scheme is designed to do, and it has been, in fairness, Mr Deputy Speaker, really designed to do since its introduction in 1985. As I said, there are many other of these types of products in the private marketplace, but their interest rates are higher, their fees and charges are higher, so there is an attractive proposition in what the government is offering to our Australian pensioners. Importantly, people have the opportunity to make their own decisions, and we would always encourage people to get sound financial advice to assess their situation and the suitability of this or any other type of product. The changes introduced with this bill will give older Australians more freedom to enjoy their retirement. And that's what we want to see. And as I've seen regularly across my electorate and talking to those who are now retired. Whilst previously they wanted to go on trips overseas, and many have even recently said to me they want to go back cruising because that's one of their great joys, is to be able to go and have a cruise maybe several times a year. But equally, many are buying caravans and travelling around Australia, enjoying our great continent. These changes provide the opportunity for them to have the cash flow and the access to the equity in their home to be able to do those things. But importantly, it allows them to stay in their home. It doesn't involve them selling down their home to access that equity to do those things unless they so decide to do from a lifestyle perspective. And we know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that home ownership in Australia has been a bedrock of our society.
Thanks, mate.
It is your home. It's more than a place simply to live. It's a place where you have spent many, many years enjoying being surrounded by your family and your friends in that community. It is critically important, therefore, that we support our senior Australians in their retirement to be able to enjoy it to the extent that they wish. And I believe that by giving them the flexibility through our pension loan scheme to stay in their own home, but access that equity for the benefit of their retirement, to spend as they wish, to tap into if they require for emergency expenses, is just another example of this government continuing to deliver for all Australians right across the country. I commend the bill to the House, Mr Speaker.
It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. And I give the call to the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise today with a smile on my face, not because it's Valentine's Day, but because the Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Program has finally been announced, and there are some hugely worthwhile projects in Eden Monaro that are being funded. It has been a long and difficult road to get to this point for so many of my communities, and I am glad that the government has listened to the calls to do more. Since being elected in 2020, I cannot count how many times I stood up in the parliament and begged the government to do more. I've asked politely, I've pleaded at times, I've even gotten mad because it seemed like the government didn't listen or didn't care. I speak to people almost every day who are still going through trauma, who have got a long way to go before they get back in a home. People in regional communities like mine are strong and stoic, and usually they don't want or need government assistance. But these past 2 years have been incredibly hard, and 2 years on, this funding is just as needed now as it was immediately after the fires. The funding is so very, very welcome, but I do question that we are now 2 years on, and the timing of the announcement is a little bit unusual. It's starting to feel like a bit of a coincidence that we are on the eve of an election, but the funding has been announced, even if overdue. Community groups and not-for-profit organisations have worked incredibly hard to meet the grant applications deadline. They were promised that they would hear back in December last year. But the bushfire recovery has turned into an election sweetener. But I'm stoked because I can now get in contact with community groups and congratulate them on receiving these grant funds, and I can't wait to catch up with them to see how their projects are progressing. I've been fighting for years to get this funding over the line, and now I can turn my mind past the announcement and to the delivery, because we need to see the money delivered to these projects quickly and seamlessly. I've already spoken to some community groups, and the relief and happiness from individuals and groups is truly heartwarming. And I want to make sure that they're not forced to jump through any more hoops. The announcement has been made, funding has been promised, and our communities are celebrating. So it's time to get a move on and make sure this money flows. While many people across Eden Monaro are no doubt feeling optimistic and hopeful thanks to this announcement, my heart still goes out to those struggling, to those members of my community who have been living in caravans or temporary accommodation for 2 years. I've no doubt they'll be glad this money is coming to our community, but they'll also know that the funding won't help them directly. There are still so many people that need assistance, some who may be too proud to ask for help. Please know you are not forgotten, and we'll continue to fight to make sure that you get the assistance and support that you need as we head into our recovery. Mr Speaker, for many years now, members of the Queanbeyan community have been working really hard, raising money and building awareness about the need for a purpose-built respite care facility in Queanbeyan. Somewhere that will support carers and provide short-term residential care for people aged between 18 and 59 suffering from a terminal or chronic illness. Respite Care Queanbeyan is a project that was inspired by the tragic experience of Yvonne and Joe Kashiri's son Stephen, who died at 53 while in an aged care home receiving respite care. At the time, it was the only option for Stephen, who was being cared for by his parents after being diagnosed with brain cancer. Since then, the fight for a respite centre has been powered by a desire for no other family to have the same experience. And we saw in the Royal Commission into Aged Care, one of the recommendations was to get younger people out of aged care. So this facility is not only much needed and wanted by the Queanbeyan community, but also highlighted as an issue by that Royal Commission. Plans for the Respite Centre are continuing to progress, and the next piece of the puzzle is to secure ongoing funding. I remain committed to working with all levels of government to find a suitable ongoing funding arrangement. But in the meantime, I'm looking forward to attending the Respite Care for Queanbeyan 1920s Ball and Men's Calendar launch this Saturday evening. Organisers have done an incredible job pulling this event together, and after 3 COVID-related cancellations, I'm sure they are feeling relieved that this day is coming. It promises to be a fun-filled community event, raising money for an incredibly important local cause. I can't think of a better way to spend Saturday evening, and I look forward to seeing you all there.
The question is that the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In Western Sydney, we're creating more local jobs for local people and infrastructure to unlock even more opportunities. I am backing and at the table and fighting for more local jobs, for Western Sydney to be at the heart of the new era of manufacturing, and to educate and train our kids at world-class institutions in the jobs of the future. People in Lindsay want to work where they live. As someone who did the commute each day for over 10 years, I know how important this is. And that's why creating local jobs for local people is at the centre of my plan for Lindsay. Over 82,000 people in Lindsay have benefited because of the Morrison government's tax plan. And the benefits in creating tax relief for our local people is so important when we're talking about creating local jobs. Over 76,000 taxpayers are benefiting directly from our tax cuts, and over 15,000 businesses in Lindsay are able to access the instant asset write-off. And this is one of our measures when I go out to local businesses that I hear about most, whether it's a manufacturer in creating Australian-made doors and windows, to a manufacturer that is creating Aussie-made local Penrith trucks. And a great example of this is when I took the Treasurer to visit Scott and his team at JK Williams, who's a local earth-moving business, and we just saw how much their business benefited from the instant asset write-off. And we're also creating wage subsidies for apprentices, backing over 2,000 apprentices in Lindsay, and we're extending the support to ensure they can finish their training. And it is so wonderful when I walk onto the floor of a manufacturing business, on the floor of a factory, and see young women taking up trades and being supported in doing that. The COVID pandemic has hit businesses in my electorate of Lindsay hard, like across Australia, and for many it has been the biggest challenge they've ever faced. But JobKeeper has supported almost 6,000 businesses and 26,500 employees in my electorate of Lindsay. The tax-free cash flow boost has helped around 5,200 small and medium businesses, providing $229 million in payments to help businesses in Lindsay to stay afloat during the pandemic. And around 6,500 local businesses will be able to use the extended loss carryback measure, to support cash flow and confidence. With unemployment at 4.2%, the Morrison government has made unprecedented investment in skilling and training Australians. And we have the highest number of trade apprentices, 220,000, since records were first kept in 1963. And there are now more Australians in jobs than pre-COVID. And this is so important to my community of Lindsay, which is growing in opportunities, growing investment, and a lot of this has to do with our investment in Western Sydney International Airport, a nation-building project right in the heart of Western Sydney. 28,000 direct and indirect jobs by 2031, 5 years after the airport's opening, which really is just around the corner in 2026. It's a $5.3 billion investment from the Morrison government, connecting Western Sydney to the world. And over half of the workforce during construction, which I'm really proud of, has been local people. So that's exceeding the original target of 30%. We have over 50% local workforce. That truly is local jobs for local people. Something I'm really passionate about is the future of our young people, educating and training our kids in the jobs of the future. And when you have an opportunity, once-in-a-generation opportunity like Western Sydney Airport, with universities coming on board, with CSIRO moving into the local area, we have to grasp hold of those opportunities for our young kids so they can work where they live and not move out of the area for a good job. So that's what I'm passionate about. That's what I'm driving. That's all part of my plan for Lindsay. Thank you.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak about the status of women in this country. From the scourge of gender-based violence to the stubborn gender wage and superannuation gaps, Australia has a long way to go in achieving true gender equality. Last year shone a light on some of the core institutional barriers to the advancement of women in Australian society. We saw a cultural reckoning in this very building, the exposure of a toxic workplace environment which too often has ignored the appalling treatment of women. This led to an outpouring from women around the country who related to this and said enough is enough. We saw our 2021 Australian of the Year, Grace Tame, shine a light on the sexual abuse of Australian children and the rights of victim survivors to talk about their experiences. Last week we saw Grace Tame and Brittany Higgins speak so eloquently and with such power at the Press Club, confirming their status as two of the most courageous, inspirational Australians. I also want to acknowledge now some of the strong and inspiring women from my electorate who have bravely shared their stories with me of such experiences, including how often they have been let down by the very systems that should be there to support and protect them. None of these women wanted to be in a position to be talking about these things, but their work, as well as the work of countless others, is changing the conversation around gender-based violence in this country, and it's something for which all Australians should be grateful. Because if we look at the facts, women still face many barriers, and that needs to change. We've heard a lot of talk from the Morrison government about women, but not a lot of action to really addressing the inequalities faced by Australian women. To really address these issues, you need a government that really actually cares about inequality and how to address it, not just how a photo opportunity could help to address an immediate political problem. I am proud that Labor is, and always has been, committed to equality for women and are committed to a suite of policies to address the many facets of gender inequality in this country. First and foremost, we need to ensure that women are safe, both at home and in the workplace. The Respect at Work report found that 2 in 5 women experienced sexual harassment at work in the past 5 years. That's why Labor will legislate to make it clear that employers have a positive duty to eliminate sex discrimination, sexual harassment and victimisation. In the home, we know that 1 in 6 women have experienced physical or sexual violence by a current or former partner, and that 1 woman is killed on average every week. Right now, women fleeing violence are being turned away from accommodation and services because of insufficient funding towards sector workers and the failure to recognise this tragedy as a national priority. A Labor government would fund 500 new community sector workers, with half of these in rural and regional areas. These workers would include caseworkers to help women leave violent relationships, financial counsellors for women in financially abusive relationships, and support workers for children. We would also appoint a new Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Commissioner to act as an advocate for victim survivors, coordinate national safety policies, provide reports that track progress against the national plan, and work with states and territories to gather data. Housing is also crucially important for women's security, and a Labor government will create a $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund to build 20,000 social housing properties. 4,000 of the 20,000 social housing properties will be allocated for women and children fleeing domestic and family violence and older women on low incomes who are at risk of homelessness. We have a continuing gender pay gap in Australia, where we face a 20% gap in total wages and women retire with 40% less super than men on average. I'm proud that Labor is going to legislate to close the gender wage gap with a range of policies, including empowering the Fair Work Commission to have more power to look at wage increases for female-dominated industries, including some of those that we have really been at the coalface through our pandemic: aged care, early childhood care and education, female-dominated industries who have really helped to get us through this, and it is time they receive the pay and respect that they deserved in that way. It is not just one policy that is needed to address these things. It is looking at the issue of gender equality across the board. Our childcare policy is another really key element that will make that conversation more equal as families discuss who goes back to work with ongoing...
The honourable member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was at Peak Hill on January 15, 2018, when the first lot of Australian steel from Whyalla was dropped off to begin the momentous Inland Rail project. The first leg, Parks to Narromine, is completed, of course, and that benefited more than 100 businesses, small businesses tapping into $110 million of procurement. Inland Rail continues to create jobs and spark local economies with concrete sleepers for the nation-building infrastructure project, those concrete sleepers being made in Wagga Wagga, my hometown. I was pleased a month after the actual Inland Rail project started as Deputy Prime Minister to start the process by getting the intergovernmental agreements with the state signed up, firstly with Jacinda Allen in Victoria, then John Barilaro in New South Wales, and finally Mark Bailey in your home state, Queensland, Mr Speaker. But last Friday was a very exciting, a red-letter day for Wagga Wagga and indeed the project when the Australian Rail Track Corporation signing of contracts worth $143 million with AUSTRAC was announced and declared, and I was able to go out and have a look at the factory out at Bowman, nearby the Special Activation Precinct at the Riverina Intermodal and Freight Logistics Hub, part of the Inland Rail, very much Inland Rail Central. This is supporting 36 jobs that would otherwise not be continuing at that AUSTRAC Wagga Wagga facility, as well as 14 jobs for AUSTRAC's Rockhampton plant. The 1.3 million sleepers, almost 1 million of which will be made in my hometown, under the new contract will be used to upgrade existing track and complete new sections of rail from Albury through to the Inland Rail endpoint in Queensland. Now, I visited the facility, as I said, on Friday, and there I met Production Supervisor Lara Foster, a very impressive supervisor and person, really making sure that the staff are doing what they need to do. She is originally from Griffith, worked at Lake Cowell with the gold mine operations there near West Wyalong, and now she's part and parcel of that vital component, getting the job done at Wagga Wagga. AUSTRAC Managing Director Murray Adams was there, as well as the ARTC's Inland Rail Manager Stakeholder Engagement New South Wales South, Heath Martin. Now, we made this significant announcement. I commend AUSTRAC on its role, on its continuing role in Inland Rail, creating many jobs, not just the 36 at the concrete plant, but indeed many others in small businesses feeding into, tapping into this process. It's proof positive that this 1,700-kilometre corridor of commerce is generating so much excitement in regional Australia, and for good reason. The cement comes from Berrima, the fly ash from Mount Piper, wire steel for the 280-kilogram sleepers from Newcastle, and of course, as I mentioned before, Whyalla steel for the actual rail. But there's so many businesses tapping in, feeding into this whole process. Lara Foster said she's been working at the facility for the past 5 years, and she was pretty energised by this announcement. She says this contract is one of the largest she's seen, and is excited that it will keep 36 people, 36 families in jobs in Wagga Wagga. The federal government's invested up to $14.5 billion already in Inland Rail. It is making such a difference. These 1.3 million sleepers, they'll include 695,000 standard gauge sleepers for projects in New South Wales and 615,000 dual gauge for projects in Queensland. And the scope of supply includes the design, the manufacture, the testing, the storage and loading of the sleepers. And as we spoke at a press conference there were 65,000 sleepers stacked up behind us for that presser, and it was an impressive sight. And it just goes to show what can be done when governments invest in the regions. It goes to show what can be done when governments such as ours invests in nation-building infrastructure, and right across this country we're doing just that. We're doing just that, Mr Speaker, and certainly the $110 billion of infrastructure, it's supporting 100,000 workers, 100,000 workers. And Inland Rail, it's more than just building a rail line, it's investing in our regions. It's completing the National Freight Rail Network, parks in my electorate on the east, west, north, south intersector. That's making massive advances too with small business and just with the community involvement. And when I talk community, it's all about, as well, not just moving freight on rail, it's about actually getting trucks off the roads. It's about people, it's about investment, it's about the future.
The question is that the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Fenner.
Over recent weeks, far-right anti-vax protests have cropped up in Canada, Britain, France and New Zealand. Last week these protests came to Canberra, where our 99% adult vaccination rate makes us the most vaccinated city in the world. These protesters have a right to peacefully protest, but those of us who believe in science also have a right to point out that vaccines save lives and conspiracy theories can kill. Since the Morrison government belatedly began rolling out COVID vaccines in Australia, these free vaccines have protected thousands of Australians from hospitalisation and death. They work. Ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine and vitamin C do not. These protesters aren't just wrong about the science, they're also a risk to democracy. As Van Batten has pointed out, these groups should be judged not just from their relatively small numbers, but from the damage they're willing to do. Ironically, the people who claim to be saving democracy are the biggest threat to it. The violent anti-lockdown protest in Melbourne, the attack on the US Capitol on January 6th last year, and the global so-called freedom protests have brought together a dangerous brew of conspiracy theories. Today, 15% of Americans agree with the central false tenet of QAnon, that the government and other entities are controlled by Satan-worshipping pedophiles running a child sex trafficking ring. 15%. The Melbourne anti-lockdown protests have waved swastikas and nooses and welcomed anti-Semites. Some of the Canberra protesters waved Ustasha fascist flags and Confederate flags. One brought a loaded sawn-off shotgun into the parliamentary triangle. The Canberra protests attracted support from Senators Hanson, Antic and Rennick. Like Greens Senator Thorpe's support for those who vandalised the Museum of Australian Democracy, these extreme senators seem not to realise they're playing with fire. Over the weekend, the Prime Minister and the Labor leader were asked about their attitudes to the protest. The Prime Minister said he understood their concerns and blamed state and territory governments. It reminded me of Donald Trump's remark after Charlottesville, that there were very fine people on both sides. By contrast, the Labor leader noted that vaccines save lives and called on the protesters to show some respect for health workers. The protesters didn't seem to care who they're hurting. When the vandalism of fences at Exhibition Park forced the closure of the Lifeline Book Fair, they shut down a charity event that helps people with mental health challenges. Lifeline's amazing volunteers have been working for months to prepare for the book fair. I've made a donation to help compensate, and I'd encourage other Canberrans to do so too. I'd also acknowledge the many Canberrans who turned the other cheek over the weekend, putting up with abuse in the streets and in shops. There's countless stories of nasty behaviour, but I'd particularly single out Richard Watkins and his staff at Bent Spoke in Braddon, who behaved with calm decency when a protester threw a glass at the bar. I'd also commend the professionalism of the Australian Federal Police in managing these protests. Finally, there's the attempt by protesters to co-opt the Eureka legend. In one sense, there's nothing new in this. Barely had the shooting stopped in 1854, then the Battle of the Eureka Stockade became a battle for the Eureka Stockade, a battle for its history, meaning and legacy. As Geoffrey Blaney once put it, Eureka's a great neon sign with messages that flick on and off, with different messages for different people on different occasions. But the Eureka legend is too big to be co-opted by extremists. Mark Twain called it the finest thing in Australian history. Ben Chifley believed Eureka was the first real affirmation of our determination to become masters of our own political destiny. H.V. Doc Evatt said that Australian democracy was born at Eureka. Gough Whitlam thought that it would stir the imagination of the Australian people. Even Robert Menzies and John Howard acknowledged the role that Eureka played in our democracy. Yes, Eureka was a tax revolt, but it was also about democracy, multiculturalism, egalitarianism, mateship and the fair go. Eureka inspired the women's suffrage movement and the Republican movement. It's fitting that our first female Prime Minister was the member for Lalor. As Claire Wright, Peter Fitzsimmons, David Heaton, John Muir, John Maloney and others have made clear, Eureka is a big national story. A story for everyone, not just the extremists.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Over the next 20 years, it's estimated that the Sunshine Coast will have to house an additional up to 200,000 residents, an additional 200,000 residents. Our challenge is to ensure that we do something that the likes of Sydney and Melbourne did not. As an important part of South East Queensland, our challenge is to build infrastructure ahead of the population curve. Now, there is no doubt that it is not easy for us to continue to carve out money. Indeed, the Sunshine Coast is the recipient of more federal funding for infrastructure today than it ever has been in its history. Now, some could argue, therefore, that that's enough, let it be. But I can assure you, Mr Speaker, there's a reason why the member for Fisher and I continue to prosecute the case for more funding, and that is the population growth. Now, there is no project of greater importance to our future as a region than that of heavy passenger rail. With the explosion of the population, rail will be important not just to ensure connectivity, but also to ensure population settlement. Indeed, it is the trick for us to avoid urban sprawl and to avoid a strip along the coast of high-rises, allowing for density around new railway stations and greater density in old railway towns. Now, for the first time, Mr Speaker, in history, this government, the coalition government, put money on the table for the North Coast rail line between Beerburrum and Nambour. $390 million, no less. Not so much as $1 had ever been put to that stretch of rail. But we went into bat for it and we secured that record funding. Now, unfortunately, the state government, who owns and operates that rail system, still to this day refuses to match our funding. Refuses, outright. It is a free gift. It is a 50% discount on their costs. We ask for no equity play, but still they refuse to match our funding. Nevertheless, our priority remains delivering for the community, and thus that money shall be used, and we want it to be used. But it will only be used on stage one of a two-stage project between Beerburrum and Nambour. Which takes me to our priorities for rail, Mr Speaker, moving forward. And there are two. Firstly, we need to ensure that stage two of that project, Landsborough to Nambour, is improved. If indeed the state government wants to hold back on getting the job done as they are, well, let's go for the solution that the community deserves. And that solution is full duplication, all the way through to the Nambour station. Full duplication, designed in a way to accommodate the possibility of fast rail in the future. That's what stage two should be looking like. The second priority for us is to have heavy passenger rail running from Beerwah all the way through to the Maroochydore CBD, passing through Caloundra and Kawana, opening up for the first time that coastal strip to heavy passenger rail. Now, we're serious about this, which is why we put $5 million on the table for a business case for that stage two through to Nambour, and $3 million on the table for investment planning for that CamCos corridor. The state, thankfully, will match us on that CamCos investment study, but it still refuses to match us on the Nambour. Can I just say, in closing, Mr Speaker, that these two rail projects will be the most transformative projects our region needs. And the fact that we will be hosting the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games puts a deadline into the system and builds pressure into the system. We need to ensure these projects are delivered on time.
Order. It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.